In this case, I think this case will run much past July 15th. I said this week the prosecution will end their case. The defense will start their case. You know, some people don't put up a case, right? They're like, yo, we already did a good job playing defense. We don't need to go on offense. We already won. And they usually say, take it to the box. This case, from what I'm hearing and from the amount of resources Diddy has put into it, I could imagine there's going to be a lot of, people he wants to bring up, a lot of experts. He wants to give a compelling case why he shouldn't go to jail for life. So with that being said, this week, we're going to see the ending of the government's case. Then afterwards, we're going to, what the fuck? What is that? Oh. Then afterwards, we're going to see Diddy's case, I think 1, max 2 weeks. So what's that getting us? I'm looking at a calendar here. Calendar-wise, yeah, I could see closing arguments happening around July 4th. Obviously, that's a federal holiday. Won't be in court for then. So I think the following week, we should get a verdict. So the week of the 6th, we should get a verdict. If there's unforeseen circumstances, I could see the week of the 13th, us getting a verdict. But after, I think we should have a verdict by July 20th. Now, if you guys haven't been following this case started pretty much late April, right? Started late April, or jury selection pretty much, right? Started late April, and looks like it's going to conclude in mid-July. So we'll see. Hopefully everybody's weekend was good. I tried to keep the streak going. Last night I was trying to stream at like 2 and then overslept. It's all good. Anyway, I did go out, Big Ack is outside, Everybody says Ack ain't outside. I'm doing the pulling up. Nobody's pulling up on me. Not that they should. I don't advise. But, I went to Vibes Cartel Show on Friday. I'm trying to give you a little bit more IRL content. I actually do have some more IRL content. If you guys like that type of content from me, it's not the longest because, unless I plan something out, it's kind of hard to give you guys a good, cohesive, say like 4 or 5 hour stream or even 6 hour stream while being on an IRL type of thing. So I kind of aim for like an hour to 2. And, I hope to do some more IRL content for you guys. All right. So, these days I'm trying to bring you guys with me. I already do it on the phone. I don't know if you guys follow me on Instagram. If I go out, I'm shouting at my phone. Like when I'm there, I'm in a moment, you in a moment. That's my thing. So why not stream? So, in places that we're going to try to. So, just anticipate some more IRL content as we, kind of look to do more, right? Anyway. Somebody says, you took a picture with me. Oh, really? Oh, salute to you, bro. Salute to you. Yeah, I took a picture with a bunch of people, and, everybody who I took a picture with, for the most part, they were like, yo, I watched the stream. And I don't know, when people say they watch the stream, that could mean so many different things. It could mean, yo, when you're live at 10, I'm on with you, brother. I'm in the chat. It could mean, yo, I catch it every night, but I catch it on YouTube, right? It could be, well, I watch the stream, but I catch the clips on TikTok or I see it on Twitter. So I don't really know necessarily what that means, but I'm glad that you're in here watching live and we ran to each other. That was great. I appreciate you. I hope, I hope, first of all, I'm always a nice, courteous guy, and once somebody tells me, it's like a code. Once somebody says they're a chat nigga, I want to give you a hug. You feel what I'm saying? No Diddy. It's just, I feel it's a shared sense of identity. All right. So we're going to get to the Diddy trial. By the way, I do know, since we're on day 24, I am very cognizant. I don't want you guys to get Diddy'd out. Okay, pause. Which means I'm trying to give a healthy dose of content that, yes, we're covering the Diddy trial. By the way, it's been a good thing because it's kept us streaming every day. We're going to give a good dose of that type of content, but also we want to balance it with other things that's happening in the media sphere, especially when it comes to hip hop. So, please just, understand we are trying to be diverse, not just be sitting here just reading tweets all day, even though I think, shit, it's kind of fun. We make a good time of it. Anyway, court has started today. should I even start before with something else? Maybe. Let me see. Maybe I start with something else. You want to know a little funny moment? This was like hilarious to me. I don't know why. This is hilarious to me. So apparently, and Gran like told me about this. Gran was like, "Yo, did you?" No, actually, Gran and AJ told me. They're like, "Yo, did you see that clip with like someone thinking that someone is you?" And I'm like, "Bro, what did this court guy do again?" You know, there's a guy at court for Diddy, and apparently, you know, I don't know if he's cosplaying as me. I don't know what it is, but I have no issue with him. But that was a thing. People were like, yo, like, you have I don't want to call it an impersonator, but whatever. Apparently, and this guy's not an impersonator because I think you guys know him. If you guys don't know, Queen's Flip of the Joe Budden podcast, he was out and about. You know, he's a pretty funny prankster. He's been around for a while doing a lot of things. You know, he's a New York guy. And apparently he goes out and they mistake him for me, right? Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. And to my one chat nigga who saw me in Atlantic City, yo, y'all got to start telling the people Big Ack is down like 60 pounds. Big Ack is not looking with some huge-ass belly just looking crazy, okay? Again, number one, I'm proud of my weight loss journey. Number two, I think I distinctly look different than these niggas y'all comparing me to. See, I got to get closer doppelgangers. Y'all can't call any fat nigga with a fitted me. But I am flattered, okay? And put it like this. The reason why I like it, all it tells me, I'm the most famous of all the fat niggas with a fitted. So I'm cool. That's all I look at it as. Shout out to Queen's Flip. He was a good sport. But a drunk woman, yo, the captions that Graham be writing up is crazy. He says, Queen's Flip gets mistaken for academics by a shade room demon. A shade room demon. Let's watch.
That's not nice.
I'm a married woman. I'm respectable. But you're mean.
I am mean.
You talk about my favorite people.
Who?
They're celebrities.
Yo, my man is so confused. Huh?
I think you're talking about the wrong guy.
Are you academic?
What I'm saying is that you took
Are you
a picture.
academic? Yes or no?
You hurt my feelings.
Okay.
I would
but you're mean. Sound like a mean and a mean
yeah,
man.
but I only called on because my homegirl gave me the
No,
look.
look, I'm gonna show you. I didn't blast you.
You blasted me.
Look,
My feelings.
that's all I got.
She violated me?
I didn't blast you. Look, I'll show you. That's my last one, and that's you. That's academic. He talks about.
That's not academic. I'm not academic.
Yes, you are.
Yo, I'm not academics. Yes, you are. Nah, that's crazy. Yo, Quiz Flip. That's crazy. I'm not academics. Yes, you are.
Me?
I didn't blast you. Look, I'll show you.
Now, it looked like she might have took a picture with him and like, you know, a fan might be like, hey, can I take a picture? I'll take pictures with everybody. Take a picture, but who knows? She might have wrote a nasty caption, but I guess she maybe wrote the nasty caption like, yeah, I seen this bitch ass nigga academics, and looked like somebody probably, kind of noted it, and Queen's Flip confronted her, and she's saying, yeah, I didn't really blast you, academics, and he's like, whoa, hold on, I'm not academics.
Homegirl gave me the look.
Look, I'm gonna show you. I didn't blast you.
You blasted me.
Look, that's all I got.
She violated me?
I didn't blast you. Look, I'll show you. That's my last one, and that's you. That's academic. He talks about.
That's not academic. I'm not academic.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
see?
you are.
You're the wrong guy.
No, I'm not. You got the wrong guy.
Follow you. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
She got OKC on.
It's the wrong guy.
I never gave a fuck. Can you take my picture?
But I'm not academics.
What's your name?
My name is Queen's Flip.
He look like. No, you're not Queen Flip.
I am Queen.
No, Queen Flip fucks with people all day. I follow him too.
I'm Queen's Flip. I'm not.
I follow him too. That's him. Yo, drunkenly, she wanted to meet me. Yo, shorty, Big Ack is all the way outside, okay? I'm not some just thing you see on TikTok, okay? Ask them TDE niggas. They're seeing me live and in person. I'm everywhere now. I'm everywhere like bird shit. I'm everywhere. I'll see you, baby girl, and we'll take a nice picture. Shout out to the Shade Room, single baby mamas. I love y'all over there. Don't listen to Grant. I love y'all over there. You will be able to take a picture with me soon. Queen's Flip, thanks for treating her with the utmost respect, even though I understand why you need to clarify that you're not me. Not only that, you have your own brand. But listen, being me, it does come with some shit. You ain't catching me out here dolo, okay? Listen, I know my worth and I move like my wage, okay? You catch me, we gonna be with them things, okay?
Academic.
You're not him. Can I take a picture?
You're not taking a picture thinking I'm academics, no.
You're not Queen Flip. No, because I want your
Yeah,
picture.
see? Look, listen to your homegirl. She's right.
This my sister.
I love her. Yeah, shout out to your sister. You know what she said?
Do you want a picture with me?
I would,
but
but
I'm not going to force it. I got one.
No, I do want a picture with her, but not academic.
Look, I'm going to show you. I didn't bash you. I just got to look quick.
I'm fine. You know.
Oh, I guess she had videoed him or something. So now she wants the picture.
Queen's Flip, nice to meet you.
I'm Darlene. I'm from Ohio, so I don't know people.
That's not academic. That's not academic.
I'm sorry. Oh, I know you. You fuck with people. I'm sorry. But you was on his show, and he had you fucked up, and you stood on business.
Yes, that's me. That's the guy.
I follow y'all.
Okay, you can take the picture
he
now.
He had you fucked up, and you stood on business.
Me.
Yo, Queen's Flip. I know you hit me before. I think you just said, let's do something together. Queen's Flip. Let's seize while the moment's hot. We got to make the doppelgänger skit. Let's run it up. I think you handled this with grace. I think this was good. She's a little bit intoxicated. It's all good. You know, when you go out to the public, I always say this. I don't step out in public if I'm not down to deal with whatever. You know what I mean? Which means, like, I take pictures with everybody. You are public property. When you have developed all of this, when you go outside of your public property, and whether people troll you, whether people you want a picture with you, whether people want to ask you, yo, who you think won Kendrick or Drake, whatever. I appreciate you dealing with this woman with grace. I don't think she probably necessarily likes me, but we got to do it, man. We got to do it. We got to do like a Drewski type skit, even though you do skits, I know. So anyway, that was just funny. I know they're going to kill him on the Joe Budden podcast for it. I know Joe going to be on his ass, but he ease up off my man Queen's Flip, man. Ease up off him. And it's just good, harmless fun. Okay, another thing going on. We're just going to get to a few things before we just jump into the court shit, right? Oh, why did Yo, did y'all see? Yo, Complex is like... Yo, Complex, all they do is bait people, bro. So Complex dropped the 50 best rappers from New York of all time. And you want to hear this list? So number one, they got Jay-Z. So we got Jay-Z right here. They got Biggie, Nas, Rakim, LL Cool J, 50, Nicki, DMX. Now, let me just start off by saying, by the mere fact that this is the order, it tells me they're taking into account success, dominance, how they rep New York. It's probably a lot of things. And I haven't read their criteria, and I don't really care to. But you could tell it's not just off pure skill, okay? Because after the first, four, you get to realize if it's just off lyricism, it could be some reshuffling. Now, and also, you know, I think I might push for Nicki to be top 5. I'm going to be honest with you. I might push for Nicki to be top 5. All right? I think at this point, you know, I don't get along with the woman, but I do, you know, I could call a spade a spade. So I do think Nicki probably should be top 5, but, you know, you could argue about this all day. 50 got to be in the mix. I mean, shit, 50 could probably even jump over Nicki and be at 4, even though I've shot to Rakim. Just off really success and dominance. Like, I don't think we've ever seen a run like 50. We probably will at another point, but just out the gate, that run, that dominance, we haven't seen it, okay? He stopped everybody. It was his time, right? DMX, Busta Rhymes, KRS-One, Prodigy, Lil' Kim, Ghostface, MF Doom. We got Big Pun, Jadakiss, Cam, okay? Mos Def, Big Daddy Kane, Slick Rick, Method Man, Chuck D. Yeah, this is very interesting, but this is how I know that Complex be baiting. They take significant numbers and they put a rapper that you're going to say, what the fuck? They give you what the fuck moments. Like Cardi B at 25. Love Cardi B. Not saying she doesn't even deserve to be on this list, but I do think her placement at 25 is that when people break this list down, they're going to look at either the first 25 or first 50. The reason why I said that is that they put Cardi 25, Ice Spice 50. Come on, with all due respect, we love Ice Spice. Ice Spice don't belong within 200 yards of this damn list. Come on, I love Ice Spice. She don't belong on this list, okay? Is she having a moment? Of course. Is she, like, if you put Ice Spice on this list, you might as well put Dougie B. You might as well put K-Flock, right? You might as well put like, I don't know. Is Fabio Foreign on the list? He might be. Like, I don't know. This list is a little bit triggering too, right? And by the way, here's the thing too. The LA rappers had their list. I'm not an LA guy, even though, oh, by the way, shout out to the LA company who said, they've been appreciate how Big App been standing on business. So LA company sent me mad LA hats. I have about like 30 of them now. We cooking. I think their name is Cap City out of LA. I love y'all. So when Big Ack is wearing them LA hats, y'all know what's going on. You know what I mean? LA fuck with me. Heavy. Okay. So we got, what else? Yes, some of these are like triggering, right? Because when we think about Raekwon, you got Pop Smoke, they got Mace here, Big L. I don't know if Mace is below Pop Smoke. Big L in terms of skill will be way up on this list, but I get short career. I get it. Coolzy rap. Why do they put F ... Like they're trying to say it's fuck Joe. It's Fat Joe. Okay. Fabulous is 30. Damn. Fabulous is like a quintessential New York rapper. Him being at 30 is kind of, or 32, but there is a lot of important people on this list. And I think, again, they're going off career accomplishments. We got Jizza, Foxy Brown, ODB, Kool Keith. Wait. Okay. Ja Rule, MC Light, Nori. Some of these people before my time, so I'm just going to I have no comment on them. I couldn't argue. Yo, why you got Kool Mo D at 40? I can't say that. ASAP Rocky at 41, Sean Price, Melly Mel, Grand Pooba, Jim Jones, Styles P, Biz Markie. They throw Diddy in this mix. They throw Diddy in the mix. That it's triggering, bro. Like, this is a triggering list. The guy, like, New York is a mecca of, if you ask me, lyricism, the foundational home of hip hop. To throw Diddy in this list, I guess he maxes out on accomplishments and success as a rapper, but skill-wise, I don't know what I could give him, but whatever. Pharomonk, and then we have Ice Spice at 50. This list is meant to start conversations, and that's my problem with Complex. They've turned from being aficionados into being rage baiters. They're not trying to give you a list that could really have some substantive value. They're giving you the list that you're saying, what the fuck? Ice Spice is on it, but no Joey Badass. Like, I think Joey Badass isn't even on the list. You get what I'm saying? So again, this is meant to trigger you more than it's meant to be a valid list. And Complex, which I kind of do dislike this about them, they have turned what they're known for and why they have a place still in media or hip-hop media specifically. They're now the rage baiter list people. Even when they did the show with B-Dot, the Complex bracket thing, is their whole idea and identity is ranking people. And oftentimes when they rank people, number one, if they really care that much, like no matter what you thought about the MTV MC list, remember they used to do the hottest MC list? You saw who were talking about it. You saw how they were debating it. They drop these lists on these websites and it's always 50 people. And they don't give any context, even though they try to explain what their criteria was. We don't know who's voting on it. They just claim they're writers who we don't even know they're writers. So they really drop it. They put strategic placements that people could argue that it could go viral. I'm talking about it now. But you get to realize this is a sad place for a media company to land. You landed on the place where you're making lists to piss people off in the culture rather than to promote positive, uplifting, commemorative, nostalgic feeling and togetherness in hip-hop, which I look at it, I'm like, Complex, come on, man. Come on. Do me and Joe got to come back up there and give y'all an everyday struggle for y'all to have some good conversations. What's going on up there, man? What's going on? But it's whatever, okay? Now, again, listen, I've prepared. They're gonna drop the what do you call it again? The top media personalities joint soon, I guess. I was number one last year. I enjoyed my reign. I shitted on everybody. I addressed what I need to address. I did Complex too while they gave me number one. This year, chat, if I ain't top 10, fuck it. Okay? I'm one of them niggas. I took the Grammy home and pissed in it. So I'm good. I just had to get mine off while I was number one. When I'm not number one, I'm gonna look at a new number one. It's probably gonna be Kai. Yeah, I think they're gonna give it to Kai. Yeah. Well, I wonder if they do give it to Kai. If they give it to Kai, I don't know. Because the hip-hop niggas are super mad that Kai didn't know Wale. Hip-hop niggas are mad. Yo, bro, you cover hip-hop, you work with rappers, how don't you know this? And he's like, bro, I'm 23. The nigga's last big hit was when I was 9. How should I know him? So we'll see. But Complex, rage baiting as per usual. I still love y'all. Don't worry. Okay, all right. That we got to get into. We got to really do a deep dive on this Justin Bieber thing. I don't even want to touch on it now. Drizzy Drake is now. He's gotten his apology from a Toronto politician who popped out to the pop out in Canada, which obviously is the Grand National Tour. And apparently he was at the Kendrick and SZA tour while Kendrick is crip walking, talking about not like us. Now, he apologized. And this is after Drake called him a goof. Now, shout out to Six Buzz, a photo and post courtesy of them. Says Jagmeet Singh was spotted in attendance at the Kendrick Lamar show in Toronto. Okay? Now, this is a politician. Now, it looked like Drake, who never really responded to him at 12:47. Okay, so Drake must have been scrolling on the gram and seen it. And Drake says to him, and he even posted a story, "You're a goof." I love that Toronto term, goof. You don't even add the Y to it to say goofy. You just say, you a goof. You a goof, fam. Fam, you a goof. Anyway, this is after Jagmeet has mentioned him 2018. Said, I guess he got a follow. He says, honored. Thanks for the follow, 2019. 2020 even mentioned. And by the way, Drake has been like this lightning pause for people who are running for office to say, I mess with the hottest rapper in the game. I'm cultural. So they've kind of used or referenced or mentioned Drake to try to get elected. So you could understand why Drake sees a guy who's been, kind of piggybacking slightly off of his name and his stance in the city to get a public office. He gets a public office and a battle happens in hip hop, and the dude is at the concert acting like he's going against the person who he wanted support from. And not only that, going against what the city seemingly would think about that move. So Drake says that, and the politician comes back around and he cops the plea. He says, hey, I went to the concert for SZA, not for Kendrick. I was born in this city. I love this city. But real talk, I get it. I shouldn't have gone at all. OVO and Drake have lifted up this city and Canada. For me, it will always be Drake over Kendrick. Brother, you're a day too late and a dollar too short. The cultural awareness I keep saying of some Torontonians, and again, I know this is probably the most I've ever criticized Toronto. Y'all know I love y'all. But some Torontonians, y'all lack of awareness, social awareness, climate awareness, especially when it comes to this, is astounding. You went to the concert of a guy who, even on social media, people are saying, we can't wait for him to call Drake a pedophile in his own city. That's the concert you went to. You're a politician that probably got certain connects. If you wanted to be tucked off away, you could have been in a suite. You could have been wherever if you just love SZA. Now, understand, by the way, if you've never been to their show, it's not like you watch SZA first, then Kendrick. They switch in between. Switch. So you're going to consume Kendrick even if you go to see SZA. But this nigga clearly wanted to be seen. All right? Him saying this now is him now thinking about his political future and thinking about his ass. Which I look at that and be like, I don't think Kendrick going to throw up something on a story saying, please vote for this man. So again, and by the way, I do see people say, yo, why would Drake post this to his story, right? They said, well, Drake's sensitive. Why would Drake post this to his story? Drake is still in his feelings. Well, as I told y'all before, the TDE niggas supposedly want, I'm telling you, they in their feelings. Drake people probably in their feelings too. Everybody in their feelings. This is a very personal battle. This is a personal beef. It's a personal vendetta. This is something that I don't think these guys are going to be able to heal from for a while, if they ever heal at all. So I understand Drake doing that. Also, Kendrick did something similar. Well, not that he posted it to a story, but Snoop Dogg admitted Kendrick felt a certain type of way when he commented on the Taylor-Made song, and he was just like, he thought it was in the spirit of battling, so he wasn't going to knock the fact that Drake used his voice. Kendrick didn't fuck with that. Kendrick, he's playing for keeps. And, you know, again, Drake's playing for keeps as well. Again, same thing happened on both sides. It is what it is, but that was a stupid-ass politician. I can't even lie. Why would you do that, right? Anyway, let's get to the, we are now in court. We're going to get caught up on this trial. One thing I should tell you is that we're at what's called summary witnesses. So all of the witnesses that could bring forth evidence and bring forth their own testimony to their own POV of what they witnessed or saw, those people are done. The government has announced in the Diddy trial today, they're going to have what's called summary witnesses starting today until they end. Now, what is a summary witness? A summary witness is someone that's going to tie together all of these points the government has been trying to make through these other people. Okay? Actually, I've seen a nice little definition that somebody pulled up via Grok. A lot of people have been using Grok lately, huh? And I'll tell you, I'll read out verbatim what it said. It says, in a RICO trial, a summary witness is a witness, often an expert or investigator, who presents an overview or a summary of complex evidence to help the jury understand the case. Their role is to synthesize and explain a large volume of evidence, such as financial records, communication, patterns of criminal activity, that does demonstrate the existence of a criminal enterprise. So remember, Diddy's, the AUSA has been trying to prove for the longest, this is not just one guy who's freaky. This is a criminal enterprise. They're having a hard time having the jurors believe that, because even us, we don't believe that at this point. Everybody keeps saying, yo, this is domestic violence, right? So they're trying to drive it home before they end it. Now, keep in mind, what did I say? No Christina Cororum, no D-Rock, no Uncle Paulie. Who else? No James Cruz. There's a lot of people that we expected that if they really had Diddy dead to rights, would have flipped on Diddy, yet none of them have taken the stand. It's important. The purpose is to provide a clear, concise summary of the evidence shown, and they're especially helpful in RICO cases which involve intricate patterns of illegal conduct over time. Okay, so this is what's going to happen. So they're not a fact witness. They're not going to testify about a personal involvement in the events, but rather analyze and present evidence already introduced in the trial. Their testimony is based on admissible evidence. They cannot introduce new facts. So that's the thing. No more new facts. So the government getting to this point of their case, no more new facts. They're just going off what's already there. Okay? Okay. So let's get to this. And by the way, there's a juror that was dismissed we're going to get to as well.
Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Monday, June 16th. And we're here for day 24 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. And we're going in. Today there should be, either today or tomorrow, I'm hoping today, Brandon Paul. He was described as the drug mule of Combs. And I think he's given that he actually faced some prosecutorial fire, he may be in a better position. Last week on Friday, Jonathan Perez describing his day-to-day work setting up King's Nights for Sean Combs and guests, and then being grilled about who leaked one of the videos that he found on an iPad. It was very reminiscent of Capricorn Clark getting grilled on Broadway. Anyway, we're down to the wire here. We're down to at least of the government's case. The big fight that we're heading in right now for is about Juror 6. It's funny. The fight is over, it would seem. On Friday, Judge Subramanian said he's out. Juror 6 had said he lived in the Bronx. Then he said he visits his girlfriend / mother of his child in New Jersey. Then supposedly, after all that, after he was on the jury, he somehow got into a discussion with court staff and talked about Jersey. That's the best we can make out from what's said in open court. And that's what we report on, what's said in open court, including what's shown on the screens. And Subramanian said, that's it. It seems clear.
Now, let me stop him there. There was an email put out. So the defense did write a letter saying, let's keep this juror. So y'all understand why they want to dismiss this juror. Lack of candor means you've lied. You've not been honest. You've not been forthcoming. On the questionnaire, the voir dire is called, the questionnaire for the jury, one of the persons said they lived in the Bronx. Apparently now they told, I guess, the jury staff, I guess they probably said, damn, man, I got to go catch the train to get back to Jersey. And they're like, Jersey? Fuck you doing in Jersey? Oh, my girl lived there. I stay with my girl. And that person rose the issue to say, this juror ain't supposed to live out of this district. They live out of this district, okay? Oh, wow. Nigel Davis, thank you for the 20, says, I'm getting married on August 29th. Congratulations, my brother. You know, I was thinking about recently, I was like, yo, I seen some shit. Yo, one donation will just get me thrown off, right? I seen some shit, and I was just like, let's see if I could Instagram. I seen this one post, and I was just like, it's a reason why I believe, I seen Glorilla say this. Somebody said, I don't care how good my relationship is. This is a woman saying that. I don't care how good my relationship is. I'm going to still text some niggas. And Glorilla says, for real, for real. And I've been thinking about this, man. This is Sexy Red, Glorilla, debauchery, fuckery culture. And I say that not to complain. I say that to say, if you're a man who has a good girlfriend, like a good girl, like, please, treat her well, give her the world, because there's too much whores out here. There's just too much. Like, trust me. Like, listen, we are struggling to find some good girls out here. You get what I'm saying? All of the girls that we're running into, you fuck them. Oh, you'll put some dick in their stomach, but they're trash. You wouldn't want to have kids with them. You would never want to. Marriage is out of the question. So for my man who's getting married, if you found a woman who could deal with your bullshit and you could deal with their bullshit, they're, not embarrassing, not a hoe, they're loyal, please treasure her, okay? This is how, you got to leave America to find, or you got to date outside your race. I'm going to be honest with you. Because most black women, and I hate to make it race, but these are y'all queens. People y'all look up to are the Ice Spices, Glorillas, Meg Thee Stallion, and all of them just say, we're whores, and we love it, okay? So, to my man getting married, let me read your full donation. I appreciate you. And I hope that, marriage for you is something that's fulfilling. For the rest of us who ain't married, it's time to wrap it up then. It ain't gonna happen, gang. It ain't gonna happen. We ain't finding nobody out here. Like, listen, chat, let me tell you this. All the good girls are taken. If you haven't gotten a girl in 2025 by now, we're stuck with all the whores. All the good girls are taken. All the good girls are taken. Trust. You feel me? Okay. Who's this? Jay Weather says, did Cardi B's album, thank you for 5, bro, get rejected by the label? I think she responded to you the other day, but you didn't get any mentions. I never said her album got rejected by the label. Who said I said that? I think people mistook. You know what? Let me try to find that. And by the way, bro, let me just finish my dude's donation that had let's get married. Let me make sure I read the whole thing. Give me a second. And I know we just started Diddy trial, and I just jumped off key again. But it's okay. We're gonna get through the trial. We're gonna get to through the trial or the trial day. But I do know sometimes you guys are like, yo, there's more things going on in hip hop, bro. Come the fuck on, all right? It's all good. All right. So So my man was saying, I'm getting married on August 29th. My CA is my username. If anyone could help. This is only towards complete and final details. Bro, what do you need help with? Did you want us to plan your wedding? Am I invited? Can I come? Where's the wedding? K Flock's attorney, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, we cut Kai a break with the baddies thing. He don't get a pass for not knowing Wale. He had kids younger than him tell him who that was. He's not hip hop, but he does run the meta. I'm not gonna blame Kai for anything having to do with Wale because y'all have given Kai a position that he didn't ask for. Kai never asked these rappers to come on the stream. They begged him to come on the stream. They wanted his approval. So to blame Kai for not knowing someone, Kai's never said he's the biggest hip-hop fan. I'm pretty sure Kai and his girl probably does little stupid TikToks, and they probably get most of their palette of musical taste from TikTok. Like, what do you think? And by the way, I said this before, but I said it with the biggest rapper. I said it with Drake. I said, here's the thing. Whether it's Drake or any other A-list artist, with all due respect, Kai will never like their music like I loved it. Like, I love Drake's music. Or like someone else like Kendrick's music. Or like someone else likes, I don't know, Travis Scott's music. Kai's favorite artist, he said this openly, is A Boogie. Kai was born in New York. A Boogie was a nigga who kind of represented a lot of New York niggas at that time. That's his favorite artist of all time, bro. Not of all time, but that's his favorite artist. So when y'all are thinking that he's like having your mental space in how we, like, for example, if right now there's an 18-year-old kid that's coming out of New Orleans, Baton Rouge, I'm pretty sure YoungBoy is his favorite artist. He's not going to give a fuck about what Drake got going on. And I only say that to say, I think sometimes y'all put too much pressure on Kai. Kai doesn't give a fuck about the battle like that. He don't care. Like, Kai's just listening to what he listens to. He's cool. You know what I mean? But it works both ways because they're going to these artists or they're going to Kai, right? Like, Drake is like, yo, direct my music video. Okay. Well, Drake should understand, with all due respect, Kai's not your biggest fan. What the fuck? Am I still on Discord? What else here? Discord sound. Kai's not your biggest fan. You know what I mean? And by the way, I'm not saying this necessarily juxtaposed to me or anything else. I think 100% artists are going towards clout, not going towards like their fan base. So don't go towards the clout, which is Kai, but Kai is telling you, he's being honest. The palette of shit I listen to, A Boogie's my favorite. And I'd even say that even in anticipation, by the way, I think Kai's an amazing creator, and he's creative. But let's say, I don't know, I'm using Drake as an example. Let's say Drake says, I'm going to have Kai executive produce my album. I could see Drake fans not being happy because Kai doesn't listen to Drake like that. Kai hasn't listened to Drake since 2011 like that. It's the same thing with these rappers. So I'm not blaming Kai for nothing. Rappers are chasing clout. When you chase clout and Kai is clout, how could I blame him when all y'all want his approval? He ain't coming to y'all. BT came to Kai. Kai didn't go to BT. So if Kai's at BT, like, yo, who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? Don't blame the kid. We gave Kai this status as the biggest hip-hop outlet. We did. The people did. He didn't ask for it. He didn't say, hey, I'm starting on my stream today. I'm going to do some hip-hop shit. Never did. So again, that's why I told everybody hip-hop got to stop dick riding. Because y'all are dick riding and then getting mad or getting disappointed when someone who never asked for a position that y'all have given him, and by the way, he was going to be a big streamer with or without y'all niggas. But y'all are now trying to make it like he's supposed to be I remember when I got on Everyday Struggle. I'll be honest with you. Because I am a hip-hop person, but I was about 10, no, I don't know, I was at least 10 years younger than Joe. I was listening to Chief Keef. He was still wanting to talk about Jay-Z, right? Like, I remember an episode for him, 444, was like a big thing. For me, talking about Uzi, that was a big episode for me. I love talking about Uzi and Yachty and people like that, right? It just shows you where we were, like, within our lives. Mentally, the palette of music we're listening to. But both of us, what connected us both is that we love this and we're hip hop outlets. Like when I knew that there was gonna be other, days or topics, like I would get, sometimes we'll get the topics the night before. Bro, I was studying. I would go back to go listen to whether it was Big Daddy Kane, Rakim, like shit. I had to get in my bag to try to, because I never wanted Joe to just talk straight over my head with his knowledge. So I wanted to have some knowledge, even if it was outside my time. But I'm a person who, I'm telling you, I'm rooted in hip hop. That's it. In the streaming world, I don't think I'm that big. I think in hip hop, I'm big. You know what I'm saying? So when y'all say that about Kai, it's not Kai's job to know Wale. It's my job to know Wale, not Kai's job. Y'all have given him this title, and then y'all expect all type of dumb shit from him. All Kai got to know is his friends, what he want to do, and do what he want to do. Hip hop, stop, dick, riding. Please, just stop. Okay. Why'd I go on that fucking rant? Oh, it's K-Flock's intern. K-Flock's attorney said, where's my defendant K-Flock at? Complex, eat a dick. K-Flock's attorney also said, possible being 27. Now I'm from 145th and Lenox. They got to fight me. Act unbig in the chat. Somebody said, I don't see Lloyd Banks on that list. See, that's another thing, right? G. Milton says, yo, damn Act, keep doing what you're doing. That white got you looking slim. You know why I wore white today, chat? I know, I'm doing too much before I get to the trial. I wore white today because usually, this is going to be mad TMI. I usually take a shit in the morning. So I'm taking a shit in the morning, I'm on my phone, blah, blah, blah. And right when I'm coming out, I see the scale. And I step on the scale, and, the pre-shit weigh-in is crazy. I told you I was 276 as, like, my largest point. I weighed myself today, and I was 217. So I'm 217. I'm hoping to get to 200. So I'm 17 pounds away from 200. So I was feeling, I'm feeling kind of thin, and also I'm not hungry and nothing like that. I'm good. Perfect, So I'm like, white. Not doing black today. I'm hitting the white. When I wear black, I gotta cover up, I gotta slim it down. But shit, I was like 217 today. I'm cooking. I'm good. So I'm wearing white. Plus I seen these hats. I'm like, Yeah, I was feeling myself. It's all good. Who else? Tim D, the barber. It says, your shorts so tight, I can see your heartbeat. Nah, nigga, you gonna see that there's no man boobs in this shit like that. Nigga, I used to have a little jiggle. I used to have a jiggle. Like, the jiggle was jiggling, bro. So, you know what I mean? I went in the closet to get the white, but the ones you can see that, yeah, it's not man, well, it's still a little man boob. I ain't gonna lie, it's man boobie. But it's not, but it's like half man boob, half pecs. Like, you could see it and be like, that's pecs. That's pecs. That's man boob pecs type shit, Hey, Solo, thank you for becoming a member. All right, cool. And then, let me go back over to the other channel. Ray Shelton says, when Axe stated I'll be streaming on Saturday at the end of Friday's stream, I knew we wouldn't see him until Monday. I did stream. I streamed for 30 minutes at the Vibes Cartel show. I did. Captain D Hard, pause. I'm gonna call you Captain Hard, bro. That sounds crazy too. They said TDE told you to sit down and not get up until they told you to when you was at the concert. Is that true? What? Chat. They're always gonna put some spin on it. When they say shit like that, you should just say, Axe said someone recorded. I'm not even gonna dignify with a back and forth, because now I could tell I have the loudest voice in hip hop. I could tell somebody probably feels a way about how I said that or I explained the story. So now they're trying to twist it. Y'all have the video. No more talking. Put it out. No more talking. There's no more talking needed, okay? I showed up. Good show. Good conversations. And I'm not here also to trash those men, because when you stand in front of somebody and you have a manly conversation, I take them at their word, and I hope they take me at my word. I'm not here to go online to try to make them look weak or look like suckers or look like they bitches, and I hope that they're not trying to do the same as well, okay? There was respect on both sides in both conversations, and that's as much as I'll address on it. I think I spoke too much on it already. At this point, put the video out. Other than that, nothing more to say. Okay. Who else? Somebody says, you like Officer Tatum, bro. What are you talking about? Okay. Oh, the Cardi B thing. So let me address the Cardi B thing real quick, and then we're gonna get back to trial. So did Cardi B's album get rejected by the label? I think she responded to you the other day, but it didn't get any mentions. Okay, here's I'll respond to the Cardi B thing. I think you guys took me out of context. I don't know if she was responding to me. I don't know if she was responding to me at all, but I did see a clip. There's a short clip. Oh, is it this?
I crashed out the other day. It was just truly a disagreement, and not only was it truly a disagreement, it was also a middleman saying stuff, and it's like, when like somebody is like in the middle saying something, words get translated wrong. People don't know who said what said this, what said that, and yada yada yada. But I want to clear up some shit because I don't know why bitches and motherfuckers, I feel like sometimes people just go on Twitter and just be like, oh my God, let me just go on this topic. They don't know what, where, and what say something. They just like make shit up. First of all, for y'all to say that I turned in my album and they said no, let me tell you something. My label have heard all my songs as I do them because they always check on me every 3 weeks, a month. They always check in like, hey, they pay for the studio. So,
by the way, another thing I'll say too, we could say a lot of things about Cardi, and I think this is why I've ever got a relationship with her. She's never struck me as a liar. Like, I've never thought Cardi got online and lied. Like, there's certain people who they flat out lie, and then some people who twist the truth up. Cardi, honestly, she's a really straight shooter to me. And by the way, I want to clarify. I know you're like, just play the fucking clip, but I got to clarify if any of this was because of people took what I said. I want to be very clear in what I either said or I currently mean. Number one, there is a change of the top brass at Atlantic. Those people have to gel and have to mix with the artist that's been there before. Okay? It's a new type of system on how they're dealing with artists. None of that means they don't prioritize Cardi, they don't like Cardi, or they want Cardi's music or whatever to go away. I've said as well, they're so heavily, like Cardi is someone that you sign to a franchise, like she has the max deal in your franchise. You're committed to her. You're going to build around her, whether you like it or not. If you inherit Atlantic, Cardi is of the highest importance. You don't buy the team, and I'm using just sports terms. You don't buy the team if you hate the fact that this is your number one person. And if you do, it's going to be hella hard to get out of it. So the current staff of Atlantic, they also, and I know this is a fact because I speak to them. I told you, I speak to the guys at 10K. They're my peoples. They love Cardi. Now, is it the same working relationship? Probably not. What does that mean? You know how Cardi says she talks to her label every 3 weeks? Well, it might be a little bit different with how they check in on stuff. They might be also like, hey, Cardi, this is our outlook for how you should go with things, while maybe the other group that used to run Atlantic used to go with another outlook. Or maybe they used to say, Cardi, you just do what you want. We'll just fund it. Those things are going to be very different, okay? Because you're having a change at the top. But I want to make it very abundantly clear. Cardi B is still of the highest priority, but I do think, this is my personal thought now, that because Cardi hasn't dropped in a while, I think they are trying to make sure whatever happens with this upcoming release is going to be so good and executed perfectly. Right? So I don't know if people took what I said and other people spoke about this, but I don't know if I'm only addressing what I said. But please that was not intended if that was from me.
So they clearly be like, hey, what's going on? Sometimes they pop in and be like, hey, what's going on? Just making sure you're working. So for y'all to be like, oh, she turned in her album and her label didn't approve. The heads of my label been hearing my album for a very long time. All the songs that I do, they've been heard it from the time I've been doing it. Because like I say, they always pop in and check in and whatever. Second, like, I'm going to just give you a very big example. Like, Outside, I like the song, but, like, I feel like there's other songs that I really, 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 really love. Like, and that's...
Okay, I'm not going to... You guys could go watch it. There's a full 10-minute version. She hops on Spaces a lot. I personally have said I think this got to be the fuck Offset album. And I like Offset. Offset's a very cool guy. I speak to him all the time. But this is where this is where the interest is in Cardi's life. You've been through an entire relationship with a guy, had 3 kids, got married pretty early in the industry, and now it seems like that situation is over. We want to hear what you say, not on Twitter Spaces and rants. We want to hear what you say in music. So I think that's what the album should be. I haven't heard any music yet. I think Cardi had invited me to come listen to some songs. I haven't heard anything, but I would imagine whenever it comes out, it's going to be good. If you don't know, I think Cardi's one of the only artists that their first release, every song on that project has been certified by the RIAA as platinum, which is a huge deal, but also a lot to live up to. Again, Atlantic, new people up there, but they're pot committed to, if you know that poker term, they're pot committed to Cardi B. And Cardi got to learn them a little bit. They got to learn Cardi. That's what it is. 10K TJ, think of it at 5. It says, we got to get Discord popping again, but we need more chat queens and some more chat queens to Discord. Okay, this man just trying to get some ass. It's like, yo, bro, we got to get Discord popping. Send the females over here. Okay, bro. All right. Cool. We are back. So let me finish Inner City Press saying what he had to say. And by the way, there was a letter that was docketed to Judge Summerian, from him, where he was speaking about Juror 6 because they did dismiss him. Okay, here we go.
But this guy was trying desperately to get onto the jury, so he's got to be off. But then Agnifilo made a passionate plea, talking about the right to a jury of one's peers and it's constitutional, apparently appellate issues. Xavier Donaldson said, it's so, in this district, there's so many problems with the racial composition of juries. You've done a great job, Judge, but, this is key. And then Brian Steele said the government knew all along that Juror 6 was a problem, but didn't say anything until they thought that he was pro-Diddy. So, Judge Subramanian then said, I want to thank Mr. Agnifilo and Mr. Donaldson for their arguments, and if my thinking changes, I'll let you know. Well, there's certainly nothing in the docket, but in this case, who knows? Despite our filing in week 1, many things are not being docketed. The only thing docketed over the weekend, to my knowledge, was Alexander Shapiro, essentially the appellate lawyer of Combs, making an argument about Juror 6, with many redactions, but at least it went into the docket. Again, that's the thing here. They seem to believe that if anything could be redacted, you can just withhold the whole thing until weeks later. And it's making it very difficult to report on the case. And it's making it very dangerous, too, because you don't know what's been admitted and what's not been admitted. You don't know, what arguments are being made in these non-docketed filings. So we're just going to continue blasting away. What can I say? Now, also, in EDNY today, I think we can say this.
Okay. See, he's about to get into the Eastern District. Okay. So, I thought there was something on the docket about that juror. So, like, the AUSA thinks they have a Trojan horse. You got to remember, one juror could fuck their whole case up. Clearly, they think this person, obviously they have an ethical responsibility to make sure someone doesn't have lack of candor issues. But I think they think this person, based on them summing it up now, this person was dying to get on the jury because they're in favor of Diddy. So they want this motherfucker out of here, right? Now, keep in mind, I don't know if you guys watched the YNW Melly trial. YNW Melly, that mistrial supposedly came from one juror. It only takes one. One juror said, I don't give a fuck what y'all niggas say. I'm not voting guilty because I don't think he did it. I don't think he did it. That person was unable to be convinced, and at a certain point, the judge accepted that this was going to end in a mistrial. Now, obviously, the state elected to try him again, and that's why he's still in Broward County, and he's still awaiting his second trial for double homicide. However, it takes one juror, people. One juror. Okay. So cool. So the next thing, well, I want to read you guys the letter. And by the way, if you're wondering why I'm not rushing to get to like this witness on the stand, they're not giving any new information. They're just summing shit up, right? They're just giving a summary. All right. Okay. Oh, this is from the juror. Oh, not the juror. I mean, the defense. This is from Alexander Shapiro. Ah. Okay, so they wrote a letter saying, don't dismiss this juror, and it doesn't look like they've made a ruling yet. Doesn't look like they've made a ruling yet, huh? Okay. Cool. Now, remember, chat, there's 18 people who's in the jury box. There's 12 that are going to vote, but there's 6 alternates. The alternates are ranked. Right? If the jurors, and by the way, I finally seen there's a website. This dude actually has a website here that describes everybody. Here we go. Diddy docket. Okay? Now, what's important is that this is the juror breakdown right now. We don't know which one's 6. But there's a male. He's 31. He's an investment analyst. Or analyst. There's a 39-year-old male. He's a social worker. A 41-year-old male. We don't have race demographics. Prison communications worker. There's a scientist. There's a retired person from finance, 68. Okay? There's another 68 male retired telecommunications person. There's a logistics analyst. Now, I'll say this. I've noticed people who tend to work in mathematical or science fields are very logic-based. They're very black and white, right? While people who work in social fields, like social workers and other fields of the sort, they're a psychologist, they're able to, kind of look at things in a gray area. So, for example, somebody who works in logistics or maybe a scientist, it's either A or B. There's no A-B or something in the middle. While someone that might be a social worker or someone that might have the understanding of, psychology or sociology, they might be like, yeah, she's not telling all the way truth. She forgot a couple things, but people don't forget the sentiment. That did happen, right? So I'm looking at this. We are kind of seeing some people who work with numbers. So if you ask me, if I'm Diddy, I want people that work with numbers on this case, because there's certain stuff that sounds like sex traffic. It's one of those, right? Where it's like, kinda, not really. You want the person who's going to say, no. There's no kinda, no really. There's either yes or no. Either it 100% looks like it or it 100% no. Now, granted, the standard to find him guilty is beyond a reasonable doubt. However, these jurors are going to vote. They're not going to apply that, necessarily to their vote. They might be like, I heard enough. There's so much smoke, nigga. There's a fire somewhere. So there's a social worker. Okay, so we got somebody from finance. I think that's good for Diddy. Telecommunications, I can't tell. Prison communications, can't tell. Investment analyst, I think that's good too. So investment analyst, scientist, I think that's good. Retired from finance, I think that's good. Logistics analyst, I think that's good. Banking, okay? You want numbers. It's either, it's either $1 or $2. It's not like, it's $1.20. No, nigga, we're only dealing with whole dollars here. Okay. Actor and a massage therapist. I don't know about that one. There's a deli clerk. Okay. By the way, these are the females. It's a 30-year-old female. It's a deli clerk. I'd be a little bit concerned about this. Nursing aide. No. physician's assistants and former treatment coordinator. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 4 women, 8 men. Not bad. Not bad. And I also hear that there is more than half that are African Americans. That's what I heard as well. Okay. So, cool. I bet. All right. Also, let's see if we can find the. Can we find the indictment? I would love to find the indictment. Okay. So, great. This is a superseding 3. So this is SS3. Okay. Sorry. Now, the reason why I'm doing some of this, chat, is that we're starting to wrap this shit up. When we saw the indictment weeks ago, if not months ago, we just saw charges on a sheet. We were going to see if these things are provable. Well, all of the witnesses to provide factual evidences have already testified. So we're now at the part where, yeah, we're getting these summary witnesses, but we're also trying to figure out, did they prove it based on what we know? So let's go down to it. Okay, we know the enterprise, they're still trying to prove that. But let's go to the charges. So the first charge is the charge of, give me a second. Where's the count? Okay, so count 1 is RICO. Count 1 is RICO. All right? Now, we all know that's the big charge. I'm not too sold on it. I could see Diddy possibly beating it, even though there's so many things in it. I've told you about the anatomy of a RICO charge. We have predicate acts and overt acts. Predicate acts consist of, I believe, about 17 offenses federally. Let me see, how many predicate acts do exist? How many predicate acts, offenses in federal RICO? It might be more. Okay, it's 35 of them, actually. So it's 35 predicate crimes that fall under RICO, okay? And they include these things: bribery, sports bribery, counterfeit, theft, embezzlement, extortionate, credit transaction, fraud, multiple frauds, mail fraud, wire fraud, financial fraud, unlawful procurement of citizenship, reproduction of naturalization and citizenship papers, sale of naturalization, obscene matter, obstruction of justice, criminal investigations, obstruction of state or law enforcement, tampering with a witness. Okay, it's just a lot. Murder for hire. We see murder for hire, which that's Dirk. Sexual exploitation of children, interstate transportation of stolen property, money laundering, gambling, illegal gambling, right? Welfare funds, wagering, paraphernalia, transportation aid and racketeering enterprises, interference with commerce by threats or violence, peonage, slavery, and trafficking of people. Which this is where the Mann Act falls under that too. I think that's 1591, 18 U.S.C. 1591. Fraud, misuse of that, misuse of passport, forgery, There's a lot tied against a witness, informants, tampering with an informant. Okay, so there's a lot of things that fall under there, and trafficking. Okay, so sex trafficking falls under this one, right? But arson and shit like that also is there too. Cool. So we're not gonna get into count 1 like that. That's going to be where this whole case is determined. As I said, if Diddy gets found guilty on that, he's going to get 20 years. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Diddy will get 20 years in prison, federal prison, if he gets found guilty on count 1, which is RICO. Count 2 is sex trafficking. It's not a RICO charge. This is a separate charge. But this is the sex trafficking of and victim 1. So the second charge is Diddy sex traffic victim 1. Now, if he's sex trafficked victim one, I've told you this before, it also falls up in the RICO as well. But if they couldn't prove the other stuff with the RICO, they could just get isolated charge. I'll ask y'all, do you think Cassie was sex trafficked? That's up to y'all. If you say yes, y'all the jury at this point. If you say yes, you would vote yes that he's guilty. If you say no, he would be not guilty on count 2. Count 3, and I think this is going to be an easier charge. If anything, I think Diddy's best chance, I don't see him being not guilty on all charges. I see him being not guilty on the sex trafficking charges. And then the RICO, that's going to be a big if. But if he beats that W, I think if he gets found guilty of prostitution right here, which is, that's count 3, I think he still hugs his lawyers in court. You ever see one of those where they get found guilty or not guilty of like 90% of things, but they get one guilty and they still happy as fuck, they crying tears? Yeah, because this, Diddy would have to serve 2 years. 2 years, you're done with this, get married, stop doing freak offs. Well, I don't know if you will. And just get your life back on track, right? So this is the prostitution thing. And here's the thing. This it's a transportation of victim 1 and sex workers. So Cassie and the sex workers. Now, this kind of lines up with sex trafficking. You got to remember, they overcharge him a bit. If they can't get him for sex trafficking, they want to get him for prostitution. So sex trafficking means by force, fraud, or coercion, which means they weren't willing. If they can't get him if you listen to him, be like, I think Cassie was willing. And all the sex workers claim they were willing too. So this is not sex trafficking. If you can't get him for that, you then look to the next thing. Well, if it ain't sex trafficking where they're being forced, it's definitely prostitution, right? It's prostitution. Even though his defense is, I never paid none of these people directly. Somebody else paid him. Okay? Cool. And then Diddy's argument is going to be, were you paid for your time or were you paid for just sex? The prosecution is trying to make the case to say he was paying for sex and would even compensate more when they ejaculate, right? Okay, so let's go to count 4. Count 4 is another sex trafficking charge, but this one is of victim 2. Victim 2. So this is Jane Doe. This is 50 Cent's baby mom. Do you think, chat, we're voting at this point. We're doing a preliminary vote. We're going to do many votes until we get to a verdict, chat. Just bear with me. Do you believe that Jane Doe, 50 Cent's baby mom, victim 2, do you believe Jane Doe was sex trafficked? Do you believe that she was forced to do commercial sex acts brought across state lines and they influenced and disrupted interstate commerce by her doing these commercial sex acts that she didn't want to do and she was forced to do by actual force, by fraud, or by coercion? What do you guys think? So let me know. That's count 4. But this is about Jane Doe. Let's go to count 5. This becomes, remember, if they can't get him for count 4, just like it's like piggyback charges. If they can't get him for sex trafficking, so the big one is RICO. If the RICO gets, if he gets found guilty of RICO, and I think I've said this to y'all, if he gets found guilty of RICO, all of it is going to be guilty on all charges. Because the RICO is the hardest to prove. Then they separated sex trafficking just for Cassie. But if they can't prove the sex trafficking, they say, well, prostitution for Cassie and the sex workers. Then they say sex trafficking for Jane Doe, a.k.a. Daphne Joy. And if they can't prove that, it becomes prostitution for Daphne Joy and the sex workers. Get me? And that's the 5 counts. Okay? That's it. That is it. So, with that being said, the 2 witnesses that matter is Jane Doe, 50 Cent baby mama Daphne Joy, and also Cassie. Now you might say, what about these other people who claim they got beaten, right? Like Mia, Capricorn Clark, claim she was abused. Well, all of that comes into either establishing the enterprise, RICO, or other predicate acts under RICO. With RICO, you need 2 predicate acts. 2. Now, the predicate acts they've listed under RICO, or predicate offenses, right? Okay? I told you there's 35 of them. Predicate acts under RICO, I'll tell you what it is. Give me a second. Let me go. Where is it? Okay. So they're alleging kidnapping. They're alleging arson. They're alleging, what else? Kidnapping, arson, bribery. They're alleging tampering with witness, victim or informant. They're alleging forced labor, the Mann Act. They're alleging sex trafficking. They're alleging prostitution. They're alleging, all right, so we got to count all these up. A, kidnapping. B, arson. C, bribery. D, tampering with witness. E, forced labor. F, sex trafficking. G, transportation and inducement for travel purposes of prostitution or other legal services. H, narcotics distribution. Okay? Distribution and possession. Okay? With the intent to distribute. Okay. So what's that? That's 8. There's 8 predicate acts that they believe that Diddy has done. They need to prove 2 out of the 8. Do you understand? They need to prove 1/4. 1/4. So 2 out of 8. Some of these might be easier than others to prove. Kidnapping. Would we call what happened in an Intercontinental Hotel kidnapping? Did Cassie say she couldn't leave? Well, she tried to leave. He beat her. He dragged her back. Did she say he prevented her to leave? That could be something that could be, voted on and say yes, right? Diddy's lawyer's been trying to address that too. That's why they talked so long about that video. Also, other people who said whatever, that's hearsay, pretty much. Like, yeah, he beat the door down, he came in, he threw something in my head, we couldn't go nowhere. You're not going to find a nigga guilty and give him 20 years off of word of mouth, right? Or unless there's a lot of word of mouth, right? Arson. Are you going to say he blew up Kid Cudi card? I don't think you could find him guilty on arson. So I don't think this is proved. Bribery. Here's $100,000. Delete the video. Delete the video. That's a decent point. Diddy was always paying for things to keep people quiet. Paying for things to keep people quiet. Tampering with witnesses. That comes in when he was calling Dawn Richard. She was, at the time, possibly Kalina. And also even how they were trying to speak with, was it Mia or someone else? And that was supposed to be an attempt to subvert what was a grand jury hearing. That would be tampering with a witness. Forced labor. These people say they had to work 20 plus hours a day. At times, they didn't get paid for it. They had no choice, as many of them say. Was that convincing enough? Keep in mind, you got to agree 100%. You have to have no doubt in your mind. Sex trafficking. We talked about that already. It would be sex trafficking of either Jane Doe or Cassie or the sex workers. And another prostitution thing and drugs. We'll see. All right. Okay. I think we are ready. think we're ready. So let's go. Again, this is a summary witness. Bear with me, people. There's no new info that's coming out today. Maybe some new motions. And maybe the judge might hear a few things. And we might get a glimpse of what the defense case is going to be. So Judge Summarian says, I hope everybody had a good weekend. The defense has a motion for a NAPA, or NAP, I don't know, I'm probably saying it wrong, instruction to the jury. So there's an instruction that the defense has requested. They said that because they believe that Banna, Miss Bungalone, committed perjury, and I'm not going to lie, the AUSA's kind of agreed that, we think it happened, or it did happen, but her details were definitely wrong. They're saying that is something perjurious. It's lies. Could you tell the jurors to not think about anything she said? The judge has agreed, or not agreed, has disagreed and said, I denied the motion's defense. I denied the defense motion. Now in Juror 6. Last week, the defense posed a further questioning of the juror. I took time to reconsider. The defense observes in its June 15th letter, here, the record raises serious concerns about the juror shading his answers to be on the jury. The shift in answers raised questions about the juror's credibility, so the court has indicated that Juror 6 should be dismissed. The defense now urges further questioning. The judge says the defense raised concerns about replacing an African-American juror with a white one and cite the Second Circuit case. The courts take this very seriously, but further question is inappropriate and might negatively impact the jury. That's why we have alternates. Mr. Donaldson praised the diversity of the jury and said the process worked wonderfully. The defense asked the court to base its decision on race. That would be inappropriate. So Juror 6 is excused and is going to be replaced by the first alternative. So the judge is saying, y'all made a request that if we're going to take off a black juror, we should put it on another black juror. If we made the decision based on race, that would be prejudicial as well. So we're going to excuse a juror since you had previously agreed that the jury was very diverse. We're going to excuse that juror, which is now we get to realize a black juror, and he's going to be replaced by the first alternate. That seemingly is a white one. Okay? As to the defense allegations of prosecutorial misconduct here that is inviting the court to make a decision based on race, it can't be granted. As to the issue about another juror that arose on Friday, and apparently there's another juror they got an issue with, we don't know. So I'll question that juror at the end of today's session. The party should tell me if we clear the courtroom or do it in the Roman room. If any event, the press and the public are not allowed to hear and report in real time. If jury gone, why Roman room? All right. So Inner City Press says if the jury's gone, why Roman room? Okay. The jurors enter. The judge says, welcome back. The government may call its next witness. The AUSA says, first, let's do some exhibits. They're entered on a seal. They're subject to connection. Now we'll call our first witness, Miss Sankar. Sankar pops up. She's a paralegal, a specialist for the U.S. Attorney's Office. They says, what did you work on in this case? Sankar says, I did 2 summary charts. I was asked to verify the accuracy of. Said, could you help describe the documents of these underlying these charts? Well, it's hundreds of pages of documents. It says, who's in the message in this particular chart? That's KK, Christina Cororum. And whose cell phone is this? That's Brendan Paul. How did Miss Cororum respond to Mr. Lopez about seeing the escort? Sankar says, 4 laughing emojis. So Miss Cororum responded to Mr. Lopez about seeing the escort. 4 laughing emojis. Is he going to stay awake? How long is he going to stay awake? And this one from January 30th, 2023. It's an audio file. Yes. So Miss Foster, could you play the first minute and 10 seconds? They play it. There's a female voice saying 2 things are weird. The only person who was you. Someone found an iPad. Remember, somebody found an iPad of Jane Doe getting her guts rearranged. It says, yes. So what did Mr. Cororum say in this audio? She says he's going to the 4 Seasons and wants you to bring Gatorade and chicken noodle soup. So read these. So that'll be Dave Shirley. Rock riding with him. Sankar is in KK says no to Rock. Sankar is reading messages as KK. It says, hey, could you run 4,000 cash from Rock to the hotel? Sure. Sanker says, heads up, he's about to do a wild king night. AUSA says, forgot to pick up the money. Just give it to Fa, just in case. AUSA says, what did the hotel write to Ms. Cororum? Sanker says, the hotel call, Paul is coming up. AUSA says, does Paul appear anywhere else in this chart? Sanker says, yes. Let's turn off the exhibit to the public. Judge says, just let me know when they're off. So, okay, cool, let's go. Please read these messages between Jane and Ms. Cororum. Cororum says, ask them if they could bring up 15 bath towels. AUSA says, he always brings between 5 and 10K. They're expecting people to leave the presidential suite at 1. Now, chat, I don't know if you know what's going on here. Since Christina Cororum is not going to take the stand, what's happening is that they have seized messages that they are just going to introduce into court. They're in the discovery. They could be read into the evidence, right? There can't be any type of explanation about these text messages. It can't be like, what did you mean? It has to be blatantly what the messages say. They've fought back and forth on what should be admitted, and that's why they're doing this, okay? So KK says, ask them if we could bring 15 bath towels. He always brings between 5 and 10,000. They're expecting people to leave the presidential suite at 1. We're taking off. Says, and these? Sanker says these are setting up a flight for Jane. What's this? Flight information from Jessica Ruiz to KK for Arthur Jr. and Paul. And these? Can you pick up the cash for Guido at Mapleton? There we go. All right, let's keep it going. Oh, look like this thing got fractured again. So, this was 9 o'clock, so it's about 3 hours ago. Fuck. Okay. Now here we go. Okay. What does Cororum write to Sean? She writes, Guido outside. Combs replies with an audio message. Play it. Combs sounds hoarse. He says, about Guido. Take care of it, please. So he says to Christina, take care of Guido. What did KK say? Done. AUSA says, do some of the messages involve Cassie Ventura? Sankar says, yes. AUSA says, page 5. May 2nd, 2017. What are these? Text between Cassie and KK. AUSA says, okay, I'll read as Cassie. You read as KK. What the fuck? Sanker as KK says, you okay? Cassie says, no one deserves to be dragged by their hair. AUSA says, row 87 to 92. April 20th, 2018, Cassie and KK. Cassie says, I just can't anymore. KK says, I'm here for you. Heart emoji. Cassie says, I'm bummed, but I don't want to derail. KK says, definitely don't derail. It's not worth it. AUSA says, let's turn to Jane's messages. You read Jane. Sanker says, we got into a fight. I'm not doing hotel night. I'll bring him a cake. So what's this date of this filing? November 16, 2023. What are these? Audio files from November 19th. Play it. Audio rings. Diddy says, yo, we really can't talk on this phone. You know what I'm saying? I called, I reached out. You know what I'm saying? My love is definitely true. Just some kinky shit that I thought we definitely enjoyed. Audio. So it looked like Jane recorded him. Jane recorded. Oh, that's a lineup. Wow. Jane recorded him 3 days after Cassie's lawsuit. You see? This is when Cassie filed. A day later, there's a settlement. 2 days later, Jane Doe calls him, and he's saying we can't really talk on his phone. You know what I'm saying? And she says, I don't know. It's like word for word. It's like crazy to me. It feels sick. Combs says, but like you know, and they turn the audio off. So play the next one. Diddy says, I really need your friendship right now. Don't send no text. Diddy, in a recorded audio, he says, I need to just tell you, I need your friendship. Baby, I got to meet, you got to meet my moms. You know what I'm saying? Please pray for me. She says, okay. AUSA says 3 days later, what are these? Say KK writes, we all know your kryptonite. Wow. We all know your kryptonite. Holy. AUSA says, please make sure Robin make sure that rent is paid. It seems like they're talking about Jane. So I guess they're saying their kryptonite is Jane Doe, not Cassie. Which did not tell you that she would have a more significant importance and understanding, even though I think she butchered her testimony because she's still in love. So Diddy was saying, yo, make sure her rent get paid, bro. AUSA says, what's this? An image I found on Mr. Corum's phone from December 28th, 2023. A photo of the cell phone screen. It says, I lost work opportunities. I guess that's from Jane, right? Sanker says, this is Jane says, you broke me. You asked me what I needed to move on, and now you're upset. Look like that's when she's asking him for some money. She's asking $400,000. Sanker says, he said he would send the tapes by my baby daddy. So Jane Daphne's texting KK. He said he would send tapes to 50. I'm traumatized. He asked me who I'm seeing over and over again. Daphne, he said he'll send the sex tapes to the father of my child. On them, I'm drugged. I'm beyond hurt by him. AUSA says, what does KK says? I haven't spoken with him. AUSA says, in these photos of his cell phone, can you read them? Jane says, you fucked everything up. You win. AUSA says, what are these? Videos I found on KK's devices. Foster said, let's play it. There's a woman voice says, like $1,000. So what's in the photo? It looks like a long manicured nail. What does KK write? They just chilling at his house. Out to shop like King Knight mode or Gucci bag mode. LOL. Your Honor, can we break here? They take a break. They come back. Sanker says, what does this exhibit show? Shows messages of Sean Combs and Damian Butler, aka D-Rock, and Mia. Turn off the screens to the public and the press. AUSA says, please read D-Rock's messages, and I'll read the other. D-Rock says, love you, man. If you need a friend here, I'm here. Combs says, I'll call you back. Talking to the kids. D-Rock says, where are you? AUSA says, Virginia Beach. Or no, Mia says, Virginia Beach. D-Rock texts her number to Combs. Mia to D-Rock says, oh, I didn't have my phone. I was scuba diving. D-Rock says that we're opening up a new restaurant on the 17th. He says he doesn't want anything from you. Mia says, super smart to stay in your bubble. Mia also says, I'm on an island off the coast of Honduras. D-Rock says, I love to hear about Honduras. Let me know I can send you something. Mia says, I never asked for anything. D-Rock says, I'm not allowed to send my sister a gift. AUSA says, did you have any other involvement in this case? Sanker says no. No further question. Ms. Garagos, Tenny gets up. Tenny says, Ms. Sandcarter, this message from Damian Butler to Sean Combs, let's pull up the exhibit. Line 363, days earlier, the legal filing. And Garagos says, could you please read Nat more? Says the article could have been worse. They're calling up a breakup fight. Garagos says, let's read some of the messages not included in the chart. Jane writes, I could be dropped off a building. I could be dropped off at my building's front desk. KK writes, he speaks directly with Puff Daddy. I don't deal with him. LOL, right? Sanker says, right. Jane writes to KK, pulling up to the airport. Smiley face. I'm excited to surprise him. Garagos says, may I cover with AUSA Foster? Judge says, of course. Jurors, while we wait, I'm going to stand up and stretch. You may as well. Okay. Garrigo says, I think we need to shut off the screens for the public and the press. November 22nd, 2023, between Jane and KK, right? Yes. Jane says, I'm not doing any more hard partying than this one, about 3 years of wasted time. Interesting, my people. Very interesting. Let me load up the chat over here. Give me a second. Everything's taking a second. So this is the first of, I don't know how many summary witnesses they're going to bring. I don't know. All right. Okay, we're cooking in here, chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're about 19,000 strong. We got to get to 20. 19,000 strong overall. We got about 7K on the Academy, 6K on King Academics, and then the numbers fall 3,500 on Rumble. No, not Rumble, I mean Kick, and I believe 2,000 on Rumble. Okay. All right. Here's some more. So they're trying to turn the screens off. Okay. While we wait for that. Oh.
Live one.
Look like Uncle's also out here. Here we go. Here we go.
I got to court. I got up there about 8:58. The judge was already into his response. Yesterday, Alexandra Shapiro filed a motion with the court to resist and to support and detail the reasons why juror number 6 should remain on the jury. Now that juror number 6 is off the jury, juror number 6 was a black male. There's only one black male left on the jury. I think he was replaced with a white male. They talked about something. I think they both, the defense and the prosecution, has to question this new juror, you know, whatever that means. But at the end of the day, juror number 6 has been dismissed. This was a blow for Puff. It's not a good thing for Puffy. Today wasn't a good day, in my opinion. You know, when you have a jury of your peers, your true peers, you know, you feel better about your situation. Puffy being a black male, I think Puffy is a foundational black American male. You know, and Alexandra Shapiro talks about that. She talks about that in page 2.
Yeah, that's a letter.
Issues that go on. That's what it was. You know, they were going through this, and what they're trying to do now is, you know, which is what they've been trying to do, they got this girl on the stand, and she is just corroborating, trying to tie in, you know.
Oh, so Sanker is a woman.
Flying Paul from LA to Miami is the SEX trafficking and the SEX PROSTITUON, you know, and she's just, you know, it's all, you know, what they're attempting to prove. We got to see how it all shakes out. Supposedly this week is going to be the final week for the defense, for the prosecution, and then the defense will begin calling their witnesses who will come in and testify for Puff. We got to see who that person, you know, who those people are. I think that's going to be very important. Wayne 704, what's up? I think that's going to be very important. And I think, you know, a lot of the case is going to hinge upon these defense witnesses and what it is they come in and say and what it is they come in and do. But I'm going to get out of here. I think they're supposed to have Brendan Paul, who is the, they call him the drug mule. We already know what that's going to be. The direct examination, he's probably have immunity, compelled to testify.
Wait, oh wow, they're still bringing other people then. Oh, look like they're just tying. I thought they were going to do this at the end of their case. So they're done with the victims. It seems like what they're really trying to tie in or tie up is sex trafficking. But some of the other stuff like the drugs is going to fall under RICO, and they're not done with that yet. But they're tying up count 2, 3, 4, and 5. But if they're still bringing more witnesses that's going to testify about like drug possession and stuff like that, that's only under the RICO.
For threat of prosecution. So they're going to put him on the stand, and Federated States of GM Kemet, why Jules, the male escort, didn't testify. I'm thinking he wasn't there. How do you feel about that? I don't know anything about that, man. Thank you for the super chat, Federated to cheat, right? So we already know what they're going to put Brendan Paul on the stand and say, oh, Puff did this, Puff did that. But what I always look for and what's always most important is the cross-examination. That is the good part. Do me a favor, y'all. Double tap that screen. Give this video a like. So that's where we are. I will be back tomorrow to...
So it looked like my bro dips out a little bit early. It's all good. We're still here. Okay. Garrett goes, so Tenny's saying, here, could you read this message from, this is from KK to Perez. Is asking, how does he look? And Perez says, shockingly good, better than before. Right? Who's Perez? Oh, it's Jonathan Perez. I think that's her assistant. So the chief of staff is asking the assistant, how does Diddy look? I guess Diddy look, right? Said better than before. And Sankar says yes, and they said nothing further. So, okay, that's really quick. That's really quick. Sankar. It's a summary witness. You know what I'm also looking for? I'm looking for the leaks in... I'm looking for the leaks of the audio, because all the audio they play in court, unless it says this is under seal, we should have access to. We should 100% have access to. It was so interesting. Many other outlets have stopped kind of covering this case as intricately. I think we're probably one of the biggest, then Law and Crimes, that we're still doing. Obviously, there's still journalists and bloggers that are at the courthouse, but we're not seeing, you know, I think people are a little bit fatigued. Some people are a little bit fatigued. So Brendan Paul, he's going to take the stand. Brendan Paul. Maybe today. We didn't hear about that before. So Brendan Paul for sure is going to be, if you don't remember, this is the guy right here.
This is 25-year-old Brendan Paul. He's a former Syracuse University basketball player, but he's better known off the court as P. Diddy's alleged drug mule. These allegations date back to February, when a bombshell civil lawsuit against P. Diddy called out Brendan Paul by name, listing him as someone who allegedly acquires and distributes Diddy guns and drugs. This was the lawsuit filed by Rodney Jones, better known as Lil Rod.
Now, I thought this was very important. Lil Rod was not used, but Brendan, like, pieces of what he said. So, like, what Lil Rod said was not all lies. Some things were kind of, like, seen as dishonest, obviously. And by the way, I think they went in on trying to scold the lawyer for it. But there's certain things that were added that were included. Like, he mentioned Brendan Paul, but he mentioned it in the second indictment after Brendan Paul got arrested. So I don't know if he's seen it then just added it, but Brendan Paul is mentioned in the second amendment complaint.
He's P. Diddy's former producer, who laid out a laundry list of serious allegations against Diddy. Lil Rod claims Diddy sexually assaulted him, groomed him to have sex with celebrities, and was the kingpin in a gun, drug, and sex trafficking empire. Similar allegations against Diddy had already been brought forward back in November of last year, when 4 civil suits were filed against Diddy. That includes suits from his ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who you know as the singer Cassie, along with Joy Dickerson Neal, Liza Gardner, and a woman who identified herself only as Jane Doe. All 3 women alleged Diddy raped them, with the allegations dating back to the early 90s. That brings us to March 25th of this year, when federal search warrants were executed at 2 of Diddy's properties in both California and Florida. Almost 2 months later, Diddy has not been arrested and no charges have been filed. But things didn't stay quiet in Diddy's world for long. On March 27th, just 2 days after those federal raids, Brendan Paul was arrested at the airport in Miami while trying to board Diddy's private jet. Paul was arrested and charged with cocaine and marijuana possession, but the latter charge was quickly dropped. Just this week, there's been movement in his case in the way of a plea deal. The bottom line, Brendan Paul will not face jail time.
And he would have been facing 5 years in prison.
Now, this was made a year ago. Now we get to kind of realize that his plea deal, well, that's a state case. But he could have caught a federal case. And a federal case for being wrapped up in this RICO, but clearly they gave him some immunity and they didn't charge him. But apparently he's going to be taking a stand.
That's former prosecutor Melba Pearson, who previously worked in the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, the same one that brought charges against Paul. As she explains, Paul's plea deal included something called a diversion program.
But since he did not have anything in his past, he didn't have a criminal history, he was offered what was called diversion. And what that does is that it gives you the opportunity for participation in a program for 6 months. If you don't get arrested again, if you complete the program, so it could be drug therapy, it could be counseling, it could be community service, it could be any of a number of things, it just could be a fine. You comply, you do all of that, and then after 6 months, the charges get dropped against you, meaning that you don't have anything on your criminal record in terms of a conviction. The rest will still be on your record. You'll have to disclose that if let's say you do a job application and they ask whether or not you've been arrested, you have to answer yes. But if they ask you if you've been convicted, you can check no, which is, again, a huge thing in terms of collateral consequences and being able to move forward with your life after interaction with the criminal justice system.
Paul's attorney, Brendan Bieber, released this statement in regard to the plea, quote, Brendan accepted the prosecutor's offer to permit his entry into the diversion program, which, after completion, the case against him will be dismissed in its entirety. The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office also made a statement saying the plea was a, quote, standard offer to a nonviolent defendant with no priors, who was arrested for a possession case instead of a much more serious trafficking case. From the time Brendan Paul was arrested in late March to now, it hasn't been that long, about 2 months. Are you surprised at how quickly things were wrapped up?
I'm not incredibly surprised because, again, this is something that happened in Miami. This is an office that I used to work for, and I remember the volume of cases I had when I was a prosecutor, especially a line prosecutor handling that level of felony. So that is a normal outcome. That's not very bizarre. And actually, to put a finer point on it, I don't think that he had to testify or do anything else in exchange for the plea, right?
Yeah, so that's where I think it gets a little tricky, and I'm disagreeing with her, even though she's a former prosecutor. Well, yeah, it probably was standard, but even still discretionary for you to get the diversion program, but the feds came in at the same time. Remember, the feds are the people who were doing the search warrant, and through that, he got arrested, but the arrest only came up on state charges. So I guarantee the state helped the feds put a squeeze on him to say, yo, you could get through this and you will have nothing on your record like it never happened, but you got to testify against Diddy, okay? And you're not testifying about this other stuff. We only know you used to bring drugs. You just got to see how you used to bring the drugs, okay? That's all you got to do. So I do think, he had to do something, and I think the states helped the feds pressure him to be in this Fed case.
Right? Normally, if we see a case wrap up this quickly, that would be the first thing that I'd be asking, like, oh, okay, what else did you do in exchange for that favorable plea? But looking at his history, looking at the volume of cases, and also looking at the severity of the charge, in the universe of things, it's not trafficking. It's literally possession of cocaine with an argument that could have been made that this was for personal use. I wasn't trying to resell it. I wasn't trying to, take it overseas or make money off of it. This is just, for me to party this weekend, right? When you look at it from that perspective, the outcome, the resolution, the plea makes a lot of sense and is not outside of the norm.
We have to pause this Brendan Paul story for just a
ended those parties to the survivors, right? He procured drugs for the parties, but they didn't say much about him himself participating in harming people. I think that distinction would have been problematic if there was some discussion of him harming people. Then he may not have gotten a diversion plea. He may have gotten something along the lines of probation, and maybe there would have been more pressure on him to testify against Diddy in any investigation. Again, that's not to say that the feds can't call him up and
somebody said if he rats, the plug cutting him off. Hey, he don't look like the kid that was like the plug. He looked like he just was the do boy who would know a guy who probably knew the guy to get the drugs, Okay. Let me see. Anything else? We're still waiting for some more stuff. Just give me a second here, people. They're pretty much about to go to break. They should be angling to go to lunch in a second. Let's see. Okay. So now the next government witness is it's another special agent. And they're going to chart us to death, people. So there's another special agent. It's about charts. So these are certain meetings or whatever. There's a chart being shown about a meeting in the London hotel involving Sean, Cassie, and Jules. The chart shows lists of flights taken by meeting participants, including Jules and Cassie. The special agent is basically speaking on the chart, and they object. Okay? So this is all charts trying to simplify things. I thought we heard from Jules, but I guess not. I thought Jules was the first guy we heard from and the guy also in the hotel. I don't know. Whatever. But they're having these charts to clearly show transportation and prostitution across state lines, okay? Maurice, thank you for the 2. Saying nothing bigger than the Academy gang. Appreciate you. So these summary witnesses aren't going to be the most entertaining thing, okay? By the way, this is when
The man accused of being a drug mule for music mogul Sean Diddy Combs is no longer facing any charges after he was arrested for narcotics possession. And this comes as the lawsuit he's mentioned in gets some major updates. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Here we go.
He is in a Brooklyn detention center after a grand jury. And this lawsuit, aside from the multi-million-dollar civil lawsuit that was filed by Sean Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassandra Ventura, this was one of the first big red flags that indicated something big was on the horizon, because it included all sorts of allegations of illegal activity on a much grander scale. The lengths that Sean Combs and his staff allegedly went to in order to fulfill the record label CEO's desires. I mean, Rodney Jones brought up allegations about racketeering, this racketeering criminal enterprise. But back to Brendan Paul. Who is he? Well, he's apparently this Ohio native. He was a star basketball player at Syracuse and Fairmont State Universities. This is before he actually got involved in music production during the pandemic. But I will tell you, it's
nigga like the male Caitlin Clark.
Unclear how exactly he got linked up with Sean Combs, or maybe got linked up with him. I'll say he has been named, and photos of him have been included in Rodney Jones' lawsuit. Now, he's accused of carrying all sorts of drugs with him at all times for Sean Combs, and is also accused, by the way, of being involved in paying sex workers. Jones filed his lawsuit in February, and then he filed an amended complaint offering more details in March. And by the way, March was an important month in this case because that is when Combs' two mansions, one in Miami, the other in Los Angeles, were raided by federal authorities. Homeland Security investigators were seen at the properties carrying boxes of evidence out of those homes. Combs was not at either house during the raids, and there was concern at one point that he might have fled the country, but he was spotted later that day in Miami. Now, Combs wasn't arrested at that time. He wasn't charged with anything at that time, but it was clear that federal investigators were looking into his conduct, and there could be very serious legal action on the way. We were all saying for months, is it possible he's going to be indicted, and when would he be indicted?
Okay.
And then just two
justice system.
Nolle proseque. You know what? I haven't said it's abuse course. Now, the court website shows that the two original charges, they were felonies. That means potential jail time. Possession of cocaine, possession of a controlled substance, but no action was taken on the controlled substance charge, as I mentioned. And
would y'all call him a snitch? I mean, he used to get the drugs, but like, I don't know. It feels like anytime we're talking about like white people, it kind of is like, or even maybe it's just a worker, like an assistant. Like, could assistant snitch? Like, I don't think this guy was hanging with Diddy. Like, I think Diddy was hanging with his bodyguards and, like, some friends, which we haven't seen any of his friends get up there. But I could see, like, do y'all call this guy a snitch? I mean, maybe he is, because he, after all, it's not like you were doing your regular, the assistants aren't snitches because they were doing their regular jobs. They weren't doing crimes. This nigga was going to get drugs, and he knew that was a crime.
And the disposition for the cocaine charge is listed as nolle proseque. You know what? I haven't said that term since law school. Hopefully I said it correctly. A lot of people just say nolle pros, but it means that the prosecutor decided not to pursue charges. So the record indicates that Paul successfully finished that pretrial intervention, and that would be the conclusion of his case as of now. But now I want to talk about some of the accusations against Brendan Paul that are laid out in Jones' civil complaint, because here's the truth. We don't know if Brendan Paul will somehow be connected to Sean Combs' criminal case.
He is.
To be clear, though, when it comes to this, Paul is not named as one of the defendants that Jones is suing, but his alleged boss, Christina Cororum.
Somebody say, yo, what the fuck? Aki sold drugs. Somebody say he's a civilian. Wait, could a civilian sell drugs?
Sure is. According to Jones, Paul reported to Cororum. This was Combs' alleged chief of staff, and she has been described in this lawsuit as a Ghislaine Maxwell type to Sean Combs. Maxwell, of course, is the woman convicted of trafficking young girls on behalf of her boss or associate or friend or boyfriend, I don't even know what you want to say, Jeffrey Epstein. Now, Cororum was reportedly Combs' right-hand woman and had several direct reports, including Brendan Paul. This is according to the lawsuit. So the amended complaint reads, as the chief of staff, defendant Cororum was instrumental in organizing and executing the RICO and TVPA Enterprises. Now, RICO, of course, stands for Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. Basically, an allegation that Combs Enterprises, his businesses, really a criminal organization, and that its employees and associates were committing criminal acts in furtherance of that criminal organization. TVPA is the Trafficking Victims Protection Act that was passed in 2000 to combat human trafficking. The suit continues. Defendant Cororum had the following individuals execute the following tasks for the RICO.
Every time I order liquor on DoorDash, they do me dirty. Look, like, nigga, this is like, I'm gonna drink this in 20 minutes. This is what they send. I said, look, give me the bottle of Tito's. You know the big one I usually have? They send me this. They don't give two damns about me.
And TVPA Enterprises. Stevie J recruits sex workers and attends and participates in freak-offs. Justin Combs solicits prostitutes, underage girls, and sex workers, would engage in freak-offs. And Justin Combs is, of course, Diddy's son. He's also named as one of the defendants in this complaint. But it continues. Brendan Paul works as Mr. Combs' mule. He acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns. Frankie Santella works alongside Brendan. While Brendan acquires and distributes Mr. Combs' drugs and guns, Frankie carries the money and pays for the guns and drugs. And a footnote actually indicates that Frankie Santella was vice president of music management and strategic partnerships for Combs Global. But Paul is also named as one of the people who allegedly worked out fees with sex workers and made sure they got paid. And when it came to drugs, the complaint says there was a lot of them. Members of the enterprise and their associates procured, transported, and distributed ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, mushrooms, and 2C by packing these substances in their carry-on luggage and going through TSA. Now, we have told you before about 2C. It's also known as pink cocaine. It is a party drug that has surged in popularity here in the United States. It's actually not just cocaine, but usually is a mix of different psychoactive drugs. Researchers say, though, its pink color is just for aesthetics. It's just for looks. But going back to the complaint, it continues. Plaintiff Jones personally witnessed members of the enterprise do this during national and international travel as detailed below. Brendan Paul on December 22nd, 2022, from Miami, Florida to St. Bartholomew. Brendan Paul and Christina Cororum on April 28th, 2023.
Now, remember, Christina Cororum, who I think is so important, is not in this case at all, right? However, it was testified by Jane Doe, 57 baby mom, that Christina Cororum, and by the way, they have her phone though. They have her phone. The government has given no explanation why Christina Cororum is not in this case. They have said nothing. She doesn't seem to be in custody. We've heard Diddy's lawyers say they have conferred with her lawyer, meaning it can't be that hostile of a relationship because her lawyer is talking to the defense seemingly to help the defense or to give information. That's interesting. Don't know why she's not in there. I'm pretty sure we'll find out at some point. However, the point that I'm bringing up is that she was the one who would tell Jane Doe, that's Daphne Joy, yo, just bring it in your purse. They won't check. Because remember, Diddy was flying her out. And Diddy would say sometimes the assistant Christina wouldn't be in the place that Diddy was at. So they would give Jane Doe drugs and say, nah, he needs those when y'all go do y'all thing. And she was nervous, like, I don't want to bring this in my purse. And they're like, no. We always have people bring this shit on the planes. You're fine. And supposedly Christina Cororum told her that. And Christina even said, I bring the drugs up in my purse too. So, what do you make of that? By the way, this is all if you believe these people, right?
From Los Angeles to New York City to Virginia and back to LA. Brendan Paul on November 4th, 2023, from Los Angeles, California to London, England. And then there's this footnote that says that Paul was seen packing cocaine into his carry-on luggage in Combs' garage the evening before that flight to London. The lawsuit also says that Paul was also required to have drugs on him all the time. It says, quote, the following is a screenshot of a video taken on Mr. Combs' yacht on or about December 25th, 2022 at 2:40 a.m. Brendan Paul is videotaped with one of the black pouches defending Combs and Christina Cororum required the associates and members of the Combs RICO enterprise to carry. This pouch was filled with ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, mushrooms, and 2C. So a lot of serious allegations packed into this lawsuit. But again, Paul is not named as one of the civil defendants, and his drug case in Miami is now basically over. But of course, civil allegations are very different than criminal allegations. But there is an overlap between what prosecutors are alleging and what is being alleged in Jones' lawsuit. And I will say, since prosecutors have alleged that during these freak-off sessions, there has been rampant drug use, and these are those prolonged, coerced sexual performances involving sex workers. You have to wonder whether or not Brendan Paul is somebody prosecutors have spoken to, plan to call as a witness, whether or not his name will even come up.
Well, we now know that the answer to that. There is a sidebar currently in court. Sidebar is over. Sidebar is over. Let's see what happened. It said Miss Johnson. And AUSA Johnson is now questioning the special agent. It says, when you say you attended, do you mean to say the people concerned appeared from records absent a video to have attended? Special agent says yes. So I guess they're questioning him on his report. Who are the participation in this chat? This is Jules and Sean Combs. How about you read Jules? I'll read Mr. Combs, okay? Okay, special agent says, okay. Jules is saying, I'm available Friday to Sunday. Whatever flights works. Which one? Combs says, Friday at 4. So they're proving, again, we haven't gotten any sex worker up there that said, I felt I was being sex trafficked. Not one. Even the guy who was the first person or the first sex worker, and he said he got called because of whatever, and then, they propositioned him. None of them said they felt they were sex trafficked. None of them said that. That was kind of an interesting thing. But let me ask you a question. Could a sex worker who's showing up to provide sexual services be sex trafficked? That's a good question to ask. I don't know. Anyway.
During the course of this criminal case, we shall see. But going back to this Jones lawsuit, we actually have an update for you on this. So, a new order came down from the judge overseeing this case and gave a partial win to Jones and also a partial win to the defendants. It's a bit complicated, it's a little complex, but here's the basics. So, when Rodney Jones' lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, filed this original lawsuit in February, he named multiple defendants, including executives with record labels like Universal Music Group and Motown Records. And he alleged that those executives knew what Combs was up to and just let it happen. Well, Blackburn filed paperwork to voluntarily dismiss the defendant, Ethiopia Habtemariam, this is chief executive of Motown, and then later moved to dismiss all the claims against the music executive, saying, based on his examination of all the papers submitted in support of both motions to dismiss, he has concluded that there is no legal basis for the claims and allegations that were made against the UMG defendants. So those record executives wanted Blackburn sanctioned for basically wasting their time, allegedly.
Now, so here's the thing. Have y'all seen this?
Peter Nygard is a Finnish Canadian.
Okay, brother. I can't do that. I can't do the voice. This guy is just, he was too Jamaican for me. Or too African, or whatever it is. So if you guys don't know, Peter Nygard is a fashion designer who essentially was convicted for having a sex trafficking ring. What he would do, he would get these young aspiring models. He had a lot of wealth, a lot of access, and also he was a gatekeeper to modeling for these young women. He would get them sometimes, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, underage. He would bring them to other countries and essentially fuck them all, okay? He would have private jets. It's kind of very similar to Jeffrey Epstein in a way. And apparently they're saying that Daphne Joy, who's 50 Cent baby mama, is linked to him, which, by the way, this would be before 50 dated her. I'm actually surprised why 50 would even date Daphne if she was linked to this guy. But actually, I know a girl who was linked to this guy. This guy was getting I don't want to say getting pussy because this guy was sex trafficking people, but he was doing a lot.
No copyrights to the music, no copyrights, fair use.
Peter Nygard's name has been recognized here in the Bahamas for years, but arguably never more so than right now, with all the headlines about rape allegations and lawsuits. We're on our way to a private location to meet with the women behind those claims.
It was me, my sister, and my cousin were inside the mall on a Saturday, and then we ended up passing Nygard Slim store.
In a class action lawsuit filed in New York, she's among the first to come forward, called Jane Doe No. 1. And this is the first TV interview about her experience with Nygard. Just graduated from grade 9, she was shopping for pants at the Nygard store in the Bahamas.
Nygard came, took my measurements because he said he wanted to make sure all his customers have something that could fit them. And we went to the front and took pictures.
This is Peter Nygard himself.
Yes.
Did you know who Peter Nygard was then?
Yeah, I know he had a key in the Bahamas, Nygard key.
And you knew he had a fashion
Yeah, the store
company.
name after him.
What she says happened next is now a familiar plot in the Bahamas.
He asked me about the modeling, and then this lady came and took my number.
Did you in fact hear from her?
3 days later, she told me she was coming to pick me up and what time to be ready for.
You're being picked up at your home and taken to Nygard Key?
Yeah, we had dinner. I still thought we were going to have this discussion about the modeling.
And did he in fact mention that?
No. But after he told me, let's go somewhere quiet so we discuss business.
Where did you go?
To his bedroom.
You gotta really decide in your head just what is it you want to do, and in a systematic way you drive yourself towards it. And then you have to say, okay, if I'm going to do this, this is what I have to do to get there.
It is not hard to find.
Chat. It was I've read certain stuff about this guy. This guy was such definitely. I think most of these guys you got to call a sex addict, but he was so like addicted to this lifestyle. Supposedly he would get, and this is what I'm saying. In these cases, we're hearing a sanitized version. Even the crazy shit you're hearing with the semen is still sanitized. What was said about Peter Nygard is that he caught so many STDs, and he had them untreated. He was giving out STDs as well. That supposedly his penis, this is how women described it, that his penis was like fucking, it looked like a mushroom or some shit like that. Like, I don't know, but they were saying it was because the dude would just keep fucking, catching 3, 4, 5 STDs. Like your immune system, I think over time maybe could kind of get rid of certain stuff, but certain stuff not really. The nigga was just, yeah. Like, I think I could Google that. Peter Nygard. Pause. Me Googling Peter Nygard penis. Oh, maybe the person was lying. It says the complainant was lying. He said he had a very small penis. What the fuck? But they were saying it was like disfigured because, and they said it was disfigured because of all the STDs this nigga caught. They never treated. I don't know.
Peter Nygard boasting about his business prowess or his humble beginnings.
We didn't have running water. We didn't have heat.
Born in Finland, he arrived in Canada in 1952, the son of immigrants to Manitoba. By 1966...
I don't care about this part of it. I just want to hear the stories.
On my sweatpants, and he penetrated me.
According to the lawsuit, Peter Nygard raped both Jane Doe number 1 and Jane Doe number 3 when they were 14 and 15 years old, respectively.
I've seen on numerous occasions females come, they are told that they're going to be the next top model, and it's nothing. After he already sexually abused them, he takes them and he forgets them just as quick as they come, as quick as they go.
The Fifth Estate has been
He's a Canadian Jeffrey Epstein.
Investigating allegations like these for years, since our first Nygard documentary, which aired in 2010.
The Panther parties had nothing to do with trying to find a model. It was basically to procure women so that he would have the pick of the litter to decide who he was going to bed for the night.
Michelle and Alan May worked for Nygard as his property managers in the Bahamas. That's when they met a young woman from the Dominican Republic named Maribel Rodriguez.
I think she was like 17 and she could hardly speak any English. And
So notoriously, the creeps of Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Nygard, they would do their bidding in the Caribbean. They would take women from around the Ottawa, Winnipeg area of Canada, right? I think even Montreal as well, but also I think certain people from the United States and also some locals. They would, because of his status of being this like fashion mogul, he would say, yo, listen, you want a career? Okay, cool. Come get down with me. We're going on a trip, He'd fly them out, fought the shit out of them. Again, they weren't with this, but a lot of them were under this idea that, oh, this is the way to get to be a big model. I forgot how much, like, with all the drugs that were involved in that, but essentially, he was on this dick is America's next top model's judge. So if you want to be a model, you got to please this dick. You feel what I'm saying? And then, you know, what him and Jeffrey Epstein did, they started being so prolific at their sex trafficking. They used to bring their other homies and say, yo, you want to fuck some, you know? And then they would go and fuck these people together.
She thought she was coming to be a model.
Late one night, the Mays said something took place at Nygard Key that frightened her.
She just panicked, just started screaming and crying, and she ran out, and she actually ended up finding us.
When we first reported on that in 2010, Peter Nygard's lawyer sent us a statement from Maribel Rodriguez, insisting her stay was pleasant and fun, and calling Nygard a real gentleman.
So I first met Maribel Rodriguez on a trip to Dominican Republic, 2012. Maribel was there in the blue top.
Stephen Ferraglio says after Maribel's supposed vindication of Nygard in 2010, she soon found herself on his company payroll.
From then on, she became kind of like a personal assistant. She was often the closest in proximity to Nygard. I got to know her fairly well. She told me about her son and her mother were in Dominican Republic. Maribel is in the red. To kind of attract and keep the girls around, Nygard would promise them things, and these two girls in specific, he promised photo shoots. 1, 2, 3.
Maribel Rodriguez would travel the world with Nygard, and the traveling party he calls his girlfriend.
Thank you, Peter. It's an opportunity. Nice.
But as we'll show you, what might look like fun and games for people like Rodriguez was often anything but.
Yes, they travel with him, but mistreats them sometimes, verbal abuse, mental abuse.
And what happens if they try to leave against his will?
They're held hostage.
Literally kept?
Yes, the passports are automatic.
Okay. So there's a whole thing on Nygard. I recommend you guys watch all these things. I think that's on Netflix as well. Hey, what I do want to, so let me give a little more cohesive like trace of what the fuck is happening. So, or the point I was trying to make. So Peter Nygard, his Ghislaine Maxwell is this woman. So you know a little bit about Peter Nygard now, right? So Peter Nygard, his Ghislaine Maxwell, which is his right-hand woman, which in Diddy's case, if we're comparing Diddy to Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Nygard. His Ghislaine Maxwell clearly is Christina Cororum. Peter Nygard's Ghislaine Maxwell was someone named Suelen Medeiros. Okay, this is her here, but she was the person who they said facilitated a lot of the shit. By the way, you know, after that nigga went to jail, she looked like she landed on her feet, huh? Oh man, yo, these women they'll facilitate the shit because really they only care about the money. They don't care if nobody else is getting victimized. They facilitate this and third. When the government come in, they snitch, or not snitch, but they cooperate, and then they go back to, they just go get another guy because, you know, as long as their beauty hasn't faded, they're so good. Suelen Medeiros, Peter Nygard. Okay, let's look that up. Model talent agencies among co-conspirators named. Okay, this is him and her. Okay, so by the way, you should be able to tell. Pretty young girl, they're with this guy. Guy looks old as dirt. You know what I'm saying? And the lawsuit claimed that she trafficked women for Peter Nygard, right? So let's look at that connection real quick. Here we go. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Which one's?
Definitely. And so, how does you never been to the island with Peter Nygard though?
I've hung out with Peter Nygard.
Oh, we got to get in the
Sure, I know exactly, and I never went on that island.
Yeah. Okay, no. So for those of you that don't know who Peter Nygard is, he pays women to shit on them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
God
and
damn.
What?
He's a billionaire who owns a private island. Shout out to Suelen Medeiros. She's been there a lot of times.
Wasn't that his girlfriend? Like he bought a Ferrari for her and the whole nine. And
yeah, but I heard the house mother wasn't happy with her. She got that Ferrari taken. I don't know all the details. Wait, let me talk to. This is my girl.
So Suelen Medeiros got the Ferrari. She was starting to like help out supposedly.
Listen, let me tell you why I like her. Because these girls out here in Hollywood really be trying to be coy about this Hollywood shit. And it's real out here. This is a different culture. It's a different environment. And that people are out here making money. Whether it's through social media, whether through spending time, whether it's flying to an island and getting shitted on. Because I tell you, the way some of my bills show up in the mail, I'll get shitted on for a good check.
You'll get shitted on, or you'll shit on?
I'll paint that shit all over my face and let you treat me like Play-Doh, motherfucker. You put shit right here, you put shit right here. I wouldn't give a fuck. What you gonna say?
So wait, have you been to the island? You say, right?
Yeah, I've hung out with Peter Nygard a couple times.
But you ain't do no shitting.
No, I didn't do any shit.
You did some fuck.
Okay, wait, hold on. Does he like to shit on girls or like to get shit on? He likes getting shitted on. Yes. Yeah. The reason why I know, because now you guys are like, well, something's not adding up. I was legit just in my head thinking,
Melissa, you wouldn't let anybody shit on you? Let me set it up first. Hold on. Peter Nygard, billionaire, flies you to a private island, has all the cocoa butter you have to rinse it off and to moisturize after he paints you with a bunch of diarrhea. Would you do it?
I can't. No. And let me tell you something. Hold on. Let me tell you something. I have gotten the invite to go to that island.
Wow.
And I never, ever went. I wish somebody would try to say
$1 million.
I'm setting that up.
No, you're not.
I'm going to go with you.
$1 million.
Because I'll be the friend that rinses the shit
and
off.
you get shitted on, okay?
How about this? We both get shitted on together.
What about you, Liz? You have a price?
No, I think if you actually play your cards right, you can get paid for not doing anything. Because that was my situation with Peter. They actually reached out to me and were consistent. So when I finally went and hung out with him, I literally sat next to him at the poker table. Whatever he played, he won. He gave me some money, and that was how I got paid for
most rich guys want pretty girls just to be in the room. Floyd Mayweather loves pretty girls to be around. He ain't hitting all them girls, and I think it's the perception because y'all have it so hard. You take a picture with any guy. We should take a picture.
Yeah.
We should take a picture today.
Or does he like it?
Interesting. Okay, so we get to find out the Suelen Medeiros girl is his Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, Suelen Medeiros, apparently she was friends with Jane Doe, a.k.a. Daphne Joy. Okay? This is back in 2012. Suelen Medeiros rumored to have threesomes with 50 Cent's lover, ex-lover, and boyfriend. Brazilian model Sula Madeira had a birthday threesome with 50 Cent's ex-girlfriend Daphne Joy and her sex tape co-star, according to rumors. Gossip claims they have a wind of a freaky story involving the three. It was a celebration of Sula's 25th birthday in Los Angeles that ended with the three of them headed back, for some after-hour shit. We heard the three continued to party into the evening, well into the wee hours of the night after the clubs was closed. Where do you go after the clubs is closed? Sounds like a wild night. Freaky time. So it's Daphne Joy has been reportedly been in separate scandal of her own, claiming 50 Cent was once embroiled in beef with her. And listen, I'm gonna do a lot of connections here, Chad. Just tap in. Daphne Joy reportedly been in a separate scandal of her own with Gossip. Okay, also claiming 50 Cent was once involved in a beef with Joy's comedian boyfriend D-Ray Davis, the star of Barbershop. Okay. D-Ray threatened to blackball Joy from the modeling industry after finding out that she left him for Fifth, but backed down because the rapper reportedly told him, back off or else. Okay? So now y'all see why the Nygard thing comes in. She's really close friend with the Ghislaine Maxwell of, by the way, chat, this is some underground sex shit going on. So Daphne Joy is really close with the Ghislaine Maxwell for Peter Nygard. So you understand why when Diddy starts suggesting certain stuff, maybe it's not the first time she ever heard of suggestions or that some of these entertainers or moguls have proclivities to these type of lifestyles. Remember, they're only fucking with billionaires. This is billionaire shit. Okay, let's not stop there, okay? Let's not stop there. As we mentioned, her comedian ex-boyfriend. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Hold on. Give me a second. Let's look at this. Back in 2011, this was a tweet supposedly aimed at, how you model for Smooth magazine if your coochie bumpy. Team D-Ray Getter. LOL, no sauce. Bodyguard that. Yo, Brittany Daly, I've been good, right? Okay. At the time, it appeared to be nothing more than a breakup jab. But in light of recent events, people are interpreting this word as an allegation of, okay. Now, that also came up when Floyd Mayweather writes Instagram caption dissing 50 Cent. Here we go.
Yo, what up, guys?
You're jealous. Look, Curtis, confidential informant. You're mad because your oldest son, Marquise, mother doesn't want to be with you. Your son, your own flesh, your blood, want nothing to do with you. You haven't had a hit song on the radio in God knows how long, and you definitely ain't hot enough to sell records anymore, so Interscope dropped you. You're jealous of any rapper, athlete, or entertainer that's hot or got something going on for themselves. You're a certified snitch. We got paperwork to prove it. You talk about Ja Rule, but you stole his whole style and ran with it. You're the only self-proclaimed gangster that never put in work. You need to pay homage to the real 50 Cent for stealing his name and his storyline. Your claim to fame was getting shot numerous times and living to tell it. That's gangster? Where at? You're currently living in a fucking apartment in Jersey. You're always at someone else's business just to stay relevant. You should become a blogger because it's obvious you don't have nothing going on in your life. Are you mad at Kanye West because he ended your career? The only thing you got going on is power, and everybody watches that because Ghost, such a dope-ass character on the show. You can leave the show and everybody will still watch Power. But out there in the real world, I'm the real Ghost. It's not a mansion in Connecticut that you're in debt for. That's a dump, a money pit, a oversized trap house. It was dope when Mike Tyson had it in the late 80s, early 90s, but you couldn't afford to maintain it. You're always talking about somebody's broke. But last time I checked, it was you, Curtis, that filed for bankruptcy, not Floyd Mayweather. So quick to gossip like a bitch. Well, why don't you tell everybody how you got herpes from DJ? DJ. Doing the math? Where are your memes at for that? Huh? Or better yet, post on how your Coca-Cola deal wasn't really 300 million, you fucking liar. Tell how that spinning G-Unit necklace that somebody got robbed for was fake. Just remember, I was with you every day, and your driver, Bruce, was also my driver. I know where all the bones are buried, so be easy, Curtis. And by the way, I never asked to borrow no money. Don't ask to borrow no money from me. Y'all putting together these pieces? Peter Nygard. Sulin Medeas or whatever her name is. Daphne Joy. Daphne Joy. D-Ray Davis. D-Ray Davis. 50 Cent. 50 Cent. Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo. Puff Daddy. Y'all getting it now? Now, this gets a little bit deeper, but I don't know if y'all want to go this hard. It gets slightly even more deeper. Hold on. I don't want to lose some of y'all. Give me 1 second. You know the question I do have to 50? I wonder how he found her. Because the way how Daphne Joy been operating, she been operating as, and I hate to call her this, but she's been operating like a escort for the better of 15 years. It's interesting when 50 calls her a little sex worker when she didn't start that after 50. She was doing it before. She's linked with Peter Nygard, who was literally sexually assaulting women and only really hiring women who were on some pay-for-play shit. She was doing threesomes with other people linked to Peter Nygard. How did you, and by the way, did D-Ray Davis ever talk about that? D-Ray. I don't know, D-Ray about to DM me too. D-Ray. How did you find her? Because women who move in those circles only usually deal with men that like those type of things. Sam, I see you texting me. We're thinking on the same realm. If there's so much dots to be connected here, so I do have how 50 met her. You know where she comes from? Just let's keep connecting dots here, guys. Oh, actually no, Nelly's ex. Nelly ex Chantel Jackson. Sorry, Miss Jackson. Okay. All of these women come from the harem of Floyd. Floyd has had one of the best harems known to man. Chantel Jackson. So Nelly's ex, who, remember, she was like, Chantel Jackson talks about Nelly. She said she told Nelly we should take a break, and that nigga went and wifed up. Look at this. Nigga, she looked so hurt. I felt so bad for her.
Think or have this make-believe story. I left I left because I wanted, initially, I guess, space to see maybe will the space bring us back together, or do I need this space because I just need to rip off that Band-Aid? So, and initially I wanted the space or the break to rip that Band-Aid off. So, but no, like, no ill will, nothing bad. Just sometimes people don't work out. People grow apart. Like, sometimes one person might want to be still in the situation and the other person is like, this isn't working. It happens, you know?
Basically, her ass wanted to take a break from Nelly, thinking Nelly was going to chase her. Nelly told her deuces, upgraded. And then she's on Instagram looking like this, like, what? Nelly upgraded with a star, Ashanti, and had a baby with her, okay? Hollywood story. Okay. But this woman, before she was with Nelly, Chantel Jackson, Floyd Mayweather. She comes from the Floyd Mayweather harem. So does a lot of other women. I believe, wasn't Lena Syed even with Floyd? Or no, that's Taz Angels. Fuck. That, no. There's another woman. No, Ray J's wife, ex-wife, Princess Love, Floyd Mayweather. Chat. This shit goes deep. This goes deep. Princess Love used to be around. I don't want to get into the Princess Love stuff. Let's stick with Chantel Jackson. By the way, she sued him later. What's she suing for? Wow, here we go. Oh, she claimed Floyd abused her. Okay. I don't know who won this lawsuit. Who won the lawsuit? Whatever. Okay. So she sued him. But before she sued him, this was them. Here we go.
Like, gets cast off the island.
What do you mean?
You know, like,
what do you mean, baby? Talk
because,
to me.
I mean, it just...
We know a few of them. Miss Jackson was casted off the island. What do you mean? I mean, she's never getting a life preserver. If she get a life preserver, I'm gonna pop that motherfucker myself.
Now, I know y'all are saying, I get to the point. Chantel Jackson, who was with Nelly left, got with Ashanti. But before she was with Nelly, she was part of the harem. She was actually the lead. She was the lead woman on Floyd's harem, right? Now, Chantel Jackson, Daphne Joy. It's suspected that Chantel is friends with Daphne Joy. That's how people think. It's like a two-mans. You bring your girl, she brings her friend. 50, who is friend with Floyd, 50 meets Daphne Joy, wifes her up, puts a baby in her. So really, this is Floyd's. So when Floyd said, we know you caught that shit from Daphne, I know where the bones are buried, Floyd ain't capping. Because 50 doesn't meet his second baby mom until Floyd's main harem leader, Chantel Jackson, that was her friend. You can find a bunch of them. Look, Chantel and Daphne, look, courtside. See? It's a lot more there, chat. It's a lot more. That's them together right here. It's them together right there. Them together right there. I'll get a video of them being with Floyd together. Now, it was funny when Floyd said, you caught that shit from DJ, because the whole time I'm thinking, well, Floyd, didn't you fuck both of them? I don't know if he did, but it gets deeper. As I keep trying to tell you. Chad. Here we go. Let's go to YouTube. Floyd Daphne Joy, Chantel Jackson. Here we go. Now, Chantel continued to hang around Daphne even after 50 stopped talking to 50 kept hanging around Daphne, who still hung around Chantel because Chantel stopped dealing with Floyd even after 50 and Floyd didn't get along. Hold on, I'm trying to find like a good video for y'all. Here we go. Okay. All right. This is too much to find. Oh, here we go.
Welcome, that was around the house, gaining, negative press. Chantel killed,
Okay,
her,
anyway, she sued him. Who cares? So y'all like getting what I'm saying. This was Floyd talking about Chantel. Remember, Chantel, head of the harem, friends with Daphne Joy. You see the friends Daphne Joy has. Daphne Joy is friends with women in like almost this underground, y'all know what it is, right? She friends with the chick who's cool with Peter Nygard. We see what happened with him. Now, we ain't saying nothing about Floyd, but Floyd got a collection of girls, as we all know. Shit, he has a club called Girl Collection. Literally. Like, I don't know if y'all know. Y'all should know, right? Like, Floyd literally has a Floyd Mayweather club, Girl Collection. He has a literal club called Girl Collection. Literally. You get what I'm saying? But Floyd has been known for having them bad bitches. Like, his shit kind of resembles, like, the Taz Angels, except he's lit. The Taz nigga, people just thought was pimping, which I don't know what happened to him, but a lot of women came out of that harem, including Devin Haney's chick, who they're going through it now. That's a whole nother drama there. Like, the Taz Angels girls is a whole different thing. That's Miami, I think. But from the Vegas side, you get Floyd bitches. It's a lot you can start connecting here, chat. It's a lot. Anyway, let's get back to the Diddy trial a little bit. I don't need to play. Let me see. Did Floyd say anything about this?
I mean,
No, that was a tumultuous relationship. I'm talking about somebody.
What you mean tumultuous? What you mean?
You just woke
Okay,
a
I'm
sleeping
sorry.
bear.
I'm sorry.
There
Meaning
you go,
like
using them big ass words, and that's now gonna get you in trouble.
I feel. I mean, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Okay, and I mean, we're gonna talk about this. Only one time people see me really go off on the deep end on social media.
Yep.
The reason
they don't know why though.
I'm gonna tell you, the reason why I did that is because of this. I feel that at least I deserve honesty. So when we was on, the show All Access, and I went on there and I talked from the heart. Like, you know what?
It's not scripted.
I talk on All Access. I talk from the heart. I was like, yo, listen, I'm going through a lot within training camp is because, my lady sent me a sonogram. My lady sent me a sonogram. And she lost 3 babies. I mean, she lost 3 babies. It was 2 babies for sure, maybe 3. She lost 3 babies. So I'm like, man, a life is so precious, but 3 lives.
And you just talked about how much you love your kids and how much.
Yeah, I love my babies. And I talked about that, and I was going to show the sonogram on All Access. And I'm glad that I never showed the sonogram on All Access is because it had marked abortion. So she had an abortion. And she said that she done it. I'm saying I was told that she done it because she didn't want to mess up her body. And I'm more like, we could have.
You paid for that body anyway.
it could have gotten right back.
So what he was saying was the only time that the world saw him really lose it publicly was
because
when
I didn't like that because you put me in.
By the way, this is Daphne's like one of her best friends, right? Chantel.
If a woman could just leave me at the drop of a dime, if any woman, it don't have to be just Miss Jackson. Any woman can leave me at the drop of a dime. If any woman could, it wasn't genuine love, no way.
Did you feel betrayed?
No, absolutely not. I feel like
when she lied to you about the miscarriage, did you feel betrayed?
I was hurt, and I'm gonna say this to the public. I was hurt. I love hard. You know, when I give you, if I give you 100%, I expect you to give me the same thing. I cannot give you 100% and you give me
50, 80.
Then you give me 60. Then
Even 97.
It's not genuine.
I feel if you get 100%, you deserve 100%, not 99.
Because
not
when
95.
she came to me, and you gotta realize I was taking care. I just wanted the best for any woman that I was ever dealing with. I only want the best for them.
Mm-hmm.
If they're in my life or they're not in my life, I'm not here to say, "Oh, I hope you fail. I hope you know." I mean, I don't know what she's doing now because the thing is, I don't have social media on my phone. I have better things to do. Like when you got
Daphne, Floyd, Chantel. Daphne, Floyd, Chantel.
$2 billion in real estate, and you got 3 jets.
You're kind of busy.
Oh man,
you got a lot going on.
Yeah,
and then I just got a new strip club that I'm opening up. I'm very, very busy. I'm not gonna sit right here and say that people that's around me has never came to me or sent me something and said, "Oh, look what's going on with Princess," or "Look what's going on with Miss Jackson." People say
Princess Love, Ray J wifed up and had a kids with. That's history. A lot of these bad chicks that everybody else adopted a lot of them came from Taz Angels or Floyd's harem. Floyd was getting these chicks first. And these chicks were more than happy to be in, because Floyd would treat them so well. If he had 6 or 7 of them, they probably had drama, but they were all on Floyd's team. Little by little, as they're aging, they realize, okay, I've gotten all the bags I could get. What's the next move? Yeah, maybe it ain't Floyd, TBE, but I could with all due respect, I could get a Ray J to wife me. I could go over here and go get a Jason Derulo and 50 and D. Ray Davis to wife me. It is what it is. Oh, shit. I can't give Floyd ain't whatever. Let's go over here. At least Nelly gonna just give me a one-on-one situation. You feel me? But Floyd had a lot of them joints first. Keep it a bean.
My thing is this. You know what I say? If they're in a better situation, that's better for them. Because I mean, I don't want to be in a situation where I have to argue with a woman every day. And I tell Bad Medina the same thing. We go through a lot of ups and downs, and I say, sweetheart, you can't focus on that. What you need to focus on is your makeup line. You need to focus on being an entrepreneur.
All right, and the Floyd rabbit hole goes a lot deeper. There was another boxer that had a romantic interest in a girl that he was dealing with exclusively. She was one of the people supposedly on like Floyd's harem or something like that. The dude called Floyd, I believe, on FaceTime and killed the girl and killed himself. It was a murder-suicide. So Floyd kind of been having him, but a lot of those girls that came out of that little thing, we're now seeing like all these names popping up is like, if you know in the industry, be like, oh, we know where this chick been around. You know what I mean? They might look good on Instagram, but yeah. So anyway, interesting. Lauren Conlon is checking in.
It's day 24 of the United States versus Sean Combs, and juror number...
No. I agree. Green bands. Nygard had them first. But Nygard, having them first is like 16 and 17 he's having them. He had them at 16 and 17. Floyd had them at 22. And then when they're getting towards 30, they find another rapper to settle down with. That's how most of these women were moving. Nygard get them at 16, 17. The rappers get them, or Floyd get them at 22. Send these joints out,
Number 6 was officially dismissed this morning. The defense had filed a letter on the 15th, which was last night, to the judge, stating that if this juror was officially dismissed, they would most likely move for a mistrial. They, again, I had mentioned this before, they really think that there is some racial bias going on because he was one of 5 black jurors. I think I had originally said 4, but there were 5. And the judge said that it it would be improper to allow race to play a factor as to the fitness of this juror, because there were clear inconsistencies when he was questioned multiple times about his residency. You know, the judge said, look, this is why we have alternates, and there was an alternate juror in his place, and I think he'll be questioned by the end of the day. But this alternate juror, he was significantly older. He was also a male. And, you know, just my opinion really quick, I watch the juror that was dismissed a lot because he was kind of on the end, and I saw his facial expressions. He seemed to be horrified a lot of the time. He was stressed, or looked stressed a lot of the time. He would always look at the clock. So, you know, I don't know if that meant that he thinks Diddy is guilty, not guilty, but I'm just saying he was one of the jurors that did show a lot of expression. So then we started with the summary witness, Ananya Sankar, who worked for the U.S. Attorney's Office. She is a paralegal specialist, and she organizes the intake of evidence and trial prep. So she was pretty much taking us through communications. There were these charts on the screen, and it was KK's devices from March of 2016 through February of 2024. And she kind of went through certain text messages and recordings and things from KK's phone and told us why they were accurate, went through all these accuracy procedures and whatnot. Now, some of these text messages, I mean, I'll just go through the gist of what we saw, which I think is just more corroboration to the indictment and I guess the government's case in general, because there were texts about getting cash for Diddy when he was at these hotels, assistants, you know, picking it up from whichever security guard had the cash. There was also an assistant texting, Jessica Ruiz texted KK flight information for, quote, Paul Arthur, who we know was an escort. That directly relates to the indictment as well, transportation to engage in prostitution. There was a text from Jane asking KK for cash for Diddy around 5 to 10K. There were also texts about getting packages from someone named Guido, who I guess we're speculating is perhaps a drug dealer, because there was multiple mentions of Guido in Christina Corum's text messages. There were also some audio recordings. One of them, I believe we had heard before. It was Diddy talking to Jane in 2023, shortly after Cassie's lawsuit dropped, just saying, you know, I'm sorry that you felt this way. I didn't know that, you know, how do we move on, etc. And then Jane kind of crying and you know, just kind of answering, yeah, okay, you know, just whatever. She wasn't saying much. And then we saw text messages in December of 2023, really long messages from Jane to Diddy, and she is saying all the right buzzwords here. She's saying that she felt exploited and, quote, coerced, you know, being with him and all these things for so long. And then she texts KK about the fact that Diddy is trying to blackmail her with this sex tape and show it to her baby daddy if she doesn't comply. I didn't, again, these text messages were shown so quickly on the screen, I didn't get a chance to write all of it down, but it was something along those lines. And then we saw pictures of screenshots from KK's phone of some of these text messages, and then a video where there was a video of the phone, and it was like a female's hand holding it. And just as a side note, I've been thinking that, you know, KK cooperated pretty much after Cassie's lawsuit dropped and kind of flipped and got some kind of deal where she could work with the government and help them get, you know, these witnesses and sort of guide them as to where they should be looking. Because again, she's not taking the stand, obviously, and there's just a lot of information here. Oh, by the way, on Friday, I got stung by a bee out here, which is crazy. I pulled the stinger out. But anyway, okay, so then we, you know, there was, again, more text between KK and assistants. You know, there was one that said something like, oh, like he's going to want a king night. And the assistant was like, oh no, I'm going to have to re-up on baby oil and stuff like that. Then we saw text messages between D-Rock and Diddy. And it's unclear to me if these messages also came from KK's phone. I'm not quite sure. Actually, I mean, they could have, but again, these were only between D-Rock and Diddy, and then D-Rock and Mia. So I don't think those came from KK's, but I will confirm where they came from after, or this afternoon. But there was text messages between D-Rock and Diddy where D-Rock said, this is November of 2023, he was checking on Diddy. This was after Cassie's lawsuit dropped, saying, you know, I love you, man. I'm here for you. And there was a heart emoji. And then Diddy said the same thing, you know, I love you. Thanks for checking in. And then there was a text message. This has nothing to do with the case. I just kind of thought it was funny because D-Rock was like, send me a picture of your Thanksgiving plate, man. Let's keep the tradition alive. Like they send each other pictures of their Thanksgiving plates. But then I think the meat of this really was the text between D-Rock and Mia, and the witness Sankar kind of showed us how he would text Mia, then go back to Diddy and say, yeah, you know, this is what she said. This was the last thing she said. I just got a hold of her. And then we went over the text messages that Diddy had formerly sent Mia, which said, hey, I just want to talk to you type of thing. And during Tenny Garagos's cross-examination, she kind of pointed out a couple things within those text messages that I thought were maybe important. During Mia's direct examination, she had talked about how when D-Rock reached out to her initially, she had felt like he was offering to send her money. And I remember listening to this thinking, oh, how did she gather that what he asked, like when he said, can I send you something? Because she was scuba diving in Honduras or whatever. I just wanted to know how she kind of figured that was money, because I didn't really get that. But then we saw text messages that we hadn't seen before from Mia to D-Rock where she had said, you know, I'm low on quote unquote Skrilla. And then she kind of wrote AKA money. And that's when he's like, let me send you something. And she's like, oh no, don't worry about it type of thing. So Tenny kind of pointed that out. Tenny pointed out, you know, D-Rock saying, oh, Mia's out of the country. And once he said that, there was no more calls between Diddy and Mia, because we had seen like 6 calls, I think, placed to Mia after he was communicating with D-Rock, and this was February of 2024. So Tenny was kind of pointing out, once he heard that, he didn't bother her again. She pointed out that he just said, Mia, I want to talk to you. You know, I just want my memory jogged type of thing. And yeah, so I had stepped out at that point to do another hit for Nancy Grace, and I don't know why I said it like that, Nancy Grace. So I had stepped out to do a hit for Nancy. So there was another witness on the stand after Ananya Sankar, and she was a government witness, a special agent that was just going through some other charts to confirm their accuracy and whatnot. So I'll do an update on what I missed later today, but that is really it for the morning for the most part. Pretty uneventful besides the juror. So again, the government should rest its case this week. Yeah,
exactly. Well, I do want to hear what Brendan Paul is going to say, but if we're at summary, well, why the hell are you going to bring him in? But I guess it's shoring up the drug trafficking stuff, right? All right. We're in the final stretch here,
identity. So
yeah,
okay.
Suitable evidence in terms
of related.
Here we go.
Elizabeth Milner, who's been there every day of this currently 6-week trial of the Sean Diddy Combs federal court case. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. It's great.
Chat, we've been covering this for 6 weeks.
Great to see you. We have so many questions coming in. Aside from the fact that Marion DN, who says, meanwhile in London, not me delaying the family dinner to see Elizabeth come on. So you have a lot of people who are waiting to hear you. Let me ask you this. We got a question that came in from Allison Jones. Question for Elizabeth. Which team looks more worried, the defense or the prosecution?
Was that which team looks more ready? Is that what the question
was?
Worried. Worried. Oh, okay. That's a good question. Yeah, I think it kind of goes a little bit of both ways because obviously we're kind of on the heels of what is about to be the defense case, right? And so I think they're kind of collecting everything, making sure all their ducks are in a row. But also with the government's case, I'm wondering, from the most part, from what we're understanding, it seems like the next big witness per se is going to be Brendan Paul. So as Brendan Paul's going to be one of the final witnesses, I'm wondering, do they have kind of something up their sleeves? Is there going to be kind of this big shocker moment with his testimony? Because outside of him testifying this week, we're really just hearing a lot from summary witnesses at this point. And so I'm wondering at this point also who might be
Why the hell would this nigga take a picture like this? This looks crazy.
a little bit more worried, but I think with the dismissal of the juror that happened this morning, it seemed like the defense might be a teensy, and I say that very, very lightly, might be a teensy bit worried. They seemed a little upset that the juror was dismissed.
Can we talk about this? Talk to us about what happened with the juror today that was dismissed. And also, apparently, there's an issue with another juror, too. What's going on?
Yeah, so I think a lot of us wanted to know what was going to be happening to juror number 6. Now, we learned on Friday that the judge was leaning towards dismissing the juror, but then Xavier Donaldson, he got up, he kind of made this really impassioned speech about why this particular juror should stay on, and a lot of it had to do with race and diversity on the jury, and if that juror were to be dismissed, what kind of message would that send to other potential jurors too? And so, you know, the judge weighed both decisions really, and took the weekend to kind of think things over. So we learned about what his ultimate ruling was going to be first thing. And so he really kind of took into account what the defense had. And they released a filing over the weekend that I think was about 15 pages long of all the reasons why this particular juror shouldn't be dismissed. Also kind of throwing a little bit of light shade here and there to the prosecution. And so the judge took that all in, and he said this morning, you know, I understand its importance, but this amount of scrutiny isn't necessarily necessary. And so the judge was like, the inconsistencies from the juror raised a lot of these issues as far as why he was ultimately dismissed. So the judge said he went back, he looked at the record closely from voir dire, also to what the discussions were around the roving room, because remember everybody, a lot of these inconsistencies really kind of had to do.
I'm ordering dog food, Chad. I keep telling you, I don't leave my house for nothing unless I want to, so I'm ordering dog food. They need food.
Do with this particular juror and whether or not he really revealed where he was truly living, whether or not it was in Jersey or in the Bronx. And so the judge went back, looked at everything, and said that he had serious concerns about the candor and how the jury, this particular juror, might have skewed his answers to stay on the jury. And so he said this might be threatening the integrity of the jury process. And so the defense did bring up in their arguments that replacing this juror with a white juror might send the wrong message. And they were even trying to argue that this should be grounds for a mistrial. And then the judge was kind of like, I don't think there are grounds for a mistrial here. What we're ultimately going to do is just dismiss the juror. Now, as far as the other juror that's possibly being talked about right now, we don't know the full extent of what that is. We believe that possibly it might have had to do with what happened on Friday when the judge released all of us out of the courtroom, closed the doors, locked the doors to really kind of discuss what we initially thought was the juror number 6 issue, but it turns out it might have to do with whatever happened to this other juror. So as far as I could tell, really only one juror was dismissed, and we kind of saw like a little shift in the change of the jury box where everyone, beginning I think it was from the second row, kind of trickling into the first row, just moved down one seat. And so we did see the new juror seated and everything like that, and then we still see the alternates in the back row, but we're kind of waiting to see more information about what this possible other juror issue might be. And so hopefully we'll learn about that more at the end of the day.
Speaking of the jurors, we had a question that just came in from 1989. A question for Elizabeth. Do the jurors look like they've heard enough?
That's a good question.
I mean, it's a lot of testimony that they've been hearing and listening to for weeks on end. I'm wondering, did they hear enough? Or are they kind of feeling like everything is feeling just a little bit repetitive? That question definitely goes through my mind a little bit, especially since we're doing a lot of summary charts, summary witnesses, where it's just a lot of charts and a lot of text messages, that type of thing. But they still have to be in it because we still have the defense's case to get through. So from what I've seen today, even with this juror now dismissed, that I have seen them still being attentive, still taking their notes. But I'm kind of wondering, too, like how much information does this jury need? But from the government's case, they still need a little bit more before they can finally rest their case.
And look, Elizabeth, you're one of the rare people who actually gets to see these arguments unfold. You see the style of the attorneys. You see the reaction, which is why we have this question that comes in from Enlin DK. You were talking about Xavier Donaldson, right? How did you feel, Elizabeth, about Donaldson's arguments?
That's kind of a hard question for me to ask. You really threw me in there, Jesse. I understood where he was going with, right? Like, I understood the impassion that he has, especially when it comes to race relations and the fact that it really has to do with just this diverse of a jury that we're really seeing. And, this being like one of the first federal trials that I'm covering, I'm not seeing kind of the same, like, things that maybe Xavier Donaldson is seeing, right? Like, he has been practicing law, and I hate to put it this way, since I was like a little kid. And so he's had lots of experience kind of seeing that the diversity pool. I got that out there. But I don't have kind of that same, I guess, relation that he does as being a lawyer, being a criminal defense attorney. And so I understood where his argument was coming from, right? But I also was kind of also wondering, why were they so keen on having this particular juror when altogether this jury pool is very diverse from what I'm seeing? And so I understood his argument, but I also saw kind of both ways when it came to why this particular juror was dismissed. And I think, honestly, the judge made the right decision here.
Let me ask you about Christina Cororum, because we have a question that came in, and you're an expert in this case since you've been following it.
By the way, I do think that juror being dismissed is, I think what happened is, so Diddy has, let me tell you, Diddy got a team, bro. When I tell you, I think he's spending $3 million a month, he's spending on everything. Diddy got people who's in the courtroom watching the jury the whole time. They're taking notes. Juror 1, anytime there's freak off details, they cringe. They make a face. They look down. They seem disinterested. They seem, they're studying them. You get what I'm saying? At this point, again, it's also a fine line. You got to remember, this is high stakes. Remember, you can't really hit up these jurors, blah, blah, but you want to know who kind of look like they fuck with you. So it's like, as the details are going on, people are watching the jurors. What I believe is the way how much Diddy's team protested in not having this juror dismissed, I think they fuck with this juror. It's like they see that it's a black dude. They're like, this dude is fucking with us. They understand what we talking about. They understand, it's Diddy. Like, after hearing all this, they might be like, man, Diddy ain't take advantage of y'all hoes. Y'all hoes y'all wanted this shit. So I think that's what's happening. I think the prosecutor knew that. This is going to be a problematic juror. Because they brought up a really odd issue. Why the hell you're bringing up now? Oh, they live in Jersey. So you tell me y'all went through jury deliberation and all this, like they heard the entire case now, or the entire case so far. Now you want to get them out of here? Maybe you want to get them out of here because they look like, remember they're saying Diddy looking at them, looking at the juries, they keep nodding like, maybe they're making eye contact. Diddy making eye contact over there, and they're like, oh, okay, this ain't good. This ain't good. This going to be the one jury that's going to fuck the case up. Diddy giving this person eye contact, you know what I mean? Nah. So I think it's much more than just the person living in Jersey. Much more, but let's keep going.
And by the way, today, Christina Cororum has maybe come up more in these exhibits, in this evidence from this summary witness more than throughout this trial. Question from Mikey John. Elizabeth, are you surprised that KK wasn't called to the stand yet?
Yes, absolutely. Like that, no brainer. I'm truly surprised that she's not being called as a government witness, especially because they have her devices. She could be somebody who could really kind of tie up the loose ends or maybe answer the questions that a lot of us still have in our brains. And so I'm really surprised that, especially as we're trickling down to the end of the government's case, that the next witness isn't Christina Cororum. And I'm wondering at this point, is it possible the defense might call her? And if the defense does call her, what that could look like. And so I'm really and truly surprised that they're using her devices.
Now, let me say this. Let me put my input in on this. Anybody who ain't show up for the prosecutor, I think they're available to show for the defense, but why do it? Don't open Pandora's box. Because yes, they got some of their messages, say D-Rock messages, KK messages, but you don't want to put KK up there and the state says, got this bitch. Not state, I mean the government, federal government. we got this bitch. We've been trying to get her to, we need her up there for a week. We're going to do our recross because at that point, Diddy's team is doing direct because it's going to be a defense case. They're going to say, we need her up there for a week because she's integral to the case. We're going to break her down like a kilo of coke. So it's kind of like Tory situation. Me personally, I wholeheartedly believe that Tory knew what that driver was. I think Tory knew what that driver was. The driver was a little bit antsy because some stuff he can't get up there and lie. That's perjury. Some stuff could be hurtful to Tory, and I think they said because they don't want him up there maybe saying, yeah, I seen Tory put hands on a woman, or I don't know what happened. I think they opted for him to show up the last day. I don't think nobody contacted him and he showed up the last day. The state said we couldn't find that nigga. And he just walked into court the last day. I think Tory had him under the, but I think that was a bad move by Tory. Tory's team, in my opinion, y'all got 4 people in the car, 3 dumb drunk, 1 threw up or passed out for hours. That's Kelsey. Meg got kicked out. She's being belligerent. She's being extra drunk. Tory's lit. If you got that nigga under the tuck, have him just come out and say, yo, everybody was drunk but me. I'm the driver. I'm the security. This what happened. Now, they might be like, well, you're Tory's security. You're Tory's driver. So how should we believe you? But fuck that. Fuck all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? That becomes the point. Do you get what I'm saying? So I think they didn't want to open up that guy to cross-examination, which this is why when we think about a Diddy case, why bring KK up there? KK is accused of doing the same shit as you. Why bring her up there if Diddy not taking a stand? Just don't bring her. So I don't think KK taking a stand. I just don't know how she's not taking a stand without her not being in jail. They've threatened everybody else in this case. It's clear. Brendan Paul, Brendan Paul got his state charges resolved. Why is he taking a stand? You think he's a volunteer snitch? I get it. Maybe some of y'all do. But he's taking a stand because they threatened his ass. Nigga, we will charge you as part of this RICO. You was bringing that man drugs and helping him drug women. So, nigga, if you don't take the stand, you part of this shit. How KK ain't get no threats? Why is she not up there? I don't know. I don't know how she avoids it. But Diddy's team has said, our lawyer speaking to her lawyer. I don't know how she's avoided being up there, but let me, I digress.
The government is, but they're not calling her as a witness. So yes, definitely surprised there.
And we have a question from Allison Thompson about the judge, Judge Arun Subramanian. What has the judge's body language been like? Do you get any vibes as to which side is favored? Well, the judge shouldn't favor any side, but do you get a? I mean, we don't know how he's behaving, what his demeanor's like. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so as far as the judge's demeanor, all across the board from what I've seen so far during this trial and even during the pre-trial hearings, is that he's very fair. Like, it's never a situation where you're kind of like, oh, he's a little pro-government here or he's a little pro-defense here. He really kind of gives both sides their wins when it's applicable, right? And even as in terms of just his body language while listening to the testimony and if there's an objection from one side. So, for example, if the defense has an objection to the prosecution's line of questioning, he kind of gives the prosecution a little bit of leeway to be like, okay, maybe you want to rephrase that question so that way we can get rid of the objection, so that way we can continue on with the proceedings. And then if there's a point where, there's an objection, there has to be a discussion that's had in the sidebar, he's willing to do a sidebar. And so from the most part, and this should be how every judge kind of operates a courtroom, I think you should always take notes from Judge Arun Subramanian. He is above board, he is fair on both sides, and really it's never a situation where you have to feel like he is, or you think that he is biased in any sort of way.
Let me get another question to you, Elizabeth, before we have to let you go.
Look up KK and who her family is. Christina Cororum. Who's her family? Who's her family? She's been the most elusive person out of everything. I don't even think we've heard her speak publicly.
Everything in my life and my business running. She named in a lawsuit by a former producer for Combs. Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. When Rodney Little Rod Jones filed that lawsuit against Sean Combs and many others, Christina Cororum was one of the people named as a defendant in the suit. And I want to be crystal clear. Sean Combs has vehemently denied these allegations. His attorney, Sean Hawley, has been quoted as saying they've tried to present evidence to Little Rod's attorney to disprove the claims, but they've been rebuffed. So that would make anything Lil Rod claimed about Christina Cororum untrue as well in Combs's eyes. No attorney is listed for Christina Cororum on the federal court's website. Corum's now deleted LinkedIn account has said that she joined Bad Boy Entertainment back in 2013 and became Combs's day-to-day manager, later becoming director for the officer of the chairman. And the chairman, of course, is Diddy. She was promoted to Diddy's chief of staff back in 2020, and she's very important to him. Combs has even written about her on social media. Meet Christina Cororum, chief of staff at Combs Enterprises. Christina, aka KK, keeps everything in my life and my business running. She's been my right hand for the last 8 years and has consistently proven to execute and get S-word done. Don't know how I'd function without her. In another post, Diddy wrote, "Happy birthday to my ace Boon Coon, my right hand, my day-to-day manager that keeps my world twirling, and she's always got my back. She makes sure that I smile every day and I don't go into those dark places. Today is your day. It's your mother effing birthday. Go KK, it's your birthday. Love you at Christina Cororum." Combs clearly values Christina Corum's work and his relationship with her. The lawsuit Lil Rod filed makes some disturbing and salacious claims against Cororum, and again, Combs has denied what's in that lawsuit. First, Little Rod has claimed that Mr. Combs's chief of staff, Christina Cororum, also known as KK, instructs her staff to retrieve drugs so she can provide them to Mr. Combs for his consumption. A footnote in the lawsuit that Little Rod filed says, defendant Cororum instructed her staff, Brendan Paul, Frankie Santella, and Moy Bond, to spike bottles of champagne with ecstasy. Upon information and belief, this occurred the day of December 31st, 2022, New Year's Eve party. Lil Rod claims he complained to Cororum about sexual advances from Combs, and she responded, "Sean will be Sean," and downplayed Combs groping him as horseplay, stating, "He's just showing that he likes you." Jones also called Cororum the Ghislaine Maxwell to Sean Combs's Jeffrey Epstein, claiming she required employees to walk around with fanny packs of cocaine, GHB, and ecstasy to keep Combs high, and much more. Gene Rossi is a former federal prosecutor. So, Gene, there's this allegation that Christina Cororum, the chief of staff for Sean Combs, is ordering drugs through this guy, Brendan Paul, the so-called drug mule, and ordering employees to run around with black fanny packs that carry these drugs so that Sean Combs can be high all of the time. That seems like typical Hollywood stuff, possibly. What's the crime in that, potentially, as far as the feds are concerned?
Well, in my view is you have a potential, they did a search warrant. The federal government did a search warrant, Southern District of New York. That is bad in itself because Southern District of New York is one of the top 3 or 4 U.S. attorney's offices in the country. That is very bad for Mr. Combs and the other defendant and Ms. Cororum. The second thing is the federal charges that they're probably investigating are a criminal RICO, money laundering, a Mann Act violation, which involves sex trafficking, interstate transport of minors. It could involve a lot of charges. So let me focus on.
That was a year ago before the indictment.
On the allegation. It seems, according to the allegation, that Ms. Cororum was a purchaser of large amounts of drugs that went to Mr. Combs, but I can't help but believe that these employees were also providing these drugs to the victims, to other customers, not just the employees and Mr. Combs. So it wasn't just drugs, in my view, for Combs alone. It was probably used by the employees and also used by the victims of this crime.
There's a particularly disturbing allegation that Christina Cororum, according to this lawsuit, was ordering people to spike bottles of champagne for a New Year's Eve party a couple of years back, and ordering them to spike it with certain drugs. And then the claim is that maybe there were minors at this party and things like that. What trouble could she be in regarding that allegation?
Well, it's part of the sex trafficking, and when it involves minors, that takes it up a notch. And it's either a separate federal statute or it's a sentencing enhancement. But when you're engaging in illegal conduct, if you're engaging in illegal conduct involving a minor, okay, in the context of sex trafficking, I can tell you this from my experience, that is like steroids and rocket fuel for an aggressive prosecutor. And as I said at the beginning, you have the Southern District of New York plus exploitation of minors.
Little Rod, who sued Sean Combs, many other people, including Christina Cororum, basically calls her the Ghislaine Maxwell to Sean Combs's Jeffrey Epstein. So that's a very serious statement to make, a serious claim to make. Sean Combs denies all of this. What are your thoughts on what kind of trouble she could potentially be in if this is true, if these allegations that they're running this RICO organized crime enterprise so Sean Combs can bring in people to have sex with and use drugs with and groom for his, sexual fantasies and things like that? What kind of trouble could she be in if she's arranging these trysts and then buying drugs to ply people with?
All right. Here is the big problem for Miss Cororum by being compared to Ghislaine Maxwell. Number one, you have the same district, the Southern District of New York, investigating Mr. Combs and Mr. Cororum too, Miss Cororum. So the Southern District of New York already has a template for an indictment. Essentially, all you do is change the name. But I'm sure the same scheme, the same statutes, it's just take this template, this indictment that was used for Miss Maxwell, and probably the same prosecutors are going to take it and insert Mr. Combs and Miss Cororum, and it's going to be Jeffrey Epstein too. So those are bad facts and practices that are facing Mr. Combs and Miss Cororum. And I got to tell you, I predict it will probably take about 4 to 6 months for the agents to analyze the results of the search warrants in LA and in Florida of Mr. Combs' homes. They'll go through data, documents, and all that. It'll probably take 4 to 6 months. I predict that there will be a federal indictment, if I had to bet money, by the Southern District of New York in probably September or October of this year. And I would be shocked if it doesn't include Mr. Combs and Miss Cororum and others on this list. I see Cuba Gooding Jr.
Yeah, that was from before. Okay.
This is from Lisa 5472. How was Diddy when they finally said the juror was dismissed?
I think he was a little bit disappointed, I'm not going to lie, especially given the long kind of defense letter that was put in over the weekend, given the arguments that were made by his defense attorneys. Outside of just Xavier Donaldson, it was also, Brian Steele did make a quick argument on Friday, but also Mark Agnifilo too. And so I think from what I could tell of just Diddy's body language and demeanor, it seemed like this was something he was kind of a little upset about as far as this particular juror being dismissed. And so, it's interesting to see kind of how his movements have been so far ever since then, especially because we're seeing so many summary witness charts and all of this stuff, and they're putting all the pieces of the puzzle kind of in a chart format to the jury. But he did seem a little down and disappointed by this juror's dismissal today.
Elizabeth, before we dismiss you, before you have to head back into the courtroom, aside from just the kind and positive comments you've been receiving from our viewers, and at least one person who's concerned about when you're actually getting lunch and when you have time to eat, I did want to ask you this question from Shai. Please ask Elizabeth Milner, what is used to block the face of pseudonym witnesses?
Oh, that's a fair.
What? Oh, they do not block the face of pseudonym witnesses. The witnesses we see inside the courtroom, they're fully present. We can see their faces. We can see their demeanor on the stand. Obviously, as I'm reporting kind of what they had been saying, I have to be extremely careful not to reveal their names. But as far as just any type of shielding that they use to kind of, shield their physical appearance, none of that from what we see. Even in the overflow room, it's not a situation where the people in the overflow room are getting a box or anything like that in terms of covering covering the witness's face. And that's why there's been so many kind of issues after these witnesses have testified, even if it's during a break where people kind of, might have a little bit of loose lips and they'll come out, they'll text their friends or do it in a live stream and reveal the witness's true identity. So there's nothing that we see covering their face. We see them all in full form.
And I appreciate you clarifying that because, when we put up the courtroom sketches and there's a blocked out face, people might believe that there's something that was used to cover their face. That's not the case. You just have to be very careful about not only describing, obviously not their identity, but even some physical characteristics or defining features where people might be able to determine who that person is. Elizabeth Milner, I know you have to jump back in court. Thank you so much. It was great seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, so now I want to continue the conversation while we have a few more minutes. Ali, I'll start with you. I get the question all the time. Do you think Sean Combs is going to...
Here we go. I'm going to play Logic. Logic's like the last one that we should be squarely back in the afternoon session. I don't even think... Is Logic even still there anymore? I feel like he pops in and out. Okay. We might be completely back. The Punisher is still moving around doing interviews. During the summary chart testimony, prosecutors docketed their letter not only about Juror 6, but the other juror. Who's the other juror? Okay, so... Oh, so the other juror looked like he was talking to somebody about the case. I don't know how they figured it out. All right, we'll figure it out. So much stuff redacted. Fuck. They just restarted again.
Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. Here, midday. It's Monday, June 16th, day 24 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Now, Juror 6 is out. That was the first decision before the jury came in. Juror 6, the judge said, I've considered it. I've considered all the arguments. I've seen the arguments about the racial issues raised. He didn't seem to like that very much. And he has excluded Juror 6. So alternate 1 has moved up. Now, came in today thinking that Brendan Paul, the alleged drug mule, Diddy's drug mule, would be a witness today, but it appears not. Because the entire morning was spent on 2 summary witnesses. Ms. Sankar, who'd long been promised, and a new special agent who's going to apparently go for the rest of the day about meetings, basically testifying to a chart which shows airplane tickets being bought and hotel reservations being made, and surmising that these are the notorious freak-offs, hotel nights, king nights, wild king nights, as they were referred to this morning. The defense says no way. The defense says she has no personal knowledge that these meetings, quote unquote, ever took place, and so she shouldn't be allowed to ask the jury to draw that inference. Could go a little bit slow. So it looks like Brendan Paul, she's going to go into tomorrow. So will Brendan Paul, another summary witness on Wednesday, and then the government's going to rest. So they say. Friday we'll start the defense case with Vashta Wilson, a guy called Stefan Linda, even Agnifilo didn't know how to pronounce his name, and their own summary witness. And then apparently next week it looks like there'll be a defense expert witness. So we're getting down to the small strokes here. It looks like no KK, no D-Rock, although there was a lot of testimony about their cell phones today. Both of them apparently seized, but they haven't been indicted, and they're not testifying as cooperating witnesses. So many people wonder what the heck's going on here. And the defense case, at least, unless they're playing hide the ball, it looks like it might just, I don't know. There hasn't been any discussion of witnesses beyond that, let's put it that way. So we're covering it. I forgot to mention this morning, Week 5 book is out. Week 5, Diddy on Trial. It involves Kanye West. It has Juror 6, which has now been, that door is closed. Because now the Juror 6 didn't hear this morning. So
okay, so Kanye was supposed to come back today. He did not come back today. And pretty much we're wrapping this bitch up like very shortly in this week. Hopefully we'll get some of these exhibits that we could actually see, and we'll be able to like, you know, kind of crystallize it. Let me play a little bit of this is attorney. Is she there at the court? I think she's there at the court. Okay. I'm gonna play her for a second. I gotta go grab I ordered Chick-fil-A. I ain't gonna lie, Chad. I did.
Obtained from the seized cell phones from Diddy and from KK. She also played audio recordings. Here's some of the highlights. Number one, child. It gave we have concluded the drug distribution. By concluded, I mean they provided more than enough evidence of the substance distribution. Why? Child, the text message that were in there. Remember, these text messages are considered, how are the text messages being entered not considered hearsay? Well, they're not hearsay because they were obtained, number one, in the course of business. They were obtained lawfully through a subpoena. So in the same way, like I represent clients in serious auto accidents, like $1 million Uber cases and stuff like that. Well, if you're in a car accident, medical records, right? Medical records are hearsay generally, unless it falls into an exception. Well, because medical records are obtained as business records through the proper courses, that is why it's not hearsay. Similarly, these text messages are not hearsay. Now, all text messages can't get in. No. It has to include either someone who's going to take the stand or a co-conspirator. You got to have one of the two. That's how come each of the text messages that they're putting in either have a co-conspirator on it, or it includes Jane or Mia or Cassie or someone, hit that like, who's been on the stand. So excellent question, Angel. But that's why the text messages are not hearsay. Also, at the time that they were written, these are text messages like between KK and Diddy. At the time that they were written, they weren't trying to lie on anybody. They were literally conducting a business and conducting affairs. So let me give you an example of some additional juicy stuff from these text messages that goes towards proving the RICO. There was one, it was from KK to Cassie that said, hey, Dave, I guess that's one of the substance dealers. Dave's at your door with the green. Okay, that was like a little something. And then Diddy sends a text message to KK saying, hey, Guido's outside. Guido is the substance dealer. I said, Guido's outside waiting for the 10,000. Can you let Guido in and handle what needs to be handled? As in getting the substances that Diddy wanted, that Guido, it's already been established that Guido was the substance dealer through other witnesses. Hold on, we got some more. And this, stay with me, this isn't it. Also, y'all, if you've been hearing about TriStar is an entity that does business management, okay? It manages money for various different artists. They're the ones who did Britney Spears' estate in her conservatorship, and we're supposed to be managing her money. People have all kinds of concerns about them. Well, there's a woman named Robin Greenhill. That's who does the accounting, all the business management, all the numbers. I think it's subwriting. Great for Diddy. How Miss Thing is on these text message chains. So Robin, who is supposed to be the accountant, is on a text message chain that says, hey, I need approval. This is from Fahim, the security guard. I need approval for $1,200 for flour. We know what flour is. Flour is cocaine. Flour is cocaine, is a problem. It says we need $1,200 for flour today. Guido is waiting to deliver it. Guido, again, is a substance dealer. And then Robin is on the chain. Diddy is on the chain. Fahim and KK. And Diddy says, approved. There's another one. This text string is KK, Diddy, oh girl, Robin. It says KK is texting Diddy and Fahim says, well, what do you need? Diddy responds, Molly, 15 pills. What? You think it's a girl named Molly he's trying to get? It's not no girl named Molly, honey. It's not no girl named Molly. And here's the issue. He's got his business accountant on the text string. He's approving the purchase of substances, which are then going to be used at freak-offs, at parties, at whichever. So the issue, it could be pink flour. Yes, quote unquote, $1,200 for flour. And then later it was Molly, 15 pills. Here's another one. Oh yeah, there were multiple. They just kept going and going and going. No, there was also there was an interesting text string that was 2 weeks before Cassie's lawsuit came out, where Jane is texting KK and telling KK, hey, no more hotel nights. I want to celebrate. It was his birthday that's coming up. So this was November 2nd. His birthday is November 4th. Jane is saying, no more hotel nights. I want to celebrate Diddy like a normal person. She said it got violent recently and that she didn't want it to be that way. And there was no more hard partying for her. This was her providing evidence that she was trying to get out of the lifestyle. What was interesting with that was that happened in November 2nd of 23. That was before Cassie's lawsuit. But hold on, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. Also, 3 days, 3 days after Cassie's lawsuit, in addition to her sending the message 2 weeks before, Jane says, Diddy sends her a voice note that says, I can't talk on these phones. I called and I reached out, and it's just, I thought we both enjoyed what we were doing. Like, it literally sounded like Diddy was trying to kind of cover his butt, try to cover his bottom, and Jane's crying on the phone, and she's like, no, I just can't handle this anymore. And went back and forth. Also, there's a message where after the Cassie situation came out, KK sends a message to Diddy that says, if you can't be honest with me, this won't work. You are lying and you're lying to me. This is KK. She said, you're lying to me will break me. KK is his personal assistant. Now, also, there was a message where KK sends to Diddy that says, make sure Robin's not doing anything dumb, like not paying her rent. Make sure Robin's not doing something dumb, like not paying her rent. Yo, that was interesting to me. And that was an exchange between KK and Diddy. Because that makes me wonder, okay, well, did y'all keep paying it after the Cassie situation? Because you didn't want any more legal issues and you knew the government was investigating you? I don't know. I want to get that transcript tonight and reread it again in context. But Jane sent a message the month after Cassie's lawsuit where she specifically says to KK and to Diddy, she says, I was coerced into this dark lifestyle. Robin is the accountant for Combs Global. Okay. Robin, some people are asking, who is Robin? Robin is the accountant for Combs Global. So there were messages in there that were read into the record. Now, mind you, the purpose of this morning for the summary witness was to put in indisputable evidence of the text messages. Basically, they established that, hey, the reason these text messages are legit, there's no question about the authenticity, is because they were obtained during the legal search and seizure that happened in March of 24 on Diddy's plane. Remember, that was also where Brendan Paul, the substance mule, was found with a bunch of the substances and was arrested. Oh, there was this funny little text exchange. It was a text between Brendan and KK. And Brendan says, oh, yeah, I think tonight Diddy's going to be in wild king mode. He said, I think tonight's going to be wild. It'll either be like king mode active, like king night, or they were asking, is it going to be king mode active or like Gucci bag active? Gucci bag is where he keeps the substances. And so KK had asked that, and then he responded, somewhere in between type of active. In other words, they know like king nights is one level of wild. Gucci bag means the substances. Hit that like, guys, as you're coming in. Another level of wild. There was some evidence that Diddy called Mia 3 times in a day after the lawsuit came out with Cassie, and he wanted to basically kind of get ahead of it. Okay, we don't really care about that. Blah, blah, blah. Here's what we do care about. The RICO evidence. So, here we go. Yeah. Oh, also they also submitted evidence that Jane was decorating hotel rooms for the freak offs and had flowers and made it look really nice and romantic. That was weird. That was put in by the defense. Okay. But now we're going to conclude, and I want to see your questions about the racketeering evidence. It's racketeering. Thank you for asking. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy. So what has to be shown, remember, is that we know there's an enterprise. It is called Combs Global Enterprises. But what has to be shown is that people from the enterprise, doesn't have to be every employee, but that some of them, hit that like, guys, that some of them are working together for a common goal. Fun fact, there is no requirement that the goal be profit. People get that wrong all the time. There does not have to be profit as the goal at all. They only need to show that it's a common goal. And here, the common goals are building up and protecting Diddy's brand of him being this powerful music mogul, but also to satisfy his sexual desires. Literally, it is in the indictment. I can't put the indictment on the screen from here, but literally, it's in the indictment. So those two things. So they have to show that he used his employees to sometimes do unlawful things, right? Unlawful offenses in order to either satisfy his desires or protect his image and his brand. That's it. Well, this evidence, what makes it such a stunner for the first time, remember I said prostitution is going to be one of the easiest things to prove? Well, we now have, for the first time, receipts of the prostitution, and they have been stipulated too. So specifically, what that means is that the defense cannot come in and say, that's not an accurate receipt. He didn't really buy that flight for Jules Thompson, the hooker. No, the defense has already agreed that is a valid receipt. It is accurate. So they showed that one of the hookers, Jules Thompson, I believe he took the stand the first week or what have you. It showed there was a text message string between Diddy or KK and Jules, and there's a payment string. He was paid, the hooker was paid by the accountant, Tony something. I got her last name here. Tony Bias, financial director for Combs Global. You're paying hookers from your corporate account. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Oh yeah, shake that, babe. We're gonna shake. Oh, let me see if I get my, hold on. Let me see if I get my Astroglide. Hold on, y'all. It's all the way at the bottom of the bag. Okay, we're gonna shake that Astroglide, y'all. If you're new to the channel, that's usually what I do. I got a little Astroglide in my bag. I keep it. We shake it when there has been bombshells in the case. And so, yes, so they have a whole text exchange about this hooker, Jules Theodore is his last name, and how Jules specifically, remember, because the charge is transportation for prostitution. So you just have to show that there are two different states involved. Well, these exchanges specifically, not only do they show that in the text, but then the receipt shows it was for a flight from LA to New York or New York to Miami, from this city to this city. So that is where prostitution, RICO style, has been proven. Substance distribution, RICO style, has now been proven. Why? Because you got the doggone accountant of Combs Global, Combs Enterprises, approving and on message chains that says we need approved 15 Molly pills. Hello? Robin is going to, Robin's about to lose her license. Robin is the accountant. Robin is the accountant. It says, so are we saying the government proved all of Diddy's companies through its full? No, they don't have to do that. Let me put that on the screen. That's a great question. Chuck Love is saying, so are we saying the government proved all of Diddy's companies throughout its full history were just created for drugs and sex trafficking? Absolutely not. Nor is that even a requirement. You can show that it was created to be a record label, to produce albums, to make music, but so long as he was also conspiring with them to execute crimes, and so long as some, it doesn't even have to be all of them, but execute crimes for a common good. Here, the common good was protecting his brand and satisfying his sexual desires. That's what's required. Nope. You could have been a company that did nothing but follow the rules for the last 20 years. If for the last 6 months you guys decide that you want to go pow people and unalive people, then that supports a RICO enterprise. So that's how that works, Chuck. Excellent question. Going straight to jail. Hit that like button. Jesus, how many times does Simone need to say the objective does not have? I'll put that on the screen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Valerie. Yes, Valerie. Thank you. Because I know people be jumping in and out of the chat. But yes, so this was the first time because so many people had said, well, they haven't submitted any receipts or any of that. Y'all, what happened was the government obtained accounting records, financial records, text messages, emails, all of that from Diddy's devices and from Combs Global. It started as Combs Enterprises throughout this time period, then it changed to Combs Global. And now, for the first time, they submitted into evidence actual receipts showing Diddy was paying the hookers, buying their flights, which is a part of the interstate commerce. Sorry, the transportation for prostitution. They nailed it. I don't know what to tell it. Yeah, the accountant needs to go to jail. Robin, that accountant, she's losing her license. She's losing her license. She is on a text string where the security guard is specifically saying, hey, I need approval for Guido needs to get the powder. We need 15 Molly pills. And oh girl is like, and Diddy is like approved, and oh girl executes it. Y'all, that's what RICO looks like. That's what RICO. And the reason it's able to flourish like that is because of the fact that it looks like a legitimate entity, right? That's part of the problem. Y'all, we got to pray for his kids because their trust funds, gone. Their mom, Miss Janice wig, gone. All of Miss Janice's properties are gone. It does not matter that these properties are in Miss Janice's name. There's a property that's supposed to be in one of the daughters' names. It doesn't matter. They're gone. Once RICO is proven, then they are able to say any monies that were obtained related to the enterprise, gone. The wig is gone. Somebody said Miss Janice can refuse afford to lose the entire wig. Y'all terrible. Yeah, it's just exactly. And I have never been a fan of Diddy, but yeah. So right now, what I'm saying is the evidence provided today. The RICO evidence is there for two things. And here's the thing, guys. Let's say a jury, one member of the jury is still like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to find him guilty of RICO. They still provided the evidence of the prostitution for transportation for prostitution. Because today, for the first time, we saw corporate documents from Combs Global showing where accounting approved and purchased flights from one state to another for the hookers. For the hookers. Come on, man. If there's anything that should not have had a paper trail, it would have been the hooker flights. And these are all male hookers that I'm talking about here. Oh, thank you. Somebody said I'm more interesting than Judge Judy. So y'all let me know in the chat. How do you tell me if there's a way? You guys would be the jury. You guys would be jurors. Tell me if there's a way that you think he can get out of this prostitution charge. I don't see it. Because remember, the difference between prostitution and S trafficking is S trafficking requires a level of coercion, force, or fraud. Prostitution just says, hey, I want to be paid to do it to somebody. And do it to somebody. That's it. So I say that to say, even if he's found not guilty on the S trafficking, even if he's found not guilty on the RICO, which I don't think because of what I described earlier, evidence today has solidified the prostitution across state lines at the bare minimum. But more than that, it has proven up the RICO enterprise because you've got text messages talking about drug distribution where the accountant is approving the release of funds to buy the substances. And then tomorrow is when we are going to have on the stand. Thank you so much for those super chats. We're going to have on the stand tomorrow, Brendan Paul. It says, so this morning's, hit that like button, please, and thank you. It says, I don't think Robin Greehill is a real accountant. Because
you know what I'm realizing too? I think the prosecutors must have met over the weekend and they must have said to each other like, yo, we still haven't fully proven this RICO. They keep trying to shore it up. Why not bring Brendan Paul in earlier? They're trying to bring Brendan Paul in. They're putting summary witness up there to try to make this make sense. I think the prosecutors are nervous they didn't prove RICO. I think I'm with Simone here. I definitely think they proved prostitution. I don't think they proved sex trafficking. Not sex trafficking, nor the RICO. especially the enterprise portion.
So, yeah, Robin is just doing stuff. But that would explain, if she's not a true accountant, why she's so tied. She loves having celebrity clients, and why she would just approve whatever. Now that makes me wonder, what the hell was she over there improving in Britney Spears' case? Because if this woman has the type of judgment where she would allow herself to be on text message strings approving.
Simone, fuck with you and everything, but put it like this: when you deal with celebrities, you're at their discretion. Doctors will write a prescription for anything for a celebrity. An accountant is going to write anything off if a celebrity asks. That's the point of working for a celebrity. Usually for celebrities, there's so much power, money imbalance. You don't tell them, no, according to they usually get rid of you. If you're like, well, no, I can't do that according to the law. You think Diddy's taking that? You're fired. He's going to get the accountant that will. And then that accountant gets paid 40% more than every other accountant, and then they do what he needs to be done. Okay? When I tell you send X to X and to X to Y and A to B, like, just do it.
$3,500 for powder and flour. Flour is what they called it. Then she don't have no good sense. Yes. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the super chat, Hudson. She says KK is the new Ghislaine Maxwell. So KK is the CEO. KK is not taking the stand. And I now see why. KK, not the CEO, chief of staff. KK was Diddy's chief of staff. I now understand. They didn't put her on the stand because they got everybody else. And they've now got these stipulated text messages that are undisputable to show how she's on messages like these substance messages. It might be better to not give her an immunity deal, because now you can go get her. Now you can go get her, but you know she can't fight, so she's not going to do too good in the feds. It says this is a reach. Thank you, Michael. It says this is a reach. If Diddy is guilty of this nonsense, then so is the entire elite class in the country, including the president. This is a monumental reach. Now, which part? I think he could have been okay if he wasn't committing arson and kidnapping people. I think that might be for some people where it was like time to stop him. But also, let's be real here. Some people feel that this is the time for Diddy, this is the time for Diddy to get prosecuted now for all the things he got away with before. But how do you feel about that with the law? Do you think it's fair to use the law today to get somebody on stuff you couldn't get them on before? So, for example, remember it was alleged that he was actually the gunman, and that Shine did not do it, but, took the rap for it. So some people are like, well, now it's due time. I don't know about that logic. I don't know, guys. What you saying? Brandon Paul is standing behind. Listen, if you look at my video I released yesterday on Brandon Paul.
I'm going to do half a shot.
Literally. In May 16th of 2024, I told y'all that Brandon would be a star witness for the feds. This was before Diddy was ever charged. I said that in May of 24, Diddy didn't even get indicted and arrested until September. But I said they're going to get everything they need out of Paul, because that boy was a college basketball player at Syracuse. That boy can't go to jail. Nope. Yep. So Brandon Paul is going to be on the stand tomorrow, telling it all. Ooh, Hudson, what you got here? It says, if the staff accountant could prove extortion, can she survive and keep her license? Well, she wasn't extorted, though. If anything, she assisted with the extortion of Cassie's parents. So, if she could, yes, then she would become a victim. That would be true. But she would have needed to jump on the bandwagon and file a lawsuit herself. Robin Greenhill, and she has not. Thank you, Stacey Renee. Thank you so much for the super sticker, y'all. All right, so share this. I'm going to go back in the courtroom. We've got some afternoon testimony. I promised you guys I'd keep it under 30 minutes. I have. Love you guys. It's your legal bestie, Attorney Simone. I'll do an update this evening. But RICO, it's done. Prostitution, it's done. We'll talk more about it after court.
All right. Getting back into court here. We have a special agent that is on the stand. Let's try to get some tweets in here. They break. Okay, before the break, So they bring on the special agent. They objected first. They have a sidebar. Then they're now trying to get the special agent to testify to certain shit. Who's testifying on this chat? Jules Combs. Jules saying I'm available through that, blah, blah. So where were the flights between LA and JFK, New York? Do documentation retention policies impact your ability to get documents? Yes, I couldn't get these records. So it looked like based on, remember, Jules was fucking with Diddy and Cassie back in like 2010. Like it was pretty early, 2010, 2011. They're saying that the airlines didn't have those documents that they needed. So they had to go off maybe bank records or something like that, right? They take a break for lunch. The jury out. They say, should we address Mr. Brennan Paul now? AUSA says, better tomorrow morning. The judge says, well, will the special agent be on all day? Says, yeah, even into tomorrow. Then Mr. Paul, then a final summary witness. So they're saying that right now the special agent, when they're done, which is going to be into tomorrow, there's Brendan Paul and a last person who's a summary witness, and then that's it. They're done. Judge says, what witnesses would the defense be putting on Friday then? Says we'll do 3 witnesses. Vashta Wilson. Who's that? Let's Google this. Who's Vashta Wilson? This is a vice president of operations of Bad Boy Entertainment. So it looked like not everybody's jumped ship. Vashta Wilson is going to take the stand as the VP of operations and probably to try to rebuff some of the try to rebuff some of the allegations that Bad Boy was a criminal enterprise. She's probably going to testify that, hey, listen, yeah, Mr. Combs was the CEO and he could do whatever he wants, but we didn't run a criminal enterprise at all. We ran a legit business. Remember, she was vice president of operations, all right? Then we're going to have Stephen Lind. Let's see if we can find it. We're trying to find who these people are. Okay. It's Stefan Lind Orajala. Let's see who this is. Don't know who this is. It's a real estate agent. And there's a paralegal in our office. Okay? AUSA says, well, we don't have any of those charts. So the paralegal sounds like it's going to be a summary witness. And look like summary witnesses usually come with charts to kind of sum it up how shit is or maybe how shit isn't. The judge says, in terms of the defense expert, I'd like Daubert issues teed up. So we'll work on that. Shapiro says we'll be providing the government with supplemental response to Dr. Hughes' actual testimony. And Shapiro said the special agent has no personal knowledge. She's just connecting up exhibits and asking jurors to interpret them. This is not appropriate for a summary witness. It's just hotel records and flight records. Comey says Mr. Combs and Jules Theodore were discussing being in the same place at the same time. If this objection is sustained, we'll just have to have special agent read in every text message. So the witness has no personal knowledge. She put together the charts. They take a break. They come back. They came back about 30 minutes ago. And so all rise, everybody come back in. AOC Johnson says, Special Agent, have you reviewed the American Express records? Special Agent said, yes, I did. This was the Amex for the flight to Miami for Cassie Ventura. There was a charge from the London hotel to this Amex. So whose Amex is this? Sean Combs, paid with an account at Signature Bank. Says, can you read this? This is from the Trump. It's the Trump in Columbus Circle. I'm headed there now. Can you contact the front desk and get the porn channel unlocked? AUSA says, what does Ms. Ventura say? Just call them. Okay. Here is this was a Combs earlier today, surrounded by his lawyers, and looked like this might have been the scene when the juror got dismissed. This is, if you don't know, Ignifilo. This is Brian Steele. Xavier Donaldson. I believe who's standing up is Tenny Garagos. And I believe this might be Alexandra Shapiro. We could switch both of them. Anna Marie Estavio is also missing. And there's a Driscoll that's missing as well. So by the way, this has nothing to do with the photo. This is what I'm about to read. Who's in these communications? It says Cassie and the Punisher. So what's this about? The cost. And this, it's about videos. AUSA says turn off the video, turn off the screen for the public and the press. If you don't know, the Punisher has been doing a DJ Vlad interview for a while. And here we go.
I mean, when you left the stand and you and Diddy, you know, your eyes locked, what was that like?
And maybe I'm doing this for myself. It was relief because when I went to the stand, I was terrified, bro. Like I don't know if you recall, but when they first called me to the stand, it was about 10 minutes before lunch, and I thought I was fine, man. And I walked into the courtroom and I had like an anxiety attack. Like my body was shaking, you know. And I looked cool and I spoke cool, but I was shaking. And I purposely avoided any eye contact. Like I didn't want to know where he was. I didn't know because I understand that I'm walking to the stand for the prosecution, right? So, and everybody else that's come up there has said crazy stuff, right? So he's probably assuming, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this guy gonna say? So I just wanted to avoid any eye contact. But I want to believe that there's an understanding that I have to testify to the truth, right? They've been taking notes and getting information from me for well over a year. And I felt like I did that, right? So I told the truth. I'm sure the details are embarrassing, but at the same time, it's the truth. And walking out, I felt I was leaving the stand with my integrity and doing the right thing. So I wanted to acknowledge them. And I looked at them. Thank God there wasn't like a death stare, you know what I'm saying? Or anything like that. And I looked at him. We locked eyes. I kind of nodded. He nodded back. And I went out the courtroom. And then I'm hoping that results in from his part, no negative. And I have no idea, right? But, you know, what I was compelled to do was something I didn't have control over, you know?
Yeah, no, I remember reading through your testimony and going like, I don't see the crime here. I don't even really understand why he's on there because it doesn't really help the prosecution. In fact, it does kind of help the defense. It shows that she's with it. I remember one of the other, I think, male escorts talked about the urinating in the mouth, and he said that Cassie asked him to do that. It was her idea.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, it just is what it is. I mean, I originally was saying that my guess is that he's going to beat the RICO, he's going to beat the sex trafficking. He might get hit with some prostitution charges, which might be a few years at the most. With time served, he should be out soon. But then with all the crazy stuff that's coming out, with the abuse and all the witnesses, I'm thinking, well, he might actually lose this trial, but I think Trump will probably pardon him.
Yeah.
Because
so that's because when you think of the totality of it.
And look, like Trump just pardoned NBA Youngboy, Larry Hoover, he pardoned Kodak Black and Lil Wayne before. And I had Roger Bonds here, who actually knows you. I could put you guys on FaceTime together. And he used to tell me how there were like at least 5 different occasions where he would take Diddy to go meet with Trump. And they would be behind closed doors for like 3-4 hours, just chopping it up. So they have a real relationship. Wow. And Trump seems to be real loose with that.
Yeah, with
you
that
know,
take care of his people. Yeah,
yeah, you know, with that pen in terms of letting people out. So that's what I think will happen. But ultimately, who knows? The trial is we're right in the middle of it.
Yeah,
you know,
still early.
So they're reading some messages with the Punisher here. He's admitted that he doesn't understand why they called him. He did give some thoughts about what he thinks that the trial is going to end with.
Now, since you took the stand, other couples have been reaching out to you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, like daily, man.
Daily,
bro.
Are they talking money at this point?
It's just, hey, man, I want to hire you for my wife, sending the photo. You know what I'm saying? Like text messages, this Punisher. I just say, this is the company. Like, it's actually daily, man. It's daily. And I'm not, man, I'm so paranoid, man. Like I said, dude, I'm a regular dude, man. Like, once the feds contacted me, everything feels like a setup. I'm not responding. I want no parts. I'm out of business, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so if a couple offered you $10,000 to do something similar,
it ain't gonna get that far.
It's not gonna get that far.
It's not gonna get that far.
Okay.
You know,
I think he understands that what he did, that he got immunity for, is a crime. That's clear prostitution. But that's the only way you could get the sex workers on the stand, right? Because they operate in like, oh, this is escorting. Oh, I'm getting paid for a dance. But then the feds force him to get up there to testify, I got paid to fuck. So they're outed. They're outed as people who are pretty much prostitutes.
If you got any common sense, how do I know that's not... it could be somebody just texting me to get me to agree to it, then screenshot it, and look, Punisher's still in business. Is on the Shade Room the next day. Like, come on, man. Like, I got enough negative publicity. I don't need more, man.
Well, how do you think the trial will actually end?
Like, no Diddy, though? I hate I had to say that. If I'm him, I wouldn't do that no more. Like, oh, pay me $10,000, whatever. I'm opening up an OnlyFans. Literally, OnlyFans account. And for everybody intrigued, I'm going to dick down some of the most poppin' entertainers. Like, obviously female entertainers, but like, don't all these girls do OnlyFans now? I'm going to dick them down. That niggas can see what was really going on. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to have moves named after the freak off. I'm going to be like, yo, this is what we call the da-da-da-da. And everything going to start. I'm going to shoot a trailer. Like, yo, anybody old enough to know about the porn series called Onion Booty? I'm going to shoot an Onion Booty promo video with about 20 bottles of baby oil and Astroglide everywhere. Nigga, I ain't gonna lie, I think you make $1 million a month. The first month he making $1 million. You're gonna see the Punisher punish these hoes. I think that's the play. Why the hell you still doing appointments, nigga? Get on OnlyFans. Again, for all the people who's intrigued, couples or whoever.
So look, man, if I just remove myself from everything, right? I think it's too soon to say. Like, every time I hear there's weeks and weeks of testimony still going on. We don't know who's coming to the stand, what's coming on. I think when the prosecution has a witness, you hear all these things that are like, wow, you know, this sounds crazy. And then the defense comes up and does cross, and then it creates a space of, wait a second, you know? Mm-hmm. So it's been such a interesting, evenly matched. There's some obviously brilliant attorneys on this case.
Oh, yeah.
And they're making a strong case for both sides, man. And I would hate to be a juror.
All right, Logic did update.
Day 24 of the Diddy trial, and if you're the state, the best part of your day today may have come before the jury even came into the courtroom. I am Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I'm a New York litigator who's practiced in this very courthouse in the Southern District of New York. And
by the way, you know, he's going to talk about Juror 6 again. You know what I'm thinking about? Remember, I said, yo, it's kind of like odd that I think this juror was pro-Diddy. I really believe this juror is pro-Diddy. And I think they look for a reason to get this juror out. Now, remember this. Remember what Elizabeth Milner said? She's from Law and Crimes. She said, every time we looked at his juror, he always seemed nervous. He was looking up at the clock. He seemed like he was on edge, like he had a lot going on. And when you think about that, I think the AUSA starts to say, why is this juror just seeming like, what's up with him? He seems mad nervous. Why does he seem mad nervous? Hopefully somebody ain't get to him. Hopefully he's not, you know when somebody's like got something, like they're trying to be low, but they can't be low? I'm wondering if that's what made them look more into him. Because people are saying that juror was always looking at the clock. He was always like kind of fidgety. Hey, who knows? Maybe the AUSA was like, yo, did he pay this nigga off? Because he's moving mad weird. And all right, let's dig into his background. You know what? Better safe than sorry. Let's get him out of here. Let's get that nigga out of here.
And I'm here to break down legal perspectives as to how this trial is progressing, how well the state is doing, how well the defense is doing, and how fair the judge is being in handling this case. If that sort of thing is your deal, I urge you to please make sure you like, share, subscribe, and hit that bell so you get notifications, because I'm providing coverage that no one else is even trying to provide. And when I say that they started off well, that was the highlight of the day. What I'm referring to is that the U.S. Attorney moved to have juror number 6 removed from the jury and have him replaced by an alternate. Now, the basis of this is an issue with respect to his residency. In order to qualify to serve on the jury, you have to be a resident of the state of New York. And when he was answering questions in his voir dire about that, he seemed to give very conflicting responses. In some places, he says that he's living with his girlfriend in New Jersey, and then he says it's with his daughter in New Jersey, and then he's with his girlfriend in the Bronx. And they speculate that perhaps he's really living in New Jersey, and that for purposes of maintaining his license for whatever field of occupation he's in, that he needs to maintain a New York residency, but he's not actually a New York resident, and that he was shading some of his responses to these questions because he has a very vested interest in making it and staying on the jury. And the judge ended up agreeing with the state and removing juror number 6. And the reason this is particularly significant is because juror number 6 is the lone black male on the jury. So we have no more black men on this jury. We have a couple of black women, and most of the jury composition seems to be older white people, older than I am. That's a couple of folks who look younger than me, but there's a lot of graybeards in this jury, both men and women. Not speculating about the women having gray beards, but you understand what I'm saying. And the defense was obviously very upset about this. They had raised, before the trial even started, they had issues that they felt that the state was purposefully trying to remove black people from the jury, and raise an issue like that to the judge. And the judge specifically said that he takes that charge very seriously, and said that he's found absolutely no indication that anything that the state has done during the jury selection process or with respect to trying to remove juror number 6 was in any way, shape, or form motivated by race. He certainly seems to be doing his best to try to curtail a potential appeal with his defiant findings of fact as to how the state has been conducting itself. So, because questions of fact will be far more difficult to be overturned on issues of appeal. And he even pointed to Xavier Donaldson, who was one of the members of the Diddy defense team, who complimented the jury process as working fairly to try and strengthen the legitimacy of his finding that this is not a race-based decision. And race certainly cannot be discounted as something that is likely a significant factor. Either you can look at it, and this is not exclusive, this is far from exclusive to this case. For a century now, attorneys have always felt that trying to load up the jury with a demographic that seems likely to be favorable to your particular side is an important part of the jury selection process. And the Supreme Court has banished anyone from being able to, and has outlawed the right of attorneys to try and remove people purely on the basis of their particular demographic. So this is not something that's new. It's as old as litigation itself. The question as far in this particular case, when you're talking about a rap star, and especially when there might be things that play into the cultural differences, you can see how race could, in theory, play a significant role, whether with respect to proper interactions between men and women, with respect to a personal affinity that there's an expectation that a black man may likely have a more of an interest in the celebrity status of a Diddy than, let's say, a 70-year-old white woman. That's not like a crazy conclusion to reach. So it's not surprising that in this particular case, both parties would be very conscious about it, but at the same time, intelligent enough to recognize that there has to be legitimacy to where you're coming from here. The last part I'm giving you here is speculation about pragmatically the practice rather than what's the theoretical legal perspective on these things. I'm just trying to be as real with you as possible. Now, the first witness who came up for the state today was Ananya Sankar. She's a U.S. paralegal who reviewed charts that were put together to ensure that these charts, which are supposed to show various text exchanges and communications, to try and simplify it for the jury. So she came in to vouch for the fact that the different things that were put into the chart were actually established by evidence that has been properly put before this court. So she would basically look through they put together a chart of different text messages, and each one she corroborates that this one ties into exhibit C-104, and that put together a timeline to try and put together exactly how, something that's much more comprehensible for the jury than what we've seen so far. The testimony itself, I haven't got a chance to look through the chart. The testimony itself was pretty boring. I mean, it sounded as if a lot of the stuff that's put into this, and it's only 33 pages, and although there are numerous charts, this is the chart that we were looking at, it's a lot of conversations that don't even seem to really prove very much. I was left wondering about the relevance of a lot of the different conversations, like conversations between D-Rock, one of Diddy's security guards, and Mia, who's a personal assistant who worked for Diddy, where she's on vacation and saying, yeah, she feels great, to finally get away. I'm like, I don't even know why they put this in here. This is part of their summary. I don't even understand it. I mean, I'm sure there's other stuff in there that's more relevant, but it just seemed like it wasn't really helping draw your attention to the factors which should lead a jury to conclude that they should convict. At least from that was my personal takeaway from it. I was very, very bored by it. On cross-examination, we got we had Tenny Garagos come up, and she was trying to establish that there's a lot of gaps, even in the middle of a conversation that's happening there. That the U.S. Attorney was specifically selecting certain messages that they felt would help their case, and leaving out other things that might hurt the context of what you're seeing in this synopsis, which I guess is certainly a fair point to make. I was talking to someone else about, like, what are you taking from this witness that might be helping the state? He said, I think it might be bolstering Mia, her testimony. It could be bolstering perhaps Cassie and help to define the credibility. And if he found that, it's possible that some jurors may find that as well. I personally didn't find it to be very compelling. But again, that's my personal takeaway as opposed to what could be taken from it, and clearly others have. And it's possible that other members of the jury have taken away some further corroboration to support the testimony that we've previously heard. The last witness we had, who's only been on the stand so far for 15 minutes, or 25 minutes of direct testimony, is an investigator from the U.S. Attorney's Office who has her own charts. And these charts, to me, are a little bit more compelling in that these are the first chart we were looking at so far is supposed to be documenting the different meetings.
Yeah, my boy needed an umbrella, man. It's kind of raining, eh?
Poorly attended. And Diddy attending with Cassie, or I guess we're going to see, we haven't seen yet, we'll see with Jane and other, when they call meetings, they're referring to, it seems like so far from what we've seen, freak-offs and hotel nights. And this is where we have really the first real introduction of hardcore evidence, forensic evidence, to try and tie in the charge number 4 and charge number 5. That is the two charges, those are the smallest charges, which carry a maximum 10-year sentence for interstate transportation for the purposes of engaging in illegal sexual activity. Now, specifically referring to flying in various entertainers, porn stars from interstate for the purposes of engaging in commercial sex. or illegal sex, and that those charges, that as far as the forensic evidence, so what we have from this witness, she brought up that she showed us a text exchange between Diddy and a performer by the name of Jules. He was in Los Angeles, and that Diddy was flying him into New York City to perform at the London Hotel between December 11, 2009 and December 13th of 2009. And they show the text exchange, which was kind of a little interesting there, where Jules seems as if he has a woman at home who doesn't like the idea of him going to New York and is suspicious that he's going there to engage in things involving Diddy and Cassie. So he said, I'm going to need you to send me a text which is going to help me out here. And he said, call me so we can work this out. And Diddy sends a text after they have a brief phone call, and Diddy sends a text saying, yeah, I'm not going to be in New York, I'm going to be in Chicago, I've got a show to do, and Cassie's in London. So and then he's like, and then the next response from Jules is, okay, that worked. So when are we coming in here? He's like, okay, I'll have you come in here on Friday and I'll fly you out. And then the next exhibit that was shared with us was an email from Diddy to his manager, Tony Bias, telling him that he needed her to arrange a flight under the name Jules Theodore, which that's Jules' full name, and from LA on Friday from LA to New York, and also booking a hotel in New York called the London. So maybe that's what Diddy meant when he said as far as Cassie's going to be in London. But it's their own little inside joke there. So, yeah, that's what we had. Now, with respect to the defense, one of the things that we should expect to see from the defense on cross is that Tenny was raising that she didn't like that that the state on direct keeps referring to this as a meeting. If you think about it, technically what we have here is arrangements that would enable him to fly in, but there's no one who knows that he did fly in. There's no testimony from Jules saying that he's flown in, so we don't know that he's flown in, or as far as that he flew in on that particular date. And that's probably where the defense is looking to attack on this. They're probably looking to attack and say, just because they discussed it and just because there was a flight arrangement and they booked a hotel, which we have evidence of a reservation being made as well, that doesn't mean that he actually came. And if Cassie cannot remember that particular incident, or if we don't have anyone testifying that he actually showed up there, in that case, in theory, they might be able to puncture a hole in that charge. Like I said, the 4th and 5th charges for interstate transportation for the purposes of prostitution. So that's where we're at so far. If you like this type of content, I urge you make sure you like, share, subscribe, hit that bell so you get all notifications. And
okay, back in court, I believe. All right, it said we're not playing for the council. What is this? During the public lull, agent is Delissa Penlin. She also appears in, among cases, U.S. versus Lawrence Shireen. This is the old video here.
Same question. Who authorized it? If you told Judge Stein that it was authorized, who authorized it? So. Now, this is Miss Lorraine Shanley. She just received a very light sentence plea deal of 27 months for stealing $400,000 from a foundation for police officers killed in the line of duty. It's true. It's true. Now, she faced up to a maximum of 48 years, but the U.S. Attorney's Office pleaded it down to a range of 27 to 33 months. And in her allocution, she said nothing was wrong. She said nothing had gone wrong. She did nothing wrong. She thought she was entitled to the money. So it seemed entirely fair on the elevator to ask, who authorized you? She said, I was authorized. But now she realized it was a mistake of judgment, this theft of $400,000. Now, in fairness, she herself is a police widow, and she does have she says, a developmentally impinged grandchild. But you can't just steal money that's raised for a foundation for yourself. Or you can, but then you should answer, if you say it's authorized, you should say who authorized you. It seems to me. It seems to me. And the prosecutor should answer why they hammer some guy from Bed-Stuy for 20 years and you steal from...
Okay, this is about an old case, but it didn't say anything. Anyway, AUSA Johnson says we're not seeing it. So Ms. Johnson, we're not seeing it. That's a judge. AUSA says play from 10:30 to 11 minutes. Special Agent Penlin, I want to direct your attention to line 23. I'll read Combs, you read Ventura. AUSA says it's Combs. Are you horny? Would you want to have a freak off? Wow. I didn't know Diddy was texting like that. As Cassie says, call Jules. Can you send me the hotel information? About to smoke, what are you doing? Combs says, what up? Cassie says, I asked him to drive around and we'll hit him up when we want him to come up. Okay. Still waiting for some more tweets. It's kind of churning in a little bit slow today. It's churning in really slow today, actually. Hey, did y'all see? We'll switch to a different subject real quick. So, a lot of people have their opinions about Carter 6. A lot of people are calling it complete thraga, garbage, terrible. And someone who is pretty much really close to the situation doesn't like what y'all are saying. Now, it's none other than Lil Wayne's own daughter, Regina Carter, who is basically saying, yo, listen, the reason why y'all think this shit ain't hot, y'all think it ain't hot because y'all are too used to TikTok music, okay? What my pops does is way more than TikTok music, and everybody loves it. This is what she said.
Carter 6, you said Carter 6 is trash. That's fine. That's what you want to say. But let me tell you something about my father and Carter 6. This is what I hate about you kids. The fact that y'all can get on TikTok and do a fucking dance to it, that don't mean that it's trash, babe. Okay? The fact that you can't get on TikTok and do a little 1-2 little viral moment for it, that don't mean that it's trash, babe. My dad was talking real shit. It's stuff on that album that you can hear in 2K, in games, at fucking malls, at all type of stuff. It's universal, my love. Y'all need to take y'all minds out of the TikTok world and get to the real bag. Whereas my dad is a lyricist, babe. My dad really talks shit. So if you can't understand it, please move silent like the GM lasagna and get the fuck out of here. Thanks. Now that's my last time. Because I already said that I'm not about to be cussing because y'all already heard me cussing crazy. And y'all was like, wait a minute, I didn't know that next time. So hold up. I'm just trying to tell y'all, don't be playing. I don't play about them parents. It's just like I got so good though because like I really did calm down. Like y'all know I used to tweet everybody and be at everybody's back like when they talk about my parents. But I'm like, I let it go, I let it whatever. But it's like sometimes you have to put yourself in our shoes. Yeah, we are in the industry and yeah, people are gonna speak on you, people are gonna whatever you put out there, but it's like we are still humans at the end of the day. We all bleed the same. If you cut, I'm gonna be blood. It's gonna be red, both of us. So it's like, yes, I know the life that I have, and I know the life that I'm a part of, and I know that people are gonna hate. I know that people are gonna have their own opinions and all of that type of stuff. But you gotta also know that I'm human like you. So put yourself in my shoes. Where you got 100 million people just talking crazy. You never even met them a day in your life, and then they talking crazy about your people. And you got a chance to speak on it, to directly speak on it, like not go on no internet about it, directly to the motherfucker. I'm gonna do that every time, but I'm not actually because I'm actually gonna just pray about it and really.
Okay. Now, let me just let Regina Carter off the hook. She's a female. So I ain't gonna say nothing to her because they gonna make it act don't like women. She's Lil Wayne's daughter. Let's get her out of the way. Let's get her out of the way. Let's get her out of the way. Move. We gotta be honest, man. I told y'all this a while ago. Y'all didn't want to believe me. I said Lil Wayne is the Allen Iverson of music, of hip hop. Why I said that is that when Allen Iverson was in his prime, he even drew comparisons to Jordan because of his cultural impact, his razzling, dazzling, pizzazz, and all these things you heard in his new style and crossover, you know what I mean, all of that. Similar to Wayne, but I said Allen Iverson's legacy in the NBA, it aged terribly. Allen Iverson is my favorite basketball player of all time. This means no disrespect. Because after retirement or post his prime, yeah, people remember the era that he was dominant in, but it doesn't age well because that's not what people talk about. People talk about rings, and he unfortunately never won a ring. I said that about Lil Wayne because Lil Wayne, his best work is arguably on mixtapes. And these days, we only celebrate and herald albums. Mixtape sites like Dat Piff Live Mixtapes, Spinrilla, even my mixtapes, they have either been defunct for a long time or they are now eradicated. Those catalogs are few and far in between. You can't type in some of the songs from No Ceilings and play it on Spotify. It's almost like they've rewritten the history for all that's now here who would love to learn about the past. Some of that also applies to G-Unit, except G-Unit dominated with both for a longer time. Specifically 50. The point is this. When we talk about Wayne, and I do believe he's one of the greatest of all time, I say top 5. But in trying to prove this, you get to a point that it's, if you were there, you knew. Like, it's like if you were there, like if you know type of shit. When you get to that, that means it's not objective, people. I love when I'm arguing hip hop with people and they tell me, well, you can't understand because you wasn't outside. I get that. But also what that usually means is that what this person has done objectively, you had to witness in the moment and you can't look back and see the greatness of it. If you were born this year, I think you can look back at the greatness of how 50 Cent dropped 2 diamond albums back to back, literally ran damn near 3 years with an iron fist. That shit, and put on everybody in his crew, had them going platinums all over the place. There's a few things with Wayne's career, if you know, you know. So first and foremost, I want to start about why I compare him to Allen Iverson. Culturally, one of the most important people of all time. There's so many people who was influenced by Wayne. Culturally important. Same with Allen Iverson. But when we start looking at accolades and stats, in the era we live in now, that's stat-based and accolades-based, think about what I'm saying. Now we compare who has the highest grossing tour. Wayne ain't on that list. Just to let y'all know, Wayne ain't on that list. Wayne never been top 5 on that. So you start to realize, as dominant as we thought Wayne was, as culturally impactful and influential as we thought he was, when we start talking all that shit that Drake and Kendrick and Travis and those people now put up numbers, and even Nicki, Wayne ain't on those lists. I wonder why. Those are what people eventually in hip hop consider championships. Nevertheless, he's still one of the greatest. The reality of things is that Wayne at this point is not current. And I like what Regine was saying. It's not TikTok music. And I hear her, but I'll one-up her. You see, I'm still from the era that Wayne is like one of the GOATs. He's one of the GOATs or our GOAT. But when I tell the truth, I don't like it. What's the truth? The truth is that the reason why Wayne currently ain't hitting no more is because Wayne, not only was he culturally clueless by his own admission, that he wasn't paying attention, but Wayne never grew. Wayne never grew. When I hear Wayne these days, I feel like he's trying to recreate 2008, 2007, 2009. He never grew. Unfortunately, we're getting to realize, and it's maybe not necessarily you need to grow, because you, like, an example of growth could be Sean Carter, not Dwayne Carter. Sean Carter did grow. He dropped 444. He dropped American Gangster. And not every part of his growth was accepted. I mean, Kingdom Come was like, No, Kingdom Come was dope, actually. Kingdom Come was dope. Nah, actually, people didn't like that. Magna Carta Holy Grail was like, But when we seen 444, when we seen, what was the other shit? American Gangster, yeah. But he was trying to grow. Drake, somebody who I think he still tries to appeal to kids. I don't think Drake necessarily is growing. Like he's growing, bringing you into him being now almost 40. I think he just adopts with the time. So you got to do one of two things if you ask me. You're either going to have to take your audience on a spiritual journey and grow with them. So when they're 20 and they're whatever, you give them that type of shit. But when they're 30, you got to give them something elevated for a 30-year-old. And when you're 40 and they're 40, you give them a 40-year-old type of palette. Wayne, to me, he been given the same palette, 20-year-old. Except I think he's so out of touch, it just doesn't hit the same. It just doesn't hit the same. So you either grow that way with your own audience, or you grow to try to chase an audience. Chasing the audience is always trying to chase the kids. You're 40 years old, you're trying to chase the kids. You're trying to get a TikTok trend at 40, or you want to make something that Kai could dance to. You're chasing the trends. Still growth, but it's growth within your career, not growth within you as a person or probably an artist. There ain't been no growth for Wayne, man. You know, we're past the era where those little clever punchlines really did for us. And I listened to some of his album, and some of those highlights are still there. But without the effect of bringing nostalgia back, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. So, Regina Carter said exactly what she should say as a daughter of a GOAT. But I hope y'all understand, man. Everything we praised Wayne for, and such is often the case, the things you praise someone for becomes their biggest flaw later. We used to say about Wayne, man, Wayne, it's Wayne's world. He be on his own planet. He don't give no fucks. He's like I am not the same, I am a Martian. All that shit he used to say. Wayne is making music for only himself right now. That's the thing. You're right. Wayne is a Martian. He is on his own planet. He ain't making music for the masses no more. It's only for him. When I hear his album, I remember how special when he was relating to the hip hop fan who thought they were a little bit different, because that's what he was. He was presenting different ideas. He was talking about certain stuff that was different. He represented some. I don't think he meant to. So that's what I'm saying. The things we liked about him is now the things that's making him look washed. He's on his own island. He used to brag about, I don't listen to other people's music. All right, cool. Well, make some shit that sounds super dated, that nobody wants to hear. And to keep it real, here's the thing too, the last thing I'll say. I believe Wayne's passion is only in sports. I think Wayne, it's changed. I've seen Wayne during the skateboard era. I think Wayne just like debating sports, man. Put him on First Take. Let him debate Stephen A. Maybe put him on Nightcap. He could debate Shannon. I don't know. Don't skip. Got a YouTube show. Let him debate over there. But his passion ain't music no more. His passion ain't music. So, with all due respect, a guy who still has talent, but to me is culturally out of touch, he's making music for himself. His daughters, I hope they play it and like it. I hope the next time I see Regina in the club, she asks the DJ throw that new Wayne on. But other than that, most of the shit is like, yeah. Let's keep it moving. We love Wayne, though. And, the reason why there ain't no criticism of Wayne from me is that I remember the time when Wayne looked like he was on the precipice of death. And I remember saying to myself, if him being drug-fueled was encouraging this creativity that was so new and so refreshing that we liked, Wayne has had a career that even if he didn't drop another song, or even if he dropped only trash songs from now on, he's still a legend. He's still a generational talent. What he did won't be forgotten, at least by people like me. And I do believe that he's a one of one. So, I say let Wayne be Wayne. But if you do want to compare Wayne among his peers, don't compare this version of Wayne. Please don't. Not this version of Wayne. Okay? Respectfully. Okay. Check NBA Youngboy's story. Album, the 4th. Is the 4th a Friday? Is the 4th a Friday? Ooh, it is. Ooh. I'm not gonna lie. If we drop in the 4th, I gotta get up to the Gravedigger Mountain. I'm about to hit him. We gotta schedule that. Isn't this tour called Make America Islam Again? I think that's his tour name, huh? Okay. All right. So here we go. Did the thing get fractured again? Oh, it did. Okay. And they have adjourned, ladies and gentlemen. You want to have a freak off? AUSA's reading. I'm a bit more sexual excited than last time. Should I dress casually and bring baby oil? That's what Diddy's saying. Cassie says, casual, yes. Baby oil, no. AUSA says, I'm on my way to the La Mertage. Agent to Cassie, do you mind driving around till I tell you? That's Cassie texting the stripper or the prostitute. AUSA said we could break here. Judge says, let me see the counsel at the sidebar. Judge says, jurors, you may leave for the day or arise. The defense expert will be Dr. Alexander Bark-Day. And they adjourn the court. The court has been adjourned, people. The court has been adjourned. Wow.
Big Boy's neighborhood.
Mayweather Promotions.
Right.
Then as he actually got in and I took a look, I realized there is no Mayweather Promotions. There's no LLC, there's no seal, it's not incorporated, it's just a
name.
Yeah,
that comes out people's mouths.
Right. See, technically, Floyd is a Golden Boy fighter.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? He fights on every Golden Boy card. They do all the footwork on
like
every
the
show.
negotiations and the imprint, the paperwork.
They built the whole show. So when he says helping with Mayweather Promotions and it's not there, I go, okay, I know what he means. He wants me to
get it together.
Put it together for him. So I do TMT Promotions. I get it all the way together. Sign the actual fighters. We had acquisition of Gamboa. It's like I had to negotiate a release. It was $1.2 million. Andre Durrell, IBF champion Billy Dip, WBA champion Celestino Calabero. So we brought them over. I brought them over while Floyd was, still incarcerated.
Yeah.
Then he comes home. There's the Let's Get Floyd Back in Pocket campaign that goes on where, it's $300,000 chains being bought and buying the new Lamborghini and all these new things. And I'm sitting there going, yo, when you going to give me the money?
Because you'd already invested.
Yeah. Right, like when you going to give me your half of the money back. But I ain't trying to press him because he just got out of jail, right? So it's like, let him cool his heels before you.
Was that in the millions?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you sitting there big, and I'm like, yo, so when... But see, the fighters are an asset in themselves. They are that talent, regardlessly. Right. So I'm looking at him going, so there ain't no pressure there, but I'm saying, when is he going to say he wants to, to give me the other half of it? Why I got to ask you for it?
Right.
And then when he...
Are we talking over $2 million?
It's about that.
Oh, okay.
At that point, it was, invested.
Okay. This is outside court. No big arrivals. Yeah, dull day in court today, huh? Pretty dull day. We're going to have to wait for tomorrow for Brennan Paul. Let's see. Yo, have you watched this whole thing about this guy who killed like some lawmakers in Michigan? Look at this. Nah, I gotta show you this. Vance Luther. This shit was crazy. Listen to this.
We understand right now that we have our Lou.
So some dude had a list of Democratic like senators they wanted to kill. They killed like, or Democratic officials, let's say that. They killed some Democrat like state lawmakers in Minnesota. The guy had a whole list. And they found out who he was, but there's like a chilling image of him showing up to the door of somebody. And he has like a fake thing over his head. Look at this shit.
Ragoose on the phone, who's been doing some digging this afternoon as well, and he joins us now with some new information. Lou?
Hi, Julie. Yeah, I'm making countless phone calls here regarding the investigation, and especially into the person of interest here, Vance Belter. And late this afternoon, within the last hour and a half, authorities thought that they were close to getting him. There was a report that he may have been in North Minneapolis, and Minneapolis police assisted with a search in that area, but they did not find him. So he is still at large at this hour.
So I'm sorry, I missed what you're saying. That they felt they were close, but then the opportunity slipped away?
He wasn't there when they got to the area that they were hoping that he was going to be, and Minneapolis police helped the other authorities with a search in Minneapolis. Give me a second here to get back to the.
Okay, so that's when they're looking for. I'm trying to get you the whole story.
We're just getting some notes
I
here.
think we have Representative Dave Baker joining us now via Zoom, kind of gathering his thoughts. This shooting obviously impacting legislators, former legislators, and beyond. Thank you for joining us. Your reaction to just everything that's been going on. And
Now, here's the thing, though. And I do want to tell y'all people who was shouting out Luigi Mangione, because I know there's a lot of people who feel Luigi Mangione was doing the Lord's bidding, and because they're upset at, maybe insurance companies or whatever, they actually want that nigga to be free. There's a lot of support for him. So there is this, what's happening, and it always happens in America or many other places, when the power imbalance between those who have it all versus those who don't have it get too far and people at the bottom get too hopeless, eventually you're going to see crime and violence, and they're going to start rebelling against the upper class. It's always been this thing that said what's done to kind of remediate that is that you let the people at the bottom fight among themselves. You throw out bullshit things like, yo, it's race. Y'all fight over race. Nah, it's this, it's that. And you let them fight over trivial shit rather than look at the top and say, why does this one guy has $300 billion and we don't have $300? Right? Now, with the Luigi Mangione thing, we saw people being affected, the lower class, even though Luigi Mangione wasn't really lower class. But people of the lower class is like, yo, these rich executives, these CEOs of these companies that are just getting all these bonuses, we're getting fucked over by these companies. If they got clapped, fuck it. Now, I was saying you got to be cautious of this because this runs rampant for everywhere else. Obviously we're speaking about politics, so I'm going to be careful because I don't want Secret Service tapping on my phone. But eventually you'll get to a point where people start blaming their ills in life against maybe a candidate or an elected official you like. And they're going to try to do the same thing. I bet. Rather than complain and tweet at him, I'm about to go slide. And I don't know if that's the situation here, but there was a Republican state rep. I think it was Democrat. There was a Democrat state legislator from Minnesota that was shot and killed, and I think his wife too.
developing as the day goes on here.
Yeah, thanks for that. I've been in the legislature for 11 sessions. Knew Melissa Hortman very well, both as the speaker and as a representative when we sat on the energy committee together.
Yeah, but never mind. I think it's a woman who got killed, and then her husband. Let me see.
All right, well, let's head in. This is in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The U.S. attorney. Let's listen in.
But the details of Belter's crime are even worse. They are truly chilling. It is no exaggeration to say that his crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Belter stalked his victims like prey. He went to their homes, held them out as a police officer, and shot them in cold blood. Now, there's been a lot of information and misinformation out there about Belter's crimes. We have filed a detailed 20-page complaint and affidavit that sets forth what happened in this case. I'd like to share some of that information with you now. In the early morning hours of June 14th, Belter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota state politicians with the intent to kill them. Belter first traveled to the home of Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman in Champlin, Minnesota. Belter arrived at the senator's home disguised as a police officer. He arrived in a black SUV with emergency lights turned on and with a license plate that read police. Belter wore a black tactical vest and body armor. He carried a flashlight and a Beretta 9mm handgun. He also wore a hyper-realistic silicone mask. Senator Hoffman had a security camera. I've seen the footage from that camera, and it is chilling. Belter knocked on Senator Hoffman's front door and repeatedly shouted, "This is the police, open the door." Senator Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, came to the door. When they opened the door, Belter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Belter asked if they had any weapons. When Belter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Belter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Belter out and stop him from entering his home, Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly. Belter fled the scene,
Oh, no, it was a male
and the
senator.
Hoffman's daughter called 911. Unfortunately, the Hoffmans survived, although they remain hospitalized. After shooting Senator Hoffman and his wife, Belter traveled to the home of another Minnesota state representative in Maple Grove, Minnesota. Video surveillance showed that Belter rang the doorbell at the state representative's house at approximately 2:24 a.m. on Friday night. Again, he was dressed as a law enforcement officer, wearing a tactical vest and body armor, carrying a handgun and a flashlight, and wearing that same hyper-realistic silicone mask. Again, the images, as you can see on the screen, are haunting. Now, fortunately, the state representative was not home. She and her family were gone on vacation, and so Belter left. Belter then traveled to the home of a Minnesota state senator who lived in New Hope, Minnesota. He parked in the street in that same black SUV with the police license plate. At about 2:36 a.m. on Friday night, after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman, New Hope police dispatched an officer to conduct a wellness check on the state senator who lived in New Hope. When the New Hope officer arrived at the scene, she saw Belter's black SUV parked down the block with the lights on. The New Hope police officer believed that Belter was a police officer who had been dispatched to the scene to check on the status of the state senator. The New Hope police officer pulled up next to Belter in his car, rolled down her window, and attempted to speak with him. Belter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead. So the New Hope police officer, who had been dispatched to the scene, proceeded to the state senator's home, and she waited for other law enforcement to arrive. When they did, by the time they did, Belter had left the scene. Belter then traveled to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, and the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman. At
This nigga was on a GTA mission, man. He had a hit list. Boy had a hit list.
approximately 3:30 a.m., Belter arrived at Representative Hortman's house in his black SUV with the police license plates. He parked in the driveway and left the emergency lights on his SUV flashing, as if he was a police officer. Belter approached Representative Hortman's home, again dressed as a police officer, wearing the tactical vest and body armor, and wearing that hyper-realistic mask. He was armed and carrying a flashlight. Before he entered the home, 2 Brooklyn Park police officers arrived at the scene. They too had been dispatched to check on Representative Hortman after learning of the shooting of Senator Hoffman. When they arrived at the scene, they saw Belter's black SUV parked in the driveway with the emergency lights flashing, and they saw Belter standing in front of the house several feet from the door. When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing.
Damn.
He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it. He repeatedly fired into the house, and when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark.
Wait, what the fuck?
The Brooklyn Park police officer.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck? So he's at the crib. He pulls the gun. Cops pull up. Like, Who the hell's that? He's at the front door. I don't know if they opened it. They didn't say he opened the front door. And then I guess they were like, yo, who are you? And he sees the cops and starts shooting into the door, and they don't kill him? Oh, these are the worst trained cops ever. Let me hear this again.
Several feet from the door.
Yeah.
When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He rushed into the house through the front door, firing into it.
Oh, nah, these cops is cooked.
He repeatedly fired into the house. And when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark. The Brooklyn Park police officers fired at Belter as he rushed into the home, but he escaped into the home and out the back.
What?
Officers recovered Belter's 9mm Beretta, along with the body armor and the mask, behind the home along his path of flight when he fled on foot. They later searched Belter's car, where they found 5 more firearms, including assault-style rifles and a large quantity of ammunition. Belter also had in his car notebooks containing a list of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal elected officials, including Representative Hortman. Now, Belter planned his attack.
Yo, the cops ready to kill a nigga anytime except this nigga. Yo, the cops ready to shoot you if you try to reach in a glove box for your license. It's my license. Hold on, gang. Kill you in a second. This nigga, he's shooting at them, shooting the door, shooting at them, shooting the door, and they just let his ass go. Go ahead, go kill them senators. Go ahead. We don't give a fuck.
Carefully. He researched his victims and their families. He used the internet and other tools to find their addresses and names, the names of their family members. He conducted surveillance of their homes and took notes about the location of their homes. He also prepared in other ways. He concealed himself as a police officer, outfitting his black SUV with police lights and a police license plate, wearing a black tactical vest and body armor, carrying a police flashlight and a handgun. And of course, he wore that hyper-realistic silicone mask as seen on the surveillance videos. The video of his arrival and shooting of Senator Hoffman is truly chilling. Again, it's no exaggeration to say this is the stuff of nightmares. There's a photo of the firearms found in Belter's abandoned SUV. Based on these crimes, we brought a federal complaint charging Belter with an array of federal charges. Counts 1 and 2 charge him with stalking. Count 1 charges him with stalking Representative Melissa Hortman using interstate facilities.
All right, damn. I ain't gonna lie, man. All y'all niggas who's in positions of power, double up your security detail, man. People are mad. They're mad for whatever reason. You gotta just stay protected. I don't condone this type of nonsense. I'm gonna be honest with you. Because the same people who condone this type of nonsense, when your father get hit, you're gonna be tight. You know, I didn't want to, if these people mad at politicians, one of them catch Barack lacking or something, we gonna be in an uproar. So you can't really, as much as you understand the frustration that might lead to bullshit like this, you can't really encourage this type of shit because this shit is gonna get left. And then when it get left, the cops gonna stop, like the cops and the people in power gonna stop playing with it. The lunatics fuck it up for the regular people, you know, right? Like niggas want to shoot more when some random lunatic starts shooting 5 cops. He shoot 5 cops. The cops is like, the next nigga who even play with me, I'm shooting a nigga in the head. So again, when we see niggas like this, all I'm just saying, don't celebrate this shit. It's gonna make it very tougher for us, the regular people. All right. All right, chat. Yo, y'all give me some. Today's a Monday. Yo, y'all gotta give me some hip hop topics. I ain't trying to cut stream short. Trying to cut stream short, so y'all gotta give me a topic or something. See what's going on out here. Yo, who's hitting on my babe? What's going on? Yo, who's hitting on my babe? Yo, Lauren Conlon, you cheating on me?
Not much. How long have you known Diddy for? almost 40 years.
Oh my, that's wild.
That's a long time.
Yeah,
right?
that is a really long time. So you were my source here today.
Yes.
About Kanye West,
Yes.
right? Now, he was not on the list. Is that essentially what happened?
Yes, sort of, kind of, but he was on the list, but he chose not to go in there, and so he went to the overflow room because he didn't want to disrupt anything by his just walking in there.
Wait, he went to overflow?
Yes, he wanted to. Yes.
Oh.
Ain't that cool?
Wait, I did not even. Okay,
Yeah.
so I heard that he did not even go to overflow. Okay.
No, he did.
Wow.
And
Okay.
he did it on his own remission. He wasn't on a list and all that kind. It's something that he wanted to do. He didn't want to disrupt anything, the proceedings that was happening at that time. He didn't want to disrupt anything. So he said, you know what? I just wanted, because he literally came here just to check on Puff.
Yeah. Okay.
Right? He didn't come here to get any looks. He didn't come here to get Kanye showed up. He didn't do that. It's like somebody buy you a gift anonymously, right? Mm-hmm. They just want to make sure you got the gift.
Yeah.
Well, Puff got the gift. The gift was his presence and his love and his respect that he got for Diddy, and that's all that was, you know. And,
Okay.
the family appreciate him for that. That was really, really dope of him.
Wow. I can't believe he went to overflow. I cannot believe that. Yeah.
He did not want. He didn't want all the cameras and the glitz and the glamour. He didn't want to do none of that. He just wanted to show. He just wanted to come in to show his support and let Puff know he was here, and that was it. He stayed about maybe a good 20 minutes, half an hour.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Okay.
He chilled out.
Okay.
You know? It wasn't a big old entourage. It was just, I'm popping in, checking on my guy, and I'm out.
Okay.
And he did that. And we love you for that, man. That was really, really honorable, and we respect you.
Wow. Okay. I'm glad I cleared that up because I definitely reported some wrong information about him not going into the overflow room at all. So.
Shout out to Lauren Conlon.
Hey, what's
All
going on?
Let me see. What else? Oh, somebody, what did I say? Oh, a Dirk update? Yeah, so Dirk bond was denied, man. Dirk is not getting out. It's official. Dirk. Okay, so let me quickly break down what's going on with Dirk's bond. Okay? I don't think we have the latest here, do we? By the way, previously.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I just left the courtroom for the bond hearing for my son for the third time. This time it was very fair. The judge was very fair. He wasn't pro-prosecutor, he wasn't pro-defense, but he was pro-justice. So he listened to all the evidence, and he's gonna give a ruling in the next few days about what his position is for the bond. But we were very pleased at how it turned out. So continue, family, friends, and fans, continue to keep us in your prayers, and we thank you. And inshallah, God willing, this be victorious for us, that we have a good ruling in our favor.
Okay. Now, the latest on Dirk is that let's see. Okay, so the latest on Dirk is that Dirk's bond is denied. I'll tell you Dirk's path to bond and why right now it's over. He's going to sit in jail. There's a Hail Mary you could do, but why do it or why even try it? I don't even think he will get approved anyway. So Dirk, if you don't know, was charged with murder for hire on a written complaint. After the written complaint, he was headed towards the airport. He had booked several flights, some that were commercial flights, but one that was a private jet that was going to take him all the way out of the country. He got arrested then through a criminal complaint. The grand jury indictment came a couple days after. So what ended up happening is that the government has had this position, and they said it in its first detention hearing that the magistrate overruled, is saying, hey, the reason why you shouldn't let Dirk out is because he was trying to flee the country. He had gotten wind that other of people who were eventually his co-defendants or co-conspirators, they were arrested on an indictment, and he was ready to leave the country. Okay? Now, he's protested that. He said, no, you guys reported incorrectly. And yes, I did have flights with multiple stops, but it's because I was trying to go to Dubai. That was where I was going. All the flights were going to Dubai. So there was flights that stopped in Qatar, that stopped in Switzerland, one that was supposedly stopped in Italy. But apparently he said he was going to Dubai, right? Now, he said it's very common that entertainers book multiple flights. And he says, especially when you have a very fluid travel plan, you want to make sure that whenever you could get to the airport, you could at least get to a flight. So he said that's why he also had a private jet on deck as well. So they were going to come to New Jersey and then fly there. Okay, cool. Now, here's the thing. So there's two things why they said that Dirk should not be let out. Number one, he was trying to leave the country. Big violation. You're not getting no bond if they catch you on the run, right? Because the next time, you're going to make sure they don't catch you on the run. So they ain't going to catch you again, right? Second of all is they said, based on the nature of the offense, murder for hire, it's usually a type of charge because it carries a life sentence. And in federal court, it is presumed that there is no bond. Remember, bond, the idea of bond, you're not necessarily entitled to. However, you are presumed innocent till proven guilty. But for situations and cases that carry a life sentence, it's actually presumed that you don't get a bond. Why? Because if you blow trial or, whatever, you could potentially spend the rest of your life in jail. And that gives the impetus to any defendant to not want to show up to court knowing how severe the circumstances or punishment might be. So those two things, keeping them in jail, right? Okay. So what happens after that? Well, Dirk's team says, here's the problem. You guys got a grand jury indictment after the complaint, and the grand jury indictment actually says things that's not true. So that was an indictment gotten on false claims, false pretense. What was that? Dirk, in a song, when he says, it's a song about no, whatever. They said that Dirk's team edited in Quando Rondo's voice messages to taunt Quando Rondo after the death of Pop. That was proven to be fan-made. And because of that, they were asking for a motion for dismissal, which means Dirk would have to be reindicted again. Now, with that being said, the prosecutor did something interesting. They got a new indictment and they took out all the lyrics. Okay? They took out all the lyrics, and they're still standing on what they're standing on, saying he doesn't deserve bond. Dirk had a couple cards to play since that card kind of got taken off the table. We're going to explain the fact that we weren't running, and essentially, the government has this position to say you have so much money, if you ever get free, if it's on ankle bond or anything else, you could really put money on the heads of the witnesses, and our whole case is witness statements against you to say you orchestrated this murder for hire. So what ended up happening, and you got to follow me here, because of Dirk saying that the indictment wasn't valid, and basically also kind of like damn near challenging the magistrate's decision on not giving him bond because of the flight stuff, because he said he wasn't leaving. Remember, every court goes to a magistrate judge. That's an intake judge. Goes to a district judge. And then after that, the only other place could go, if there's another appeal or another judge, is going to be a circuit judge. And after the circuit judge, we're at Supreme Court. That's it. That's how it works in federal court. So the district judge who's going to deal with the case actually said, since y'all arguing something about the bond, saying that there was fake information, the government, blah, 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 and the past judge ruled on it probably because of this, since he just got reindicted, go back to the magistrate judge. So they go to the magistrate judge, and that's the intake judge. That judge normally is going to say no. No magistrate judge. If you don't know how they get elected, a magistrate judge gets elected for 8 years, but they're appointed by the district judges in that district. Okay? So imagine you're the clerk, or not necessarily the clerk, but like you're the substitute teacher. I don't want the disaster happening on the substitute teacher day happen on the regular teacher day. You get what I'm saying? So a magistrate judge is not really going to put their ass on the line and say, you got bond, even though they could, but they're not going to do it in most cases. So they usually are going to say no if it's something that carries life. And then you're going to go to your district judge, and your district judge is then going to listen to it. So the district judge has been listening to it, and they were thinking it over. The government was submitting mad stuff. They're like, yo, he was bragging about it even on the academics interview when he said, have you heard them say slide for Vaughn? That's even what they pretty much was trying to say. Anyway, the judge came back this time, and he denied Dirk's bond offering for multiple reasons. Dirk offered $4.5 million, a bunch of properties, security all around the clock, home confinement, and so many other things that could make them feel comfortable that he would not be running. Okay? He would surrender his passport, whatever they wanted. Now, they said, here's the thing. It's reasonable to believe that maybe you weren't trying to flee, but it's reasonable to believe that you could have been trying to flee. That's the problem. You have a lot of means. The security company is going to work for you. You pay them. Who knows if they're going to keep you in the house? Their job is to protect you and to, supposedly reasonably communicate with pretrial to make sure you don't leave. But you possibly still could leave if you really wanted to. So they're like, that's a problem. Then said the second problem is we still really think you're a danger to the community. $4.5 million that you're offering up for bond, that's not nearly as much fortune as you have. By the way, Dirk has admitted on interviews that he has $50 million cash that he could, remember he said he could put it against 6ix9ine? He got $50 million cash. So the judge is kind of using his own words, and this, when you brag about richness, it never really helps you, IRS or not. They're saying like, yo, you're offering $4.5 million. Nigga, you say you got $50 million. We let you out for $4.5 million. You got like 46 left to go harass people, go do whatever you want to do, possibly. So they also, in turn, have denied Dirk's bond. Dirk's bond now sits as where we see it. The only place it could be appealed is a circuit court. And let me just save you the suspense. Even Diddy didn't go in front of a circuit judge for bond. Okay? Actually, no, I think he did. They denied it, though. They denied it once. Now, here's the thing. Dirk could still file another bond application as long as there's new information that could be presented to a judge to warrant another bond hearing and also warrant maybe a reconsideration of the facts, or not facts, but the basis that he was denied on. Honestly, he's not getting bond. I'm sorry to tell y'all, OTF fans, I love Dirk. He's not getting bond. He's going to have to now make some decisions. You see, if he had gotten bond, if I'm him, I would push the trial back till February. Let's do the trial next year. I'll just keep being on house arrest on some young boy shit. Make music in perpetuity. Why? I'm hoping that them witnesses stop witnessing, okay? However long it takes for them niggas to die, stub their toe, fall off a bridge, do something to get the fuck out of here, that case is weak as shit. That's what I'm going to do. But he's not getting out on bonds, which means he's on jail. So when you're in jail, like, for example, Diddy, and by the way, if Diddy was out on bond, there's no way he would have took it to trial now. It's just that these guys, and it's not even these guys, nobody wants to be in jail. If Diddy was not got house arrest for pretrial, he would have pushed this case back to 2026 or 2027, as long as he could. They would have kept bringing up stuff. Oh, we need more time for this, more time for this, more time for this, more time for this. Why? Because it takes a lot of organization and whatever to get people in tune, right? To get a trial going on. If you could push it back 2 years, now you get to start working in the media, do interviews from your crib, make some music, change the public perception that now it doesn't be cool. It's not cool to tell on you. It's not cool to get up there on a stand. Maybe Banner doesn't go up there no more. Maybe Don Rashad is like, I think I'm good. I thought y'all told me Diddy was done. This nigga's still popping out here, right? But because he's sitting in jail, I got to get out of here as quick as possible. Fuck it, let's do the trial. So now we're at the place where Dirk's going to have to hope the trial is going to be soon. However, in cases like his, if you rush it, a lot of times you blow trial. So Dirk and his lawyers probably had to have that talk after they got denied. Check it out, Smirk. We're going to need some time. Because you've been holding it down since October. You got arrested in, I think, October. We're not going to trial in a year. If you do speedy trial option in federal court, because they have way less cases per district judge than state court, you usually could get a trial in a year. So when you opt for the speedy trial, you get in a year. If I'm Drew Finland, I'm asking Dirk, brother, this case is better fought if we wait 2 years. Honestly, right now that the trial date is, I believe, is October. His current trial date is October. When is Lil Durk trial? Yeah, it's set to start October 14th. Okay. When was Lil Durk arrested? Yeah, so it'd be basically a year since he was arrested. If I'm Dirk, if I'm his legal counselor, I tell Dirk, brother, fuck that. You're going to have to hold it down. You a gangster, right? You tough? You a street nigga? You out of Chicago? Check this out. We're going to wait 2 years. I'm going to tell you why. We're going to figure out some of these other guys' situations. They don't got no case against you. There's no snitches. We need some of the haze to go away for us to see crystal clear what's going on with you, who's going to tell on you, and we need to get some of these guys, their situation situated that maybe they could help you. Here's the big problem. You're going to have to sit in jail while we do it. Some of your guys who's free, you got any loyal dudes? Any OTF niggas still out there? I ain't saying bring your girl into this because I know she got your kids, but you need somebody who you could trust. Certain things got to get done and certain movements got to get hooked up for us to be real confident to go in this case. This is life or death. You could race to the trial and blow trial and you're getting life because this is a charge. Murder for hire carries automatic life. Let me say it once again. If he gets found guilty of murder for hire, automatic life. It's life or death. And they're not pursuing a death penalty, so it's automatic life. So I think they're going to tell him, bro, you're going to have to chill out for 2 years. You're going to have to sit in there. It's all good. Don't worry. Your pop's out here. He's still trying to keep shit going. Your girl's out here. Yo, you know, India, she's still holding it down. India Royal. You know, she posted yesterday picture of Dirk and the family. She says, Happy Father's Day, lover. She love her man. Dude, she love her man. She love her man. She love her man. Okay? She love her man. But might take 2 years. I could imagine his lawyer saying we got to find out who's a snitch. We got to put some work in on figuring out how long they've been snitching. What's their rap sheet? Could we flip this into their coerced? Is this a YSL Woody? They snitched, they pre-snitched, but maybe when they take the stand, they gonna say, oh, nah, Dirk ain't tell me shit. Fuck. Niggas just start sliding. Dirk ain't tell me a motherfucking thing. Dirk ain't tell me nothing. He ain't tell me, Dirk ain't know about this shit. It's a lot of things to be done, so I don't believe Dirk will be going to trial by the end of this year. And I don't either believe that he should be going to trial by the end of next year, but it could be, but I think late next year. At this point is a lot of legal anglings to try to fight the the hardest thing is going to be today, Chad. Today or Friday, actually. It happened on Friday. Those lawyers had to sit Dirk down and say, Dirk, we working our best. We're going to get you out of this. We know you miss your family. The visit's been good. Everybody been calling you. You need us to reach out to your moms, your dad, your girlfriend. Return every call. She call you 3 times a day. Good. We're going to need you to keep sitting for at least a year. We got 1 more year. You comfortable in there? Do you want us to try to get you moved to a better facility? But you're going to have to sit for a year. Right now, we have to do certain things because the nature of the trial or the charge, we're not going to get no favorable pleas. We can't even think plea deal. I interviewed Drew Finland. They said this is all or none. Remember, this ain't no plea deal situation. This is, we got to beat these niggas. They're not about to drop it. I guarantee they're telling we got a couple tricks up our sleeves. We got a couple tricks. We're going to try to make certain people inadmissible, certain statements inadmissible. Hey, y'all can't use that. Y'all can't use that. That cannot be used against Dirk's prosecution. We're going to go through everything with a fine-tooth comb. Whoa! Why you got that in there? The timeline is fucked up. That's wrong. It's going to take us some time, Smirk. You can hold it down? I think Dirk going to hold it down. Dirk going to hold it down. He got the best people in the business on his team. They're going to look for some way possible to get him up on out of this. But I will say this is a tough charge to beat when you have snitches. We'll see. All right. Oh, we get a...
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press.
Oh, no, we saw that already. What's this?
Hey, baby, we had a great time. Stay in the light. It's all good. Get your rest. You are the pipe. That's my new name for you, pipe. Or should I call you CP? But, yeah, I want you to stay in the light. You know what I'm saying? We had a very, very good time together. Like, so much fun. So much fun. Now go rest up. Get in your bag.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Got your
Nigga kissed 3 times at her. Imagine how much semen that meant he extracted from them dudes.
Track. Find a nice little spot. Put your mind at ease. And,
Now, that's going to be a thing that we're going to have to talk about, Chad. Diddy having a love contract. Could that be misconstrued for a sex worker contract? I'm giving you money, but the services that you provide, if the services is interpreted to be sexual, does that play into the case? Having a contract with your lover, I'm going to do this, which is money, but they need to do whatever. How does that read? Let me keep playing. I need to get some water.
yeah, I had a great time. And I really, really want you to get some rest. I didn't know about you throwing up and all that. That's when I was like, hold up a second. All right, get some rest, baby. Love. So if you come in for 24 hours, yeah, you always wanted to set some up. So now you got the opportunity. So set some up for tomorrow night. That last vision we had, that was Don and ATL. See you put it together, baby.
Who that? Papa Pimp Diddy, Papa Pimp Diddy Diddy Pop. Diddy done turned to a straight pimp, huh, man? That's crazy. He was calling honey crack pipe. He was calling her crack pipe, man. He said it was like crack deal. Oh my God, man. Yo, but listen here, man. They got to stop throwing old boy name under the at that. He has stopped dealing with honey for a long time. You understand? Because you have a child by somebody, that don't mean that person represents you. You understand? You know, she was a sperm donor. Basically. You understand? I feel sorry for the child. You know what I'm saying? I feel sorry for what the son might have to go through. You feel me? You understand? But, you know, everybody's, you know, because he who he is, I think half of us know who he is. Half of us know who he is. And 50% of us don't know who he is. But he don't have nothing to do with honey, other than the fact that he's trying to safeguard his son because that's his son's mother. You understand what I'm saying? That's some whole psychological shit, man, that could F a kid up for life, bruh. That could F a kid up for life. But did he sound like some kind of Timu pimp on there? You understand? He sound like one of them Timu pimps. It's no game at all. But that's how he could talk to you. When you got a lot of money, I guess you could talk like that. But that shit was crazy corny, man. But they used that in court because they was talking about coercion. You understand? And by him, you know, leading them into that and having them like that, they was showing that, you know, he was Papa Pimp, Diddy Pimp, Papa Diddy Pimp. And that's what they got out of that shit, bro. That's crazy right there. That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I just feel bad for the kid, bro. You understand? You know, I feel bad for her for having to think that she had to put herself in that type of position, you know what I'm saying? And allowing a man to coerce you to be in that type of position when you had other avenues that you probably could have went down. No, Diddy, go down, went down. You know what I mean? So my whole thing about it was this, bro. She was taping everything. It seemed like when she got so many tapes, it's a lot of tapes that they ain't let come in, bro. She has tapes on old boy that the trial would have been over. The trial would have been over, but they didn't let those things come in there. You can hear part of it, you know, they stop it, then they say, the defense team will jump up and say, objection, objection, this, that, and the third. When the prosecutor, you know, it's certain things they try to sneak in or have her talk about and hope that the defense will go down that road. But this trial would have been over a long time. Whereas and I still predict that he's going to ask them for a deal. He didn't take the first one. He's going to ask them for a deal. The only reason he hadn't did it yet, bro, the only reason he ain't asked for a deal yet is because he know they...
I see what y'all said in Kick Chat. Y'all said his mother was a lady of the night. Now for his son's mother to be the same situation, irony. I don't even think it's irony. Most of these bitches is hoes. No disrespect to, you know, his people. I'm just saying. Most women, like... a lot of women who sell vagina, bro.
It took the time.
It's not like only hereditary.
Because they saying that he used his money from his organizations, his companies, his incorporations, that they want to take everything. Because he uses money to commit crimes. So, that don't sound like no boardroom shit. That sound like some straight T-move pimp shit.
And listen to this second one where, you know, he leaves a voicemail, you know, mad that she was ignoring him.
Hey, I really don't know what's going on with you, but I just want to just give you a heads up that I'm about to really disappear on you. You feel me? I'm not going to be playing these games with you at all, at all. So I don't know, you think you silent treating me, and you think I'm going to be, nah. You'll have a rude awakening. You'll just have silence. And ain't nobody threatening you, and I ain't trying to go back and forth with no woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I ain't got no time for no motherfucking games. Where my life is at right now, I don't have no time for no games, baby girl. Me and you could be mad, I could have a spat, we could have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is. Cause you got me on my job. Nah, it ain't gonna.
Ah, man. Yo, did y'all see this shit, man? There's two YouTubers that clap each other over copyright claims, man.
An online feud between two YouTubers turned deadly. Las Vegas police announcing the arrest of Manuel Ruiz, accusing him of killing his online rival and the man's wife. A live stream capturing the moment when gunshots rang out, sending tourists scrambling on the Strip. Police releasing new details as questions swirl about what led up to the violence. I'm Kennedy Walker, and I'll walk you through the details. You're watching Law and Crime. Footage circulating online appears to show YouTuber Rodney Finley, known to followers as Finny the Legend, spending his final moments with his wife before both were gunned down in Las Vegas Sunday night.
The officers immediately ran towards that gunfire, and they found two victims who were laying on the sidewalk
suffering from apparent gunshot wounds.
The shooting, happening live on a stream, unfolded on the Las Vegas Strip near the Bellagio Hotel. Police identifying the victims as Rodney Finley and his wife, Tanisha Finley.
Our officers rendered medical aid to both victims, but their efforts to save those victims' lives were unsuccessful.
Undersheriff Andrew Walsh confirming the pair knew the suspect. Police later identifying him as Manuel Ruiz.
The suspect and
I'm not even beefing with no nigga who look like this, bro. Yo, you gotta know who to try, bro. I'm not beefing with no nigga who doing shit like this, bro. You got it, bro. You got it, bro. A nigga doing face paint like this, I'm not beefing with him, bro. You got it, bro.
Police later identifying him as Manuel Ruiz.
The suspect and the victim